Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's playoffs here at Europe League, and we continue on with our second day and week of the competition. We're going to look at that top bracket in just a bit, but first, let's welcome you to our studios. Can I get some oohs in chat? I'm Milosh. With me, our fresh and Exor Troika, who joins us on the Analyst desk. Ollie, it's a pleasure to see you on here.
Thanks so much, Milosh. It's a pleasure to be here. I've been watching at home avidly the past couple of weeks and ready to get my teeth stuck into something today.
Hey, Jack.
I'm still here. Unfortunately for some.
That is a great shirt you're wearing.
Thank you. So there's a bit of a backstory to this, Milosh. I don't know if you know. So a couple of weeks ago, I wore a shirt with ships on it for the sinking ships. I've now got a shirt with boxing gloves on it because we've got the heavy hitters today. We've got the heavy hitters fighting it out for the major Phase 2 spot.
Damn.
So I'm kind of matching my shirts up with the theme of the narrative of the day.
I thought you were going to start throwing hands with Ollie, which I wouldn't recommend.
That'd be a good boxing match. I think we should do that for charity.
Would it?
Yeah.
Ollie would knock you.
Oh, he would knock me the hell out.
I'd love some sort of talent charity boxing match. Maybe we just go the way that all the YouTubers go, right?
Yeah. Honestly, the person I would be most afraid to box against would be Anne.
Yeah.
She would not hold back.
See, for me, it would be Derry. Because the reason is Derry wouldn't box. Derry would be with low blows. He would be pulling the hair. Desertu, he knows no boundaries.
Go bald.
You'd have to have a tactical bald shave before.
Oh, he'd be awful. He'd be nipping you. He would be no.
What is that?
He would be nipping.
Nipping.
Okay, I don't want to know about that. I didn't even know that.
Like pinching.
Like pinching, yeah.
Ah, okay. What sort of... Anyways, let's talk about our format for Europe. Because, like I said, we are here in playoffs. So we're getting closer and closer to the end, really. It's tomorrow where the league in itself will end. But then next week will be last chance qualifiers. And we get to see the final team that gets sent from Europe. So, Jack... This graphic, please explain it again.
So we're through most of it. We keep explaining it at the start of every phase. So we'll start top left, EU League, up to 10 teams. That was indeed 10 teams, 2 groups survive. We narrowed it down to 6 teams into the deciders phase. That's what we're in right now. We have a separate bracket to explain that. We narrow those 6 teams down. 3 will go through to LCQs and 3 go to the major. Now, if you look down the bottom left of your screen, you'll see EU Open qualifiers. They were played. We took 11 teams from EU Open qualifiers, added in 4 EU League teams, added in X10 Star. That gave us the Open qualifier playoff, 16 teams, and we narrowed that down all the way to 4. So what we've got at the minute is we've got the top bid of the EU League modified GSL to play out to decide who goes to the major. That is today and tomorrow. And then also next week, we've got last chance qualifiers, which is comprised of a number of teams that made it through from the Open qualifier playoffs, plus the 3 teams that drop out of the deciders today. So, and tomorrow.
And tomorrow. And they'll be seeded in different ways. We'll talk about that in a bit. We have a graphic to help out. But actually, I want to ask your opinions on how things have gone, Ollie. First, let me just show the bracket to everybody. Production, can we bring that up? This is playoffs bracket with the teams that have so far made it through. Wild will be playing Virtus.pro, G2, MNM, and then Secret versus Heroic. MNM have defeated Heroic 2-0. The 2-0 also for VP versus Team Secret. Those now are the teams that move forward. But Ollie, you said it yourself. You've been watching avidly for the past few weeks from home. Any standouts for you so far?
I mean, there's been a lot of Siege to get your head around, really. Yeah. You know, I mean, even just looking back over this weekend, there's been tons and tons of Siege getting played inside of the open quals. But looking a little bit further back, maybe toward the regular stage here for Europe, a couple of teams that impressed me. I think, you know, we can't sort of start this off without talking a little bit about G2. Obviously, they'll be playing a little bit later on today. I know there's going to be a lot of people with their eye on that G2 MNM game. They've come off the back of winning SI, and they are still doing a fantastic job here in Europe, which isn't always the case. There is an SI winner's curse that some teams have seemed to have had, but G2 don't seem to be coming up under any obstacle. Another team that's impressed me has been Wild. I don't think that they were expected to do as well as they have done inside of that group, especially given some of the other teams that are in there. And then there's been a bit of quality elsewhere as well. You know, we look at maybe teams like Secret that perhaps, you know, would you have put them in a 3rd place spot? Potentially not, moving in, you know, based off their performances and stuff like that last year. So, and there's been a couple of upsets really, Milosh.
I mean, BDS, Wolves, and Koi are in LCQ.
Yeah.
That's a hell of an upset on its own.
Honestly, it really was. Like you say, seeing Secret, seeing, Heroic, maybe Wild at the start of the phase, you wouldn't have expected those teams to be the ones that progress through to deciders. And it obviously, like you say, BDS, Wolves, Koi, they had to do it the hard way this weekend, and they did do it the hard way this weekend, having to play multiple best of threes in a row in the open qual playoffs just to have that chance.
All right, from then on, because we're talking about the teams that have actually made it forward. First up, what is our schedule for today? It's actually quite simple. We're running with 3 best of 3s, and they are important in different ways, and we'll talk about that in a second. Secret versus Heroic, Wild versus Pro, and finally G2 versus MNM for our prime time slot. Though Secret and Heroic, that matchup is important for the last chance qualifiers only. No matter who wins, nobody from that game of Secret or Heroic can qualify directly to the major. They'll have to play in this, now let's show the bracket, for last chance qualifiers, where most of our teams are already seeded through the open quals. That also happened last week, Jack.
Yeah, so just to talk about the seeding of the bracket for the last chance qualifiers, the ultimate loser out of G2, MNM, Wild, and VP will be seeded as number 1 seed. So that's why you're going to see them at the top as 4th place European League. Now, it's a standard bracket, so first place in the bracket is seeded against 8th place. That was X10 because they came 4th in the open qual playoffs. You've then got Unlimited against BDS in the other side of that bracket. I'll go into that in a second. Then you've got 6th place Europe League, 5th place Europe League, which is both of those two teams is either going to be Heroic or Secret. Depends on who wins. So if Heroic or Secret game, whoever wins it will go up against Koi, and whoever loses it goes up against Wolves. And then Unlimited, unfortunately for them, their winning CL has got them a game against BDS in the best of 3s for LCQs. And it's just a reminder that LCQ's single elimination bracket, whoever wins that bracket will be the team from Europe that goes into phase 1 of the major.
And there's only one team that can make it through. Imagine all of these teams and the experience and players that they have, and only one of them can make it through.
Just with the nature of the way that the tournament's been set up and the way that the major's set up, we're going to see some of these stranger games where you get a team like BDS playing against Unlimited. You get teams like X10 going up against these teams, and it's great because they're coming up through the ranks. They're getting to play against more experienced teams. They're getting to play against better competition. Then the flip side is every single game really matters for the rest of the league.
Yeah.
And you've got to look at it and sort of hold it in the balance of, well, these teams are getting pushed even more now than they ever have been to just get a spot at a major.
I'll tell you what, X10 they did really well this weekend. They got themselves into last chance qualifiers. They had to beat TT9, so they knocked TT9 out of the open qualifiers. TT9 will not be going to the major. They went to... I think they went 7-5 with BDS. They played BDS in the bracket, went one of the maps, they went 7-5. They played up against Koi as well, went very close with Koi. Actually should have won one of the games and went very close on the second map with Koi as well. So X10, even though they're in there, watch out for them. And the same with Unlimited. There is still that 0 to hero story possible.
Okay. Anybody else that you can see surprising that LCQ bracket?
I think it's just going to be a long slog, honestly, Milosh. I think, you look at the games that you've got inside of that LCQ, and you know that you're going up against teams like BDS. You think about that Unlimited BDS game. On paper, it looks really straightforward. I got to watch a bit of Unlimited last year, casting the Challenger League, and they're very unknown here coming into this. BDS are going to have a bit of a harder time sort of figuring that out because they're used to going up against EU League teams. They're used to going up against that certain quality. And then when you throw in the sort of lesser experienced teams, you'll know this, Jack, it can be very difficult to predict that game and to understand how it's going to go.
Yeah. You don't know what's coming. You don't know. Like you say, if you've not seen Unlimited since, October, November, somewhere around there last year, they will have changed map pool. There may even be a player change in there that you don't necessarily know about at this point. You don't know what to expect, so you've just got to focus on yourself in your own game, which means there is that opportunity to get caught out. I was saying this throughout this weekend, actually, looking at the bracket, it was potentially... a tricky one for whoever ended up playing against Unlimited because everybody else. Even X10 at that point, you'd got enough footage on them through the open qual playoffs. Obviously, all your EU League teams, but just not Unlimited. So, as much as I said it was a bit uncomfortable for Unlimited having to go against the current major champions, it is uncomfortable the other way around as well.
Well, one more time, I would like to bring up the playoffs bracket just to keep this in people's minds because we talked about Heroic and Team Secret. Winner of that game will have a seeding advantage in the LCQ, but with Wild versus Pro and G2 MNM, it's actually quite simple. The winner of that best of 3 just goes to phase 2 of the major. And
Yes.
just for those that are asking, what are these phases, man? I'm so confused, Milosh, please. Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3. Phase 3 is the main event, right? The last 3 days open in Copenhagen. If you haven't bought your tickets, make sure you're doing it now because the major is something else, a big celebration of the game and the ecosystem. Phase 2 is basically the first set of playoffs, and then which is closed to everybody watching. And then Phase 1 is basically where all of the teams that are basically challengers to the teams that are already in an advantageous position in Phase 2, well, they have to play against one another. We weed out basically the top of them, and then they move to play against the more established squads, at least in performance in the regional league. They play in Phase 2, and then the winners of those get to move to the main event.
Yeah, and after tonight, we will know all of the Phase 2 teams already established. We know the 2 NA teams. We know that's M18 Dark Zero. We know the 2 Latin American teams, FaZe and Liquid. Some things never change. We know the Japan League team, which isn't any of the APAC North teams from last year. It's actually Scars, and then from Korea, it's D plus Kia as well. So, a good set of teams already in Phase 2.
Yeah, D plus Kia. They changed their name again. We're going to have to relearn it at some point. Anyways, that was it. We are getting ready for our date. If you have any more questions, make sure you let us know out in the airwaves, whatever they call them nowadays. X, again, pleasure to have you here. We'll be discussing things as we go in our week. Jack, how about we get our show started? Game number 1, Secret Heroic, in a sec.
We're feeling confident, we are ready to go.
Every team wants to win.
I can't wait.
We are ready, but you are not ready.
We're gonna try to start it off with a bang.
We're definitely an up-and-coming team.
No team knows how we play or how we perfect it.
It's already decided, it's done.
We got these guys, let's go.
There's no doubt in my mind.
We're gonna take it all the way.
We're the best team.
We do everything for the win. We've won before.
Be careful, guys. The one pack is coming for you.
I don't think there is other teams that can beat us.
We have the gun skill and also the brain for it.
Mark your calendars with all the wild games, because you're not going to want to miss them.
It's all about Team BTS. It's all koi, baby.
Team MNM are taking home that trophy.
TT9, we are gonna win!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our playoffs here in Europe League. And we are live with day 2. Game number 1 is about to begin, but first, a good helping of information to make the matchup go down. As the very famous saying goes, Heroic versus Team Secret. Who gets the better seeding, quote unquote better seeding, I will say, going into last chance qualifiers next week. Winner Winner is playing Wolves.
Winner plays Koi.
Winner plays
Loser
Koi.
plays Koi. Loser plays Wolves.
Yeah. Nobody really wins from that, to be honest.
The viewers do, as Tim would say famously. But let's talk about it. Hello, I'm Milosh, it's Fresh, next to our Troika, and let's bring up Heroic first, seeing what they have to offer, because I gotta say, their last game in the playoffs was kind of disappointing.
I think that Heroic have been that team throughout the course of the stage so far where we've expected things from them. They are a team that have made a couple of changes coming into the start of the stage, and maybe they've just taken the foot off the gas a little bit toward the end. Pressure perhaps mounting. Tonight's going to be a really good night for them because there is quite literally no pressure on this game.
Yeah.
I don't think either of these two teams mind which team they play
Yeah.
in the LCQ. I saw, I nearly called him Mr. Milosh then. Even
What?
I'm now in this like parallel universe where I
Mr.
don't
Murat
know
Losh, like,
who
yeah.
is Murat and who is Milosh.
Maniac still does it.
So Mr. Officer, he put up a little video earlier on Twitter just sort of explaining, look, you know, we're going into this expecting to have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're going to be judging themselves too harshly here tonight.
I honestly think for this team, the value that they're going to get out of this game is just rounds under the belt in a competitive environment.
Yeah.
I think they started out looking really good, obviously, you know, that 7-0 over TT9. I think they've got a very good, very balanced team. I think maybe a little bit inexperience came to the forefront, particularly last week when the pressure was on in the deciders. Obviously, they got out of groups, they got to the deciders and unfortunately lost. I thought they played pretty badly last week against MNM. So just today, just to get into the actual game environment, get on the server, get the rounds under the belt. They won't be, you know, too disheartened if they lose. Of course, they'll be happy if they win. But, you know, even if it goes to 3 maps, I think they'll be happy with that.
All right, and if we look at their opponents here, Team Secret also went up against Virtus Pro in our last playdate and fared better than what Heroic did against MNM, but what does that spell for today's game?
Yeah, I think ultimately the same result. I guess even though maybe actually, you know, did better rounds-wise, but I think performance-wise, they will have been a little bit hurt, a little bit upset because BDS had laid the platform. They'd set the template the day before on how to beat Virtus Pro comfortably, and Secret did not follow it. I felt that they lost themselves last week a little bit. Secret have shown this where we know there's a good team here. We know they've got good ideas. We know, you know, they went on that run to qualify to 6 Invitational. We know they can beat teams. They've got a decent enough map pool now, but when the pressure's on, it got to them a little bit. So I count them very much in the same boat as Heroic as just get another match under the belt, get those rounds back under the belt, and then move through and put all of your focus into LCQs.
I think, again, it comes down to that sort of almost inexperience factor, doesn't it? You know, you've got a couple of younger players on the team that haven't necessarily had the wealth of Tier 1 experience that other players in the league have, especially when you start looking at, you know, a team like VP or somebody like that. You know, you think what those guys are capable of and where they've been previously. It can be very easy for that to weigh quite heavily in on the fixture when you're going up against a more inexperienced side. And that's maybe like what Secret sort of struggled with a bit last week. But again, it comes down to more rounds under the belt, more competitive games, and another circumstance where they can prove themselves here against Heroic in a fairly low pressure environment.
Yeah, and low pressure is actually a very good point. I mean, we know that both of these teams have great players that can perform on the day, but they have to, you know, keep it up from game to game. So we'll see which maps that are going to be playing here. Again, the best of 1 to BO3 environment really shifts a lot, and I think we've seen that with Heroic, especially in our last playdate. But Secret went first. They picked Border in this case, start on the defense, then Oregon for Heroic, they start on the attack, and finally Bank for Heroic. They have the decider pick. They start off on the defense. Jack, overall thoughts on the map ban?
So I think the teams have gone, I would say, fairly as expected. As a ban phase you could get, it probably speaks to the fact it's low pressure. These teams have got other focuses going into next week, but obviously they've still got maps to play. I think they've gotten rid of some of the stronger maps of each team. You know, in the initial ban phase, you see that happen a lot. Secret have picked Border. Now, Secret love Border. We saw them basically qualify to 6th Invitational by playing exclusive that map through the Invitational Open Quals. Heroic, very high preference for that map. Same kind of goes for Oregon. Heroic have played a lot of Oregon through the group phase. Obviously played it last week as well. They've had mixed results on it, but it's a map that they've shown. So I think that's trying for them just to protect their map pool away from, any onlookers. Koi and Wolves will be watching this game, of course. And then Banker's Decider is a high preference map over a long period for both teams. Heroic obviously had some success there against TT9 as well.
I think Bank's always one of those maps that you can expect to see in a best of 3 as well. And, when you start throwing it down to the deciding game, both teams have done a good job here to sort of shield some maps as well. They've got a good amount of preference in there as well, but they're also playing things that they've played a lot before. Yeah. Oregon is not a map that we typically hide too much here in Siege. So kind of expect to see that. The border coming in as well. If you've said Team Secret, it's a cracking map for them. And I think they're going to need that sort of an advantage here tonight.
Well, here's my question. Why are Team Secret so good at it? And are they good enough, after we've seen things over the past few months, to get an advantage on map 1 against Heroic?
I think they clearly like Border. Like I said, they qualified for 6 Invitational on it. They took Koi to Border the very last day of group stages when it mattered to actually get to the deciders, and they pulled it out in the end with a very nice little attack on Tellers, with the scent, with the, I think it was the glass, just a direct straight take on Tellers. Now, they like the map. It's very compact, and I don't mean this with too much disrespect, but there's not too much strategic thinking on Border. It's very kind of linear in terms of take the map control. What do you do with the map control? Where do you go? You're either going to be very clearly in an advantage on that map or very clearly in a disadvantage scenario, and then you know where to go from those outlets. And I think that's why Secret maybe do like that map a little bit more. It allows them to just get into gunfights and just try and essentially, people talk about Border and they say it's much more of a TDM map, right? And it is. There are layers to strategy, but the fundamental is the early phase of that map will always start off with gunfights. So I think that's why Secret like it a lot more than perhaps some of the other teams, for example, like Virtus.pro, who are much more strategic and layered.
On the flip side of that, you talk about a team like Heroic. I feel like we've harped on there about Secret for a little bit. Heroic are one of those teams that are very well measured in that opening engagement. They've got a nice split of opening kills across the whole of the team. Whereas if you look on the side of Team Secret, it's a lot of that sort of heavy and weighted onto one player, and that one player is Astro. So if you want to look at sort of opening pick and success of opening pick, because Border is a map that starts off with quite a heavy gunfight for control, you might want to start looking toward a team like Heroic. They're also a really good execute based team. Uno loves getting the diffuser down. Now, Border doesn't always come down to that, but little pocket plays and little sort of set pieces on the attack that they're able to do is always something that's going to work quite well on Border.
You feel like for Border, for Heroic, I said it is Secret's map pick. It's their #1 preference. It's very up there with Heroic's preference as well in terms of the top 3. And it makes sense, right? Because Heroic have got this really aggressive front line, in terms of Skiddy and Blaz and June. Really good, really high frag players. And then 2 backline players in Kayak and Uno that, like you say, really do like getting the front down. They've got the perfect kind of team composition that would fit into Border as well. So what I'm expecting from this game is actually a bit of a firecracker Border, to be honest.
Is there a lot of pressure on the entries of both teams?
I mean, that's the way Border plays out, right? There is pressure on the entries. But maybe not so much today. Like you say, it's a low-pressure environment. We might see some rounds recovered. We might see some players just taking risks, feeling themselves.
I'd like to see that. Yeah. I'd like to see some risk-taking today. I'd like to see some, trying things a little bit new, coming out with some really out-there pocket plays. Like, I want a Maru in. I want, all the things.
I want to be on that telestrator after the match, telestrating some madness.
I mean, I hope it all comes down to what the players end up doing. Maybe a last-second Oryx flank that gets you up from one side to the other. Who knows? We still have a bit of a moment before we start up our game. The lobby is not completely ready yet, just to let you all know. That's why we're going to chat a bit more. Operator bans, what are we expecting? Because it seems like the Dokkaebi gets banned regularly. The Nook is always very close to it.
There's always the Holy Trident. I think there's actually a Holy Trident developing in both attackers and defenders now. You've kind of got your Dokkaebi, Ying, and Nook as your Holy Trident of attackers. Usually see 2 out of those 3. And then for the defense, you've got Azami, Solace, and Valkyrie. Now, interestingly, both teams permaban, well, not pretty much permaban, but their most banned defender this stage is Azami. So I would very much doubt, especially given Azami's prevalence on Border CCTV. For the attackers, Heroic likes to get rid of the Dokkaebi, Secret likes to get rid of the Ying, but it's not as much preference, it's more map specific.
Could see a game where Valkyrie gets in. Honestly, I think Azami needs to be banned on Border. And you start looking at a Solace and think it's just a nightmare to deal with. No one wants to deal with a Solace. We could see a Valkyrie.
And the Valk on her own is also still very powerful.
Yep.
You got to pick your poison, right? There's no two ways around it. Well, Ollie, Fresh, thank you very much. That was our pregame for map 1 for Heroic v Secret. And 3 best of 3s we go through today. I know they're already rubbing their hands in anticipation. It's Hap and Tim.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And yes, it's not the usual duos you are expecting. We are mixing and matching a little bit today. So we're not casting often together.
No, I was going to say it's a beautiful opportunity, Hap.
Yes.
It's a good long while since you and I casted together, so we're going to have a bit of fun with this opener. Secret versus Heroic. What's your thoughts, Hap? Where do you see it going? I mean, obviously we're going to border, but in terms of the teams, how do you think it's going to work out? It's just you.
Bomb site.
Just you.
Bomb site.
It's all you, Hap. All about you.
It is difficult because looking at it as well from what we said on the desk earlier, like it's not an elimination game we're in right now. Right? Both these teams will be continuing through last chance qualifiers to try and find themselves a spot at the major. And that means that you either hide some strategies now or you play for the seeding for a preferred team to go up against, which is going to be either Koi or Wolves. The winner of this best of 3 goes Koi, the loser goes to Wolves. But of course we have seen Secret play this map before, and back then they banned Ying and Azami. And for now it's going to be a Lion ban. Now, that does show you that they are not very fan of being rushed against or any, let's say, quick pace play to come through, often back-upped by a Lion.
But maybe it allows you to play a little bit more aggressively on the defence as well.
Yes,
You don't have those early E1D scans that are going to stop the runouts, that are going to stop, that sort of early roam game out in the map. And we know that can be important on board. Getting up to those thresholds, preventing the attackers getting inside the map can be a big half of the battle.
For sure. The Glass being banned, Valkyrie as well. Valkyrie is, of course, a mainstay on the bench. The Glass is a more peculiar one. It's not often we see that, but there's long angles here. Sometimes you have some smoke executes. And Izami's coming down as well. So, no Valk, but Solace will be up. And, might be able to catch some drones. But that's it. That's the bans. Glass is definitely one that stands out here the most, I dare to say.
Yeah, I think, Glass, we tend to see a little bit on bathroom tellers, you know, that sort of area where you can get close to your plant spot, use those smokes deep to, prevent anybody being able to push and being able to see what's going on, and then obviously use the glass scope to be able to see in through there and just devastate, if you can, as people try to push that plant going down. But as we said, a big early focus here is going to be entry battles, it's going to be gunfights, it's going to be the first minute to a minute and a half of the round, just seeing how that shakes down, who comes out with the advantage. I mean, overall, there's all sorts of nice little links, not just between these two teams, but also the teams they're looking at facing. If we look at Team Secret and you say, right, do they want to win this, lose it? Are they going to favour playing Koi? Are they going to favour playing Wolves? They beat both of them in the stage. So I think Team Secret are probably carrying a bit of confidence here in that actually we don't really mind how this shakes down. We're going to be confident going into that LCQ matchup. Heroic, on the other hand, they beat Team Secret in the group stage just at SI. So they've got that element there where they think, obviously there's been a couple of roster changes, but this is that early aggression I was talking about that the Lion Band might support as well from Sleben. But plenty going on between these two.
Now, actually, I was going to be mentioning it. The Grim is being stuck here. Skitty will find that first kill as Groovy gets taken care of. So that's that early aggression taken care of. Now, there was going to be the opportunity, at least a bit of a bait, where we had the one player being detected outside and the other trying to go for the passport control peek. Didn't quite work out. So that entry kill is there for Heroic. It's a good first start. Astro has been spotted and, well, maybe the bees are coming in very soon.
We'll keep a close eye on that. As you say, we see very little Grim. We are going to have them deployed out into the 90 corridor there. So for you, anybody who hasn't seen Grim used before, that gadget, anybody who runs through it will be pinged out in a similar manner to Alibi or Lion's pings that you see. They will be pinged out for a period of time. We're going to have a returning kill coming in. It's going to be Jum who's taken down. Kayak and Uno managed to find 2, though. Uno taken down in a trade. And after all that shakes out, it's Team Secret actually left with the advantage, leveled up, but can't make it stick. stick as Kayak gets taken down. It's all up to Skiddy in a 1v2, and I'm pretty sure we mentioned something about early round gunfights. Well, there you have it. We're a minute 15 into the round, and there's only 3 left alive.
Yeah, as soon as I saw Kayak sit in the middle of the side, I was like, okay, this is interesting. Are they going to try and go for a plant here? But everybody dying all across the map basically made it so they did not have the opportunity to. Now, the plant's going down by Skiddy. He's found himself in a bit of a safe space. He's going to be pushed quite a bit, actually goes off it, knows that he's being pushed. But he's himself in quite a good position here. Finds the first, goes for the second, but Savage a little bit quicker on the trigger there to secure that kill, making sure that Secret is landing that first round.
Skiddy was actually really unlucky there, I think. You know, we see that bait plant maneuver sometimes. He's got 2 defenders ahead of him who he knows are not going to move a muscle unless they have to. There's no reason for them to, because ultimately, clock ticks down, they win. So Skiddy knows he's got to do something to get them moving. And what he doesn't want to do is start pushing into their angles. He knows that they sat there, they're holding their ADS down, they're just waiting for him to move in. They're probably going to have a crossfire if they know what they're doing. So he doesn't want any part of that. Starts to just put that diffuser down, and actually it really nearly swings the round for him. It forces those defenders to move. It loses them the quite as good a crossfire. They did still sort of have one from small office to archives door, but it really restricted what they could do with it. He could use the lockers to break it in half, for example. Really, really well played. Just didn't get the result he wanted. All come down to that last gunfight. It was just a case of who was quicker on the trigger, and it was Savage in that case. But a good opening first round, and I think we're set up for a good game between these two.
It's definitely going to be an explosive game between the two, and as you just mentioned, he basically did everything perfectly, right? He cut the pie, he managed to take 2 1v1s. It's just a shame the last one didn't go his way. Now round 2 is going to be as explosive as a start as we had previously, where we had multiple spawn peek attempts going out from Secret, not really finding any success, even though they still managed to pull the round in the end. Doesn't seem to be the case now. There's definitely some worriness, though, on the side of Heroic. They are quickly checking every single window, every single door, making sure no one is leaning out of them. And as they now continue, they have the opportunity to start knocking onto those actual sides. Drones already inside that top floor will be telling you what is safe and what is not. And you see the yellow pings to come out, which are exactly what Blaz needs to start moving up.
I love the pace that we're playing with at the minute. Both teams certainly furious about getting those good early starts. It's going to be Heroic this time as Uno manages to take down Sleben in a great opener at the main door, just catching Team Secret out. If you're going to play right up at the boundary, you got to be careful of those entry players coming in, but it's Grube who's going to level us up, manages to find Skiddy as he pushes into Armory, but there's the trade. So far, 2 rounds in, there's been a lot of trades here between these two teams, and I love the interplay that we're seeing within them as teams.
And Secret wasn't able to instantly reply, but as it is, speaking, the Savage on the Capcan just got spotted out. He wanted to go for a refrag, has been spotted by that drone, so he instantly falls back towards the eastern stairs. He's just going to be holding tight right there, doesn't want to be moving too much and get caught off as a result, and as the phone calls go off, it's Kayak that finds himself in the middle of the bathroom again. We have that Dokkaebi in the middle of the side. Now, an EDD kills Blaz. They have no clue about Kayak being out here, though. He finds the first, unaware of the fact there might be someone coming up right behind him.
Kayak's been a little bit slippery so far in these first couple of rounds. We saw him inside a site last time, and again, he's just got himself sat inside of the showers now, and it starts to give a real piece of control to Heroic. But the big question, of course, is can they do a little bit more with it than they managed to last time? This time, they've been able to stick the man advantage at least 3 versus 2. Uno's about to think about dropping and delivering that diffuser. There's definitely an opportunity to put a plant down, and Astro, if he moves around this corner, is likely to get taken out by Kayak, who is now on the cover in a very important position. There you go, that's the kill that they were looking for. Heroic get the diffuser down, Uno sticks it, Kayak finds another, and what a round from Kayak, managing to close that out, and Heroic, they level things up 1-1.
It's 2 rounds in a row now where we find Kayak in the middle of the side, and you know, in that first round he managed to find a kill, but nothing more after that, and now he actually manages to take that control. But the big difference between round 1 and 2 was that the fact that Heroic wasn't dying all over the map. They still had some control. They were able to move that diffuser into a position where they could actually have that plant down on the ground, and they did so successfully. He mentioned it before, when you start planting, defenders need to move. When you have that diffuser down, there's even more pressure coming down at that point because you need to make sure that it doesn't run out. 45 seconds, all you have at that point.
We're going to be heading into round 3 then. All level so far. Heroic certainly looking better than they did last time we saw them. We've got to say, against MNM, they really did just seem off the pace that day. And it was in a contrast, really, to the performances that we've seen through the regular group stage. They've certainly been better than that, so they'll be glad to be turning up today and starting to hit a few of those shots. Kayak especially, 6-1 so far inside 2 rounds, going fantastically well, and that's something that Heroic really at this point, I think you've just got to sort of facilitate. If a player's going to come in playing like that, you've just got to take the leash off a little bit, just let them go, do what you can, get the drones out in front of them, get them into positions to find those kills, just let them hit those shots and they'll do the damage.
No, for sure, and especially if you looked at where Kayak entered, that is something you can, well, consistently start to play around. And then my question will be, where will Kayak enter the site from this time? Is it just going to be a jump in on the B window, or will we find him somewhere around in the actual workshop? Either way, if we look at the setup of the defense, there is a mirror to be brought. It's going to be helping them to take and hold control of Office. See that the top floor is quite important, as at the start, 4 of them move up towards the top to start making rotations, start putting down utility, reinforce of some walls. So Heroic's answer is, screw the top. We're going to go right horizontally. The multi right ahead is going to be shepherding these players out of position, forcing them to fall back, and allowing the side of Heroic to take control of the southwestern side of the map. Kayak again, he's so far in.
Just looking through a nasty little angle there. Blaz is actually going to take a little bit of damage elsewhere in the map. A little bit quiet so far. Only 2 rounds in though. Plenty of time for him to get going. Uno's just bullying Savage at the minute, and that's a good thing because it's keeping the pulse off his heartbeat scanner. It's just reducing the information that they're going to be getting in from that op. He knows that he can't risk pulling that gadget out of his pocket. There comes the ping, and there comes the kill. Kayak this time on the entry, making it 7-1, and that's what I was talking about with facility. He finds another hap. He won't mind losing his life because he's just taken down Thorn and Pulse.
Then goes down as well, leaves it in a 2v4 situation actively now. The Twitch drone trying to go for the confirm, and we'll be finding that as well. It's only left to Savage now on that Pulse. Has the opportunity to play with the C4. It's going to be the question if that's even going to be tossed out here. Bit of discomfort due to the Twitch drone kill to come through. Savage swings. He's not going to be finding a kill. Skinny locks him off, and that's going to be the 2-1 for Heroic. Again, Kayak leading the spear of the attack coming through. And just quick side control gain afterwards. And if you looked at it here now, the majority of them came in from detention, but Kayak, he came in from passport control. He had these angles. He was just making punch holes. So if the multi spotted someone out, he had the opportunity to reply. And then he did exactly that with those pings. And currently there's nothing being done by Secret to stop this.
That's the thing. Secret need to be careful here.
He's just by himself. It's just a single guy.
You've got to start dealing with it. I think the problem sometimes, dealing with a focus player, when you're on defense, if you've got an attacker who, like Kayak at the minute, is sort of going a bit wild and causing you problems, it's quite difficult to deal with because as defenders, you're sort of sitting back and you're waiting to see what happens. You're waiting to see where the attackers push from. What do they do? It's more difficult to single somebody out because, of course, you don't know where Kite is going to push from. You don't know which angle he's going to approach. When it's vice versa, if you've got a defender who's particularly popping off and causing you a problem, you can start getting your drones on them. You can identify where in the map they're playing. Right, we'll send 2 or 3 into that position. We'll box them off. We'll make it so that it's a trade. So it's much easier to deal with that as an attacker towards a defender than it is in this situation. Kayak just needs to, and it's no surprise seeing him pick up the Ash, he just needs to keep himself slippery, just needs to keep himself off the radar, just, coming in through those unusual angles. Uno's managing to pick up Groovy. I think Secret just trying to inject a little bit of pace, a little bit of aggression into this, try and take command, take control, but it's really not paid off. They've lost the Doc Cap and they've lost the Stim Pistol shots with him.
I mean, the Doc is often an operator you can use for those spawn peaks because you take a little bit of damage, you heal yourself back up to full HP, but if you take the headshot, there's going to be none of that, and that's exactly what Groovy managed to receive. First RC Rotero is popping off, taking care of a prox, a barricade, and a barbed wire. Is really going to be opening up the door for a potential push out there. Skiddy, in the meantime, is exploring down that bottom floor. Now, he's going to be starting to move up with some vertical grenades. Might actually hit out the Warden there. A lot of damage done, but not quite the kill yet. Otherwise, it then survives and lives to fight in another moment in this round. Oh, not very long, maybe. Nope.
Beautiful nade from Blaz there. I said he'd been a little bit quiet so far, but he certainly finds his feet in round 4. Manages to get himself a big double, and Heroic are starting to run away with this. Hap Secret need to do something. They need to do it soon. They need to be finding that brake pedal. Astro just gives it a little squeeze there, taking down Blaz with a headshot. That brings us back to still a 2 versus 4 for them, though. Kayak hasn't been as active in this round, but he's got the cover. Uno's going to... Just as I say it, he's got the cover that he needed. Uno's getting that plant down. The kill comes in, but it's almost certainly going to be irrelevant as the diffuser is stuck. Uno comes off, finds that final kill, and that's Heroic now 3-1.
Very dominant attack so far coming out from Heroic. They've been able to deal with whatever Secret is throwing up in terms of a defense here. Just circumvent it, walk around it, don't really care that much, straight to the point. That's been a good summary of how these attacks have been going, and then you leave out a crucial part, which is Kayak, of course, that just found a way to insert himself in the middle of the side every now and then. Just bar this round, first time he wasn't actually on the side first. Sometimes you need to change, even though you're winning, and that's, that's exactly what Heroic did there. Now we're going up to the next, the 4th site, the one we haven't seen before. As we're going back to these grenades. So the first one didn't quite confirm the kill, but they had an idea when the Warden was. Just toss the second one in and confirm it.
Absolutely beautiful there, and then manages to swing. They're never easy as well, fighting up through the hatches, always difficult. One way I look at it quite often, when it comes to vertical fights in Siege, whoever has the high ground tends to come out as the victor, but Blaz just able to overturn those odds there. Now then, we're going to have the mirror brought along this time. Always an operator. It is an old strat, trying to hold on to CCTV here. It's always an operator that I enjoy watching, very transformational when brought along on many sites. And we'll see whether that manages to keep Team Secret dug in to CCTV or whether they cleared out or not. They're going to need to hold on to it. They are, of course, downstairs in customs. So very important area. If you can get that vertical, the hatch isn't quite as critical as it used to be. The hatch used to be in the middle of CCTV, the room that we're in now, and it gave a fantastic view over all of site. It's been moved closer to the wall, so it restricts the number of angles that you can use from it. So it is less valuable, but even then, you can still do some serious work from that.
The thing is, I believe there's only a single person currently inside of CCTV. No, actually, make that 2 now. If you lose control of CCTV, you basically lost the entire site. That's how important that site is you just mentioned. So they really need to be making sure they can keep a hold of this. The thing is, if you look at the right-hand side of your screen, the utility that's there's 4 frag grenades, 2 already have been used. Make that 2, as Blast just got taken down by Savage. The entry kill will finally go to Secret, but there's also fire arrows that Kayak can bring along. It could be very beneficial in trying to root out these defenders.
Doom just knows that he's going to be challenged on the angle, can't do anything about it though, as Savage just manages to bob and weave, finds his man, takes him down, and Astro doubles down, and Heroic's problems get worse here in round 5. It's now a 1 versus 5 as Groovy finds Kayak. Uno manages to prevent the flawless, but it's likely to be all that he can do here. He's got an awful lot of work. A little bounce of the flashbang means he has to just stop in his push forward. He's on a cam, he's got everything working against him. They're just going to keep pushing him from multiple sides till the kill comes in. YZM finds it, and Secret, they manage to at least get themselves a second.
Left, right, and up above. That's where we're coming for him from, and well, Uno wasn't able to clutch that one out. Well done by Secret there, biting back when it was most needed, finding themselves with a second round on the board now. And as we are headed towards Armory Lockers for one final time on Secret's defense, unless we go to overtime, they are looking to find themselves a even half, a 3-3. But if you look at how Heroic has been playing so far, you wouldn't be saying that this has been an even half. Like, Heroic has been in charge for the majority of these rounds. Bar the one we've just seen, that was just pure Secret lockout.
I would agree, absolutely. I think, you know, Heroic definitely have been in charge. The one thing that I would say that we need to keep in mind is the fact that Heroic have started on attack, and we know that on border that can be advantageous. If Team Secret can come away with a 3-3 half, they've actually not done too bad despite how this might feel. The big question then will be asked in round 7 and 8, where Team Secret come onto the attack themselves, and whether they can maintain that momentum to carry them forward on their own map pick. But round right now. We're going to have their final defensive round. It's back to Armory they go. We've got Astro just hunting around, looking for those drones. Picks up a signal there, but he'll know that it's somebody at the front door. He's just conscious there of the potential for Uno pushing in from that direction.
Yeah, and then you're going like, do I want to expand an impact grenade to run out from detention, or do I want to risk it by jumping out the window and being caught off like that? The answers are no. They're not going to go as aggressive as they might have otherwise done in the first couple of rounds. First phone call goes off. That's just to allow Kayak to start moving in, because everybody will be turning off their phones. No one will be watching cameras or verticalities. And as June finds the first kill, it's the 5th entry for Heroic so far this game. And that is almost complete first floor locked out by Heroic. Now they need to find themselves a way up.
Going to be using that nade again, unsuccessful this time. Groovy taking damage up there, going to have to dip himself out of that fight, down to pretty much 1 bullet. We'll see him done. Second nade used. Doom not going to be successful. Doom pretty quiet as well so far. Had a little bit of action in the first round, but certainly not a name that I've had cause to use too much. I'm sure Heroic will want to see him get into the game a little bit more here, and it might just be that difference maker between a 3-3 half and a 4-2-1 in their favour.
Still grenades. Doom about to be tossing one up as well. It's going to be very close. Actually right on the mark. Ruby loses his life, and that's a 2-man advantage right now for the side of Heroic. Because they were looking for that 4-2 lock-off. They are getting very close right now. Kayak is finding himself all the way below on the opposite side of the map, probably looking for a way or a distraction to start moving up on the eastern side, but he's being watched. Savage is fully aware of the fact that he's out there, will find that kill and shut him down. Now suddenly no more pressure coming through. YZN takes down Blast before Uno strikes back, finds a second. Savage, the last man standing now in that 1v3. What does he have? Well, 2 impacts and a 9x19 to work with, but his angle is being covered off here. If he walks forward, Doom should be able to pick up the kill. And that's the round locked off for Heroic. A 4-2 split for them in favor. And now they need to do it on defense. Really
well played by Heroic in that last round there. I just want to touch on what Uno did. You saw him push forward, got himself a beautiful double, and you could feel in his movement that the aggression was there to continue it. He knew there was another kill to be found, and it closes out the round. But what I love is that he put the stoppers on. He said, nope, I know that I've got the diffuser. I'm backing up here, and I'm going to start getting that plant down. And it just touches on something XR Draker said in the pre-game, and that was that commitment from Uno to be that support player, to be making those decisions, to be getting that diffuser down, and it was just great play from him. In the end, it wasn't needed. The cover was there. Doom got the kill, but it was just that control, that you could see the desire to push forward and get that last kill, but nope, step back, just took the edge off a little bit. Diffuser starts going down. Beautifully played from Heroic. A good first half.
It's a bit of experience that comes along with Uno as well. Of course, he knows exactly what is needed at that point, and maybe like one of the younger players would have indeed pushed forward and find themselves in a different position. Not that it would have led to their demise right away, but it could be in other rounds.
Got a little stats coming in production, working fantastically in conjunction with Fresh once again to provide us with those. Heroic, the first team this stage to play Grim. As I said, one that we don't see too often brought along. Didn't have a big impact. We did see use the gadget. It wasn't a huge gadget.
Yeah, well,
it wasn't a huge impact.
It got deployed, but no one really got caught off by it. But that's also like, you want to go at it, like, do teams purposely, avoid it, like, had it choose in that point, because you don't want to be walking through the bees, because then everybody knows who you are, kind of like a Prisma. So it definitely had some impact. It's just, it wasn't visible impact that we've had.
Just going to have Kayak defending the boundaries here. We saw Skiddy early on as well, very nearly get an opportunity. If we look at the drone game, it's still going well for Team Secret. 9 drones left alive, only 2 of those in pocket, so they should be absolutely rolling in information right now. Hap, they're certainly rolling in kills. Uno goes down. That's going to be the entry for Team Secret, and this is what I said. Team Secret getting onto the attack. It's going to be very important. Round 7, round 8, just to see how they step into it. If Heroic can win this first round as a defense, that could be a real blow to Secret, so it's good that they've got their opener.
Potential return though, as Sleben does get in the DBNO state. Blast will find a kill himself as well, and as Astro removed off the board, so only a single grenade left to worry about on this side of Heroic. Now, let's go for the pickup onto Sleben, or at least that's what they're currently going to attempt, as you saw the rotation going around from Savage. hoping to take this in a 4-on-4 fashion. The difference is, though, between these two teams is that Heroic was already all the way inside the building, and Secret really haven't been able to make that form of progress yet. They're more playing from the outside in, trying to find themselves a safe passage through with a beautiful shot from Gruby taking down Skitty. Instantly the grenade to follow up, but that will miss. Kayak didn't know how close he was to potentially losing his life out there.
Kayak at the minute just hidden away, and the fact that the nade missed would suggest they don't know at least exactly where he is, so could be an opportunity, certainly one to watch as the round passes on. If Secret start pushing in now, then is this drone going to find Kayak? No, they've misdroned him if they don't check behind that desk. Savage will not pick him up. Hap, this could be seriously dangerous for Team Secret if they push in here. It's going to be an absolute freebie. All they can hope is that it's not more than one.
That's going to be one of those round-defining moments
dear,
here.
oh dear.
He's just holding tight, waiting for the perfect moment. Spots one, misses the shot, but he's definitely given away his position now, and that means they need to deal with him. Okay, because they're getting closer. Sleben finds a kill. He needs to reply now. Finds the first, rotates around. He's not sticking around, going back towards the site. But Sleben out there waiting for him will find that kill and secure the round for Secret.
Very unlucky for Kayak there. Did great work, kept himself off the radar, misdroned, had the opportunity, but unfortunately his team was unable to hold on elsewhere, so even though he missed those couple of shots, they weren't easy to find at such a long range, but even with them landing, it was very unlikely because he was still in a 1vx because teammates were dying elsewhere around the map. So Team Secret, they come back with a very good start on attack, and that is exactly what they needed. They need to answer with at least the 4-2 half here to take them into overtime. So there's work to be done, but they've just shown that that side swap could be the difference.
And of course, we know Border to be an aggressive map, and attackers are often in favor. But you still need to be pulling out these rounds. And misdroning someone like that could be detrimental, right? Like it wasn't this time around. But who knows? It might be the diffuser just left lingering around on the back, and you just somehow take him down. There's 10 seconds left on the clock. There's no time to send someone over to fetch it and then get that plant down. So they got away with it this time. Just need to make sure it doesn't happen again because they might not be as lucky next time around. Overall, well played though by Secret. They were able to take the kills and find openings that were necessary. They were playing it from the outside quite passively compared to Heroic style of attacking, but they found success nonetheless.
Savage going to just be taking his due diligence, taking out those default cameras before pushing up to the boundary of the building. The defenders likely watching that. They will watch to see which cams get taken out first. It gives you an indication of exactly where people have spawned. We've got once again aggression from Heroic here. Look at Uno right up on the window. Certainly keen to get a jump out if he can. They're not going to be able to get drones in through here. 2 have been captured, but look at that aggression coming in. But the diffuser is down from that Capcan trap.
That's the Capcan trap coming in clutch. Uno will find a kill and confirm onto YZN. 7 goes down as well. That leaves it in a 3-on-5, 2-on-5 situation now. Savage, can you try and salvage this? Has some flashbangs to work with here. Potentially Gruby's about to be double peaked. Doesn't die by either of them. Swaps over to the pistol. He's refusing to yield this fight and wants to continue. An impact grenade won't catch him. The pistol eventually will find a kill onto Blaz. That brings it back. Slow it down just a little bit here right now as the C4 gets prepped. It's going to be tossed down the hatch. Not quite sure what the ID was right behind that, but it is at least a moment to catch some breath for the Secret players out here.
Yeah, the Secret desperately need to do that. You know, just have a look at the clock, realise that you're not in a rush. You can just take this as it comes. It's 2 versus 4. You've got plenty of time. You know, use that. Instead, pushing in, not using the drones, not using the utility, not going to know that they're going into a prox alarm. Kayak manages to take down Savage 1v4, and that is it. Uno pushes out, gets the final kill, and I don't know, I've got questions to Secret there, Hap. You know, they came out in round 7. And they played it very well. They were 4v1 at the end. You know, nice and steady. They did the drone in. It was a standard attack. They come out in round 8 and I won't say inexplicably, Russia's work sometimes, but
they got ambushed.
Why at that point just rush into site? Why at that point decide, yeah, we're just going to run into ventilation here? You run into a Capcan trap, you're ahead of yourself, you haven't drawn that out, you drop the diffuser, and then the ambush comes in, as you say. For me, Secret didn't need to change anything from round 7 there. They've decided to throw a bit of a Hail Mary rush into ventilation, And ultimately, it's cost them the round. Before they know it, they're 2-3 men down. I don't really get the need for the change. Just, keep playing your game that you played in round 7.
I mean, they thought they were trying to drone it. It's just that the mute jammers blocked it off and decided to just go for it in the end. And I don't know what was the reason for that call. Maybe it was knowledge about other players being in different spots too far away from the site to respond quickly. Maybe they thought that was going to be their saving grace, but, as soon as that diffuser goes down by a Capcan trap and then someone pops up from the window behind you and takes you out with a shotgun, you realize that was exactly what Heroic was preparing for. They probably were aware that Secret was going to be going for a play like that, set themselves up properly all around it to shut it down if it did happen. And it did happen, and Heroic managed to win that round. They're now 2 away from taking this first map in this best-of-3 series. Again, as a reminder for everybody at home, the loser is not knocked out of any major contention. Neither does the winner confirm themselves, because both will be going down to last chance qualifiers. It's just a matter of seeding. And the winning team will go up against Koi, and the losing team will go up against Wolves. So both are EUL teams. Both are formidable opponents.
Okay, then. We're going to be in round 9, and Team Secret, for me, take it back to round 7. Take it back to the standard. Just go in there, take your map control, work forward from there. Don't try to do anything too flashy, too explosive, because at the end of the day, you don't need to. You've shown that you can win the round on attack very, very comfortably without doing so. Savage just going to take out that window at distance. Skiddy was already up there and ready to potentially push in, I think. Just waiting for them if they were looking to get in through the window, but he's not going to have to push forward. He's just going to keep himself in CCTV for the time being. Oh, that's the information, and that's what I'm talking about.
I mean, round 7, you mentioned it. They played it from outside in. They were playing it nicely and passively. The grenade doesn't bounce back the way they wanted to, so unable to actually quite confirm the kill. Gemini Replicator will be moving in to try and see if they can actually get that control. Another drone is being stopped by the Mozzie Pest, and Indo has already fallen off towards the eastern stairs. A second bounce back comes through, but that won't catch anybody, of course.
Again, just flirting with danger. Grooby's going to find Skiddy, as I did have a feeling. I said he may well push out of that window, and he does decide to. Kayak manages to find Grooby on his way in, and that is trading that out at least, leaving us 4 versus 4. But again, look how aggressively this game is being played. We've had an entry, we've had a response, and we're only a minute 15 into the round. June manages to get one, traded out once again, and this is just turning into a brawl. Hap, it's blow for blow.
It definitely is, but site, at least the top part of it, seems to be completely open. Slebin finds himself in the archives, and of course we are in bathroom tellers, but the verticality should have been under control by now, but Blast suddenly pops up, finds himself a kill. Now it's 2-on-3. 2-player EDD goes off another time. There's definitely finding a lot of victims here, these Capcan traps, and that leaves it only up to YZN now to try and lock it off. He got taken down by Blast through the wall, and that means that Heroic is going to be finding themselves up onto map point.
Secret are getting hurt by unknown utility too often. That's 2 Capcan traps in 2 rounds. At this level, you can't be suffering with that. It's losing your rounds. They had 5 active drones still. Yeah, it might not be 7, it might not be 8, it might not be 9, but 5 is sufficient.
You don't need 9.
Exactly. 5 is sufficient to be finding a Capcan trap before you go through a door. They have to be picking up on that utility. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I think that's what we're seeing for Secret there. Really, they can't keep getting caught out by that.
There's also a Yana that could have used a Gemini Replicator.
Exactly, exactly.
Either way, Heroic are the most flexible team currently in Europe, having played 52 operators so far. 28 attackers and 24 defenders. So what I actually like to see from this stand is something I saw during SI as well, is that attack has gotten so flexible over the last couple of years. Because when we were on the utility meta, we basically had like 8 operators at max that you would see used like often on the attack. Now you have teams like Heroic that play 28 attackers over this entire stage so far. It's insane to think about, like how basically every single operator has a place in the meta right now, and all PC utility are finding use to some extent.
Here we go then. Could be our final round as Team Secret are just looking a little bit punch drunk at the minute. Heroic have certainly come out looking like a different outfit to the one that we saw against MNM in the last game, and it's like they've got a point to prove. Skiddy's tried this previously, nearly caught his man, but this time he's going to dip away from the angle, not going to overly challenge that. He's going back for more. Happy knows that they're there. He can't find his shots though, Savage and Skiddy just escaping each other's clutches without any damage, but it's going to be doomed to pick up Sleben. Could this be the beginning of the end for Team Secret here on border?
Could definitely be, and there's definitely some pace down below as well as Car gets taken down by Astro over that top. Now, of course, the side is going to be finding themselves up on the top floor. Those players that are currently downstairs need to be finding themselves a way back up sooner rather than later, because Secret is continuing onwards the way they currently are. They're just taking what they need and move onwards from there as Astro takes Blaz, another grenade pops and almost takes down Uno. Before Skiddy finally strikes back, it's a 3-on-3 effectively. Still trying to take control off CCTV, but Skiddy, he's not yielding. He's still fighting. He's still trying to go back in. All he needs is a single headshot. He will find himself with another kill.
Skiddy's actually doing a great job there. He's just managed to take damage off 2 people. Can't juice himself up before being dealt with, though, as YZN closes him down. And once again, another round at absolute breakneck pace finds us with 20 seconds, 1 minute 20 gone. And Astro manages to take out Uno. That's the big problem piece that's now been removed. It leaves Doom in a 1v3, finds himself a freebie, though. And this just became doable, Hap.
It definitely did, but that gave away the idea that they could go for a potential plant as well. But Joom finds himself so close already. It seems like they're aware, and they go for the double swing together. Secret will hold on for at least another round because they were aware he was coming. And it just pre-firing them both at the same time, find themselves that kill, and find themselves a round to bring themselves up to 6-4.
Something for Secret to hold on to there, really, is getting that round, because it's not just a round, it's not just 4-6, it's the fact that they've taken Armory, which will have likely been the primary site choice for Heroic to get this over the line. So yes, they can go back and try that again, but it's just putting that doubt in their mind. They're going to move themselves on. You know what? We don't want any more of that top floor action. We're going to go to ventilation instead. The problem that I'm a little bit concerned of here for Heroic is this is the one that I criticised Team Secret for back in round 8. They just pretty much ran in through the door. They got caught out by the Capcan. It all went wrong. They got ambushed. They're not going to do that again. So Heroic thinking, yep, we've won that. That's fine. Let's go back there. I don't think it's really that true a reflection, because now they're going to see a different Team Secret attacking this site than they won this all back in round 8. So I'm not sure this works out for Heroic, and if Secret can grab this, if they can take this round, I'm starting to feel like it could be anybody's then.
Now, as Heroic has reached the 54th operator played, as you mentioned, are now going down below. And the thing is, I think that last round basically pivoted around Skiddy. If he was able to just stay put and not have to go over to heal Uno, he would have been in a safer position. He wouldn't have been picked up from that window, and suddenly it was still a 3-on-3. Suddenly CCTV would still be under control, which was, of course, the entry point that Secret was able to use to get themselves towards the site. So that shows you how just a single kill could be so detrimental. Secret, though, have found a different way of dealing with Capcan traps. And I believe it is going to be the clutch drone that they have sent out to try and spot these Capcan traps to maybe find their original owner instead. Default cam has been hacked. It's going to be giving them good information over the side of 90. They're aware of the fact that there's someone out here behind, which is June. But spots came through and Capcan traps weren't quite able to reach it with the clutch drone. The second one is still in position, so they can still move that one in.
Taking out the drone up above there. Blaz just spotting out those couple of pixels that were the wrong colour. And that is not a bad shout. Capturing Capcan traps can be absolutely, quite literally lethal. Uno is going to know that that's happened though, so able to take it down. It's just such a difficult thing to keep a track of and to realise if you're moving around quickly, particularly around the site as a defender, it's one that could definitely catch you out. For anybody unaware, by doing that with the clutch drone, it actually flips it, so the Capcan trap would explode for a defender moving through it. That's a good entry from Astro though. Manages to take Skiddy, and that's top floor control underway for Team Secret.
It's the kind of play they need right now to secure themselves some form of success. At least they weren't going to go for another rush. Now they are trying to take it a bit more like round 7, as you mentioned, a bit more outwards to in. The map is paper thin. All you need is just a couple of shots and you're ready through a wall, and you can see 2 rooms further. And right now, Secret is trying to play that to their fullest advantage. They're aware of someone to be around in the archives, are able to find a kill as well. The second one to be found by Groovy, a third on the board as well, and only up to Uno now with a minute on the clock to try and clutch it up as Feet gets shot out. Sleben finds the kill, and we find ourselves with 6-5. And you were right, Tim, it was not the play to go back down there.
As I said, Heroic, yes, they wanted to change it up from Armory. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. I just hope it wasn't based on round 8, because like I say, you've not seen Team Secret attack that properly. And when we see them come in and do things differently, they give a much better account of themselves than they did last time. So, you know, maybe somewhere else might have been the better play. But ultimately, that's what it was. Round 11 goes to Team Secret. Heroic now find themselves. They've been reeled back in. It was 6-3. They've given away 2 map point opportunities. And what an early blow to strike. Taking Secret's map away from them would be. Now it's the tack time out. Now you feel Heroic are on the back foot a little bit.
Of course, they have a lot to talk about now because they've played 3 different sites. They've seen themselves lose on 2 of them. And thus that means that they need to try and quickly figure out what exactly is going wrong and how they can change that. Bathroom Teller's coming up. It's the one that they were able to win, the one they were able to reach map point with. Hoping to do that again as they're up against Secret. But that timeout is not just for this next round. Of course, the majority of it is going to be about round 12 because that's where you either make this round happen and you find yourselves onto map 2 or you're headed towards overtime. But that's what the second part of that timeout is about. Like, if we go to overtime, don't worry, we're on this side. Like, this and this are these final tips that you need to be aware of. As we're quickly visiting or revisiting Gruby's 3K here up the top. Really just cleaned it all up by himself.
The important point for overtime, of course, that being Team Secret start on attack. So Heroic, they're looking at this thinking,
time's running out.
You know, we could do with getting this done now. It's been 4-2 halves in favour of the attackers. So Heroic are not going to want to go in there, continuing on defence, having only picked up 2 rounds. So for me now, this could be a really pivotal round here on Border. And it could well be the last opportunity that Heroic get to get this one done.
Getting it done is what they'll be looking for. Seeing if there's any form of aggression, and the answer is yes. Instantly, just getting going for the run out. Actually gets a little bit of a tag down onto Savage, but nothing too major. Savage mostly just focusing on getting these Capcan traps under control. Now, if you hack that procs, they're going to be aware of the fact that you've hacked it. And it does exactly that. That's all 3 clutch charges used. Is Oryx going to be aware? It's always that big question. Might not be. Karkat Leagues doesn't take out the Capcan traps as of yet.
I think the Capcan trap. Ooh, which side of the board were they on? Sorry, yeah, they're on the inside.
They've been found now.
Yeah, so they're going to be dealt with now. I mean, that's the other important thing, Hap. Yeah, if you can turn it round completely and somebody walks through one, you know, yeah, brilliant. But really, it's more about just forcing them defenders to destroy their own utility. Basically, it's now rendered harmless to you. There's no way that they can change that back. It's not like, you know, maybe an Echo drone that could be recaptured by a Mozzie Pest. You know, if we're really going down the rabbit hole.
I mean, you could Mozzie a clutch drone and then rehack the Capcan traps, but I mean, it's a lot
just
of
wheels within wheels, Hap. But the likelihood is that they're just going to get shot out. Blast manages to level things up. Important kill for Heroic there. They certainly don't want Mankind getting away from them. This is a very late reinforcement.
Especially with someone else on the opposite side of that window there. Could have quickly sent some rounds their way if they were quick enough and taken him down. Let the clutch drone just start roaming around, seeing if you can find anything. You see already 1 hack has been completed. Not quite sure what piece of utility that was, but 2 more to be gained as Karg will find Astro. This is some good developments coming down from Heroic. If it wasn't for YZN taking one down as well, they have the shoulder to hand that they're firing upon from Doom, and they forced him out of his position.
It's definitely going to move that feet. The footwork is not good enough, though. Savage manages to take down his man. 3 versus 2. Heroic, you've got a minute and you've got 1 man. It's all up to Uno to get this done here and now. Otherwise, it's going to require some extra rounds. And Hap, we're going to overtime.
14 or 15 rounds is going to be that next question, but well played here by Secret. They realized where Heroic were, they managed to take them down effectively. And that last kill, that wasn't actually knowledge of the player out there, that was just opening up the barricade. Suddenly rounds start flying back at you there. So just a quick response on the return fire. 6-6 overtime indeed on that very first map.
Secret, for the first time maybe in this game, are going to feel like they've got a real advantage here coming in. As I say, they've hung on long enough to see themselves get that overtime attacking start. They've just gone 4-2 on their attacking half, so you've really got to say that the odds are with them at the minute. It's going to be back to Armory. Let's not forget, this is the site that was lost back in round 10, and it's where the wheels started to come off for Heroic, where they allowed Team Secret to step back into this matchup. You've got to remind you, it was 6-3 at a point to Heroic, 3 map points that they were unable to lock down. So Secret, they are certainly carrying some momentum into this overtime.
For sure, they'll be feeling it for this well, third half really to come through. They want to make sure that they lock off at least one of these next 2 rounds to find themselves in a better spot for that final one. Because as you mentioned, the majority of rounds has gone to the attack, 8 of them out of the 12 played. If we're looking at the opening kill statistics, most of them have gone towards the attack as well. I believe it is in total, 9 times out of the 12 rounds we've seen it went to the attack. So it's always a nice statistic to have. Groby's just spotted Kayak there. I'm not sure if Kayak was actually looking up at the drone because he doesn't seem to be too worried about it. No, he's not dealing with it currently. So they know exactly where Kayak is, and that drone is going to be continuing to provide that accurate information.
Astro just going to be taking out the default cam, waiting for that information to come in. Kayak is the one that he would be pushing into, but certainly not going to be taking that fight on just yet. Kayak actually dips himself, dips himself back into office, but he's actually going to try and just reclaim his position at the top of these stairs.
Throwing a quick magnet there to support his teammates, so if he falls, there's still his legacy in the magnets about. That could be helpful there for them. Now he's truly falling off though, as the wall next to him has been opened up by Selma, so it's no longer viable to play around there, so he'll be moving himself over to Fountain, and the potential to move into 90 as well, which will give him a bit more flexibility to deal with. The mirror window from Blazer is in a good position to stop them from using the full potential of these stairs, and thus he will decide to do so as well. First grenades are started to come through. Savage will find Skitty. He literally just moved into that position where the grenade bounced onto and sees his life removed.
Can hear another Selma charge just detonating there, and I love what Team Secret are doing here. Just piece by piece, they are removing each barrier that is in front of them. You know, I think they've recognised that these rounds, as I've said so far, have been lightning quick. The teams haven't been using all the time available to them, whereas Team Secret now are a little happier to do that. You know, we've got Kayak at the top of these stairs. Selma charge, open the wall, move in from there. Right, we've got a problem in 90 corridor. Right, Selma charge onto break room wall, get that open, problem solved, and they're just working through it step by step. They've got themselves the advantage in terms of man count as well. Real opportunity for Secret.
You know, in a good position right here, right on the back of the Ash, and will find a kill onto Groovy as well. There's a little pressure suddenly removed. Savage will strike back to onto June. One of the mirror windows has been rendered useless. This grenade could be round defining, but the magnet will catch it, and that means Kayak will find himself safe. Moves in aggressively, finds the diffuser, knows of a second around the mirror window, but he's afraid of potentially being peeked from different angles as well, so he decides to hold the door. They need to recover that diffuser. The leg gets spotted, and the heads get taken down. Savage finds Kayak and leaves Heroic in a 2v3 situation.
Great example of perspective working within the game there. Kayak, of course, close to the object, so the man further away just had the advantage on being able to find that angle. Diffuser is going down. Savage is able to stick it after the kill that I spoke about, and that is a good position for Secret now. Uno, Blaz trying to fight their way back into this. 30 seconds to find the kills. Sleben just holding on from the ventilation window. No, he's going to be taken out. Savage with a double and an ace, and that is Team Secret getting their first round in overtime and giving themselves their first opportunity to win this match.
The opening kill, the plant, and the ace, all for Savage right there. If there's a round that's good for your EPS...
That was Savage versus Heroic.
That was Savage versus Heroic. It's definitely that round he just played out there. And now they find themselves at a map point. It's only map 1, everybody. Remember, the winning team is going to be going up against Koi, the losing team up against Wolves. But it's not over after this round or the next. We're only merely headed towards Oregon afterwards. And now Secret will find themselves on the defense. Now they have found themselves with a little bit of success on Armory and also a bit of success on Customs. But they decide to go for a completely different side instead. It is, well, no, it is actually Customs they're heading to. So they are going to go down towards that first floor site. They found that success on earlier. And the key role here was the pressure they had onto CCTV. That is something they were unable to take from the side of Heroic, and thus they're playing it exactly the same. Mirror windows out, verticality out as well by Doc using that bailiff to open stuff up, and we might actually see a bit of an expansion coming down as well with the use of the castle to provide somewhat, you know, of a safer area with those castle barricades around.
Yeah, you've got to keep hold of that vertical. Round 4, they played this site and lost it. Uno was able to get the diffuser down. Having that verticality in round 5 prevented that, and what a start! Savage straight out of the door, has a look over the east stairs balcony, cuts down Kayak, and that is a big, big blow to Heroic. 14 kills for Kayak. He's been firing on all cylinders, but he's going to be firing on absolutely none here in round 14.
Already 3 drones destroyed as well, and I'm not sure how many Kayak still had in pocket because those are going to be gone as well, of course. And as Heroic, they will have a man less to worry of, or to play with rather, as the RC Reterrors are starting to pop off some extra angles right here. Secret not too worried about that. They want to lock off these 4 final kills. And as a window gets opened up, Joom fully aware of the fact that he might just receive some pressure from the sandwich window out there, so will fall off instead. He's not going to stick around.
Going to be sending in the Rotero drones instead. Heroic just having a little bit of a pause here, knowing that they need to get themselves prepped. They can't throw away any more lives, and that could be an issue when it comes down to time. Still working on the defaults, but Blaz, he manages to find Savage. That levels things up, and that's going to be his 6-kill streak ended here in round 14. Savage taken down, leaving us 4 versus 4, and we're still only halfway through the round. Heroic have got time. They've still got the utility they need. They only lost the Twitch. Really not the end of the world. This is definitely doable for Heroic to keep themselves in it.
Blast still sneaking around. Of course, they know where he was, but do you want to retake that ground? The answer will be no. Like, why would you try and retake the office for yourselves? I mean, it's nice to have, but it doesn't really participate towards your round victory in the end here. CCTV is way more important, and that's what they're currently holding off on. Astro hiding right behind a PC there just to show as little of his head as possible. Of course, it's not going to be bulletproof, and actually goes for a bit of an overheal right here as he wants to lean back into the fight. Spots the one, takes down Skitty as well. Flashbang still pop, but no success as of yet for the side of Heroic, as Gribby will find another one as well. Blaz gets shut down, and it's the end of the round as Team Secret will be finding themselves the first map under their name.
Like a boulder rolling downhill there, Secret just picked up more and more pace towards the end of that round, and were able to close it out. Ultimately, that choice of starting on the attack really helping them in overtime, as they were able to just get themselves such a solid foundation. The confidence rolled on. I think that was 5 rounds in a row for them, Hap, and ultimately Heroic just really lost their way in that second half.
Weren't quite able to put up any of that pressure they were in the first. They were quick. They were able to just go straight to the point on that first map. Unfortunately, as soon as they went over towards the defense, that doesn't really work out anymore when Secret were able to just dispatch of them, unravel their defense.
They were. It's a tough one for Heroic. There's going to be a lot for them to look at. I think, you know, the second half, yes, they were defending, but the foot certainly came off the gas a little bit as well. Maybe not quite as adaptive as they had been in the first half. But we will see what our analysts make of that one after this short break.
Hey guys, my name is Bakbo.
I'm Leon Gids.
My name is Vivek.
I'm Bibu.
So my name is Noah.
I am Tyrant.
My name is Nilo.
My name is Mark Steinman.
A hard support and an IGL basically means that I'm playing all the hard breach operators. I'm joining in my team, making sure the job's done. I think the reason I'm so good at this role is because I'm very vocal as a player. I've got a deep understanding in the game.
I am an entry, but I'm also the person that can just go anywhere on the map. I'm kind of like that wildcard player.
And I enter the map like as fast as possible, obviously, and take the map control, which is pretty important.
In the team, I'm best known for helping people that are roaming from site with echo drones or falcams. Like a backbone of the team. I'm playing anything that's needed for the team.
As hard breach be, if you die early on in the round, you're just putting your team at a massive disadvantage. So something I always try to do is make sure that I'm as close to the back as I can and let my entries do most of the work. That's their job.
I think what I like about entry the most is I kind of get to use my teammates to just get me in the building and do what I love.
It's a pretty aggressive role, I think, and I'm pretty confident on it. You need to be confident actually on that role. Like, you are normally the first person inside the building taking the first gunfight.
What I like about my role the most is probably I have so much control over the round. If something isn't going right, it's on my shoulders to correct it.
The best part about my role is that I get to sit back, just throw my teammates in and let them do the work for me.
Something I would suggest to anyone looking to go pro or at least get better at either IGL or hard support roles would just be to study VOD of either yourself or other experienced players on that role.
Make sure you're stern and you're confident in what you're calling, so your teammates know and they can trust you and understand what they're doing.
Communication, you need to have a clear communication, be calm.
Try to get your teammate involved to pre-place a camp for you that he can hold in the beginning of a round if you want to take map control fast.
Your mechanics, so like your aim or your positioning.
By watching other players, you can of course just see what they're doing and implement their tips and tricks into your own gameplay.
For me, I feel like you just got to have a lot of game knowledge and then self-confidence as well.
Just be confident. I think that's actually a very big part.
You have to be feeling like you're going to win every single one of your gunfights as soon as you go into them.
I'm very comfortable in my role. I think I'm definitely one of the best people to do what I do. I don't want to say too much, but probably top 5.
I can keep a level head in these intense situations.
My game knowledge is like, I feel like it's above like everyone else's in UL, to be honest.
I can adapt really well.
I can just go in any side of the map without even needing a drone half the time because I know that people are not going to be there.
I think I'm pretty confident to become the best. I think I'm extremely hungry for it.
I can always be working to improve, you know. If something goes wrong, I can always learn from that situation and do better next time.
It's been my dream like all my life, and now I've been given the chance to do it.
It can't be a game that Tim casts that doesn't actually go to overtime. Des or not, seems like we found the right culprit to lay this on. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Hello, I'm Milosh, with me our fresh and extra Troika, and here to break down map number 1 of our series between Heroic and Secret. And for all intents and purposes, if you ask me, someone who knows nothing about Rainbow Six Siege, Heroic should have had this game in the bag. But
it's the opportunity, didn't they?
They bottled it, mate.
They did bottle it. There was a little bit of bottling going on, to be fair.
Yeah.
Early game, Heroic, they started off on a tear. Kayak in particular, where has he come from in the first 3 rounds?
He was feeling it. There was wall bangs, there was plants, there was 3Ks.
Ended the 3rd round at 8-2.
Wow.
Unbelievable start. But it was very short. Well, it wasn't very short-lived, but it overall was quite short-lived.
Yeah, it was very frantic as well. Like,
yes.
you know, the average plant time, Heroic got 3 plants down in that first round. The average plant time was with 1 minute and 7 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
That's how fast they were playing that pace. I thought it was genuinely really good attacking showcase on border. Obviously, the sides flipped, and Secret were looking down, they were looking out. They found a spark from somewhere. Now, we know Secret can attack this map. We know they like their ideas. They tried one of their crazy ideas, ran into cap cans. It was comical. You could have put some Benny Hill music over the top of it. Genuinely, it was comical. But then they figured it out. They went back to their basics. They played a little bit more compact, isolated Heroic. What, 5 rounds in a row?
I think that comeback from Secret might have something to do with our MVP for this map, who is Savage.
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean, you know, me and Ollie both have seen this kid grow up through tier 3, you know, in terms of coming into tier 1. We know he's got the quality, and we know that he sometimes has to take a back seat on this roster, particularly to Astro and Grubby. Not saying that's a bad thing. He's playing for the team a lot of the time. But today he shone. There was obviously that 1 round where he gets the ace and the plant as well, showing just how important and how good a player he is.
Round 13, ace and a plant. What more can you do as an attacker in a round of Siege apart from get all 5 kills and get the plant down? Now you've got to get 4 kills, then get the you can't get 5 kills, then get the plant. And you've got to do it in a certain specific order, but he certainly did. And he was good on the entry as well.
Yeah, obviously got the entry, got the nade kill, like everything in that round that could have gone right for him. I think Hap said at the time, his EPS will fly up because of that one round.
And it definitely did. Now we'll see if Savage can keep it up on map 2 of the series. Remind everybody of our maps that were picked up. So, of course, the best of 3 series. We went for Border first. Oregon will be our second one. In our pregame, all year mentioning, Oregon this is it. Like, everybody knows how to play. It's just like Clubhouse. It's not this random map that comes out of nowhere. So what's the game plan here? It's Heroic's pick. Can they bounce back?
It's a big change of pace, isn't it? You move in from a border that was quite a quick border considering we went to overtime. A lot of the rounds were only lasting a minute and a half or a minute and 40 until it was almost nearly wrapped up. You're now flicking that switch and going to the opposite end of the scale. You go into Oregon, where I think it will benefit Heroic, really, because they need to try and suck some of that momentum out of Secret. Secret have just come off the back of 5 rounds in a row. They've just come off the back of a very successful comeback on border, and they're probably going to be feeling quite confident. Now you look at Oregon and you start thinking, right, as Heroic, they need to bring a little bit more structure back into this play day.
You talked about the key word just then, momentum. And I'm looking at momentum and I'm thinking, the team that's in the momentum at the minute is Team Secret. Heroic are starting the attack on Oregon. Now, I've got a very horrible statistic I'm about to throw out. If you're a fan of Heroic, during UL this stage, they've played Oregon twice, attacked 9 times. They've won 1 attack.
Now,
that was only onto a Kid Storm's defense. They've not attacked Laundry Supply successfully. They've not attacked Meat and Kitchen successfully. 25% attack win rate on Kid Storms. So they're going to have to pull something out of the bag with regards to their attacks if they're going to, keep in this, because Secret have the momentum. It could well snowball.
And it did snowball against Heroic the last time they played in our playoffs last week. Things got out of hand, but Heroic, maybe they can bring it back. Map 3 is a potential bank that would be more open, more flexible. See if they can pull it off. There you go. Our lobby's ready. Ollie fresh. We're set to go. Back to our casters for a series.
Thank you very much, Milosh. We are coming back in, Hap. It was, I won't say necessarily an expected result. Team Secret, it was their map choice. I think after the first few rounds, it was a little bit unexpected. Heroic set off, they came out of the traps like a rocket.
It's kind of, if you look at the first half, you would be like, oh, Heroic is all over this, right? Like, they got this. They've been in control for the majority of it. And then the second half starts. The Secret, they have some hands. They're fighting back, and they're showing that they actually were the ones with the upper hand in the end, due to, of course, how overtime works out and them having an extra opportunity on the attack. Not that they needed it. Social vote, very split, very even. 49-51.
No surprise, it's a very difficult map to call, is this. Oregon can be a fairly even map. It's one of those that I feel sort of fluctuates a little bit depending on the day, depending on the teams that turn up. And Heroic there, they've just been beaten up a little bit. Like I say, it was 5 rounds in a row that Secret were able to take. They were 6-3 down. I've said it before, I'll say it again. For me, that is a quality of a Twister team. As a coach, Furia were exactly the same. Basically, it's just not knowing when you're beaten. 6-3 down. Heroic have had the run of things in the first half, and still they come back and win. And I think it's a fantastic quality that he manages to bring 2 teams that he coaches, and Secret are certainly showing that it's a quality that they're starting to carry now. So let's see how it goes from there. Our bands are coming in for Oregon. We're going to have the Ying band. We're going to have the Flores band to kick us off.
Flores is also what Heroic banned when they were up against Virtus Pro. They lost that one with a 5-7 in the group stages. Back then they also banned a Valkyrie. Let's see. Oh, Solace to be removed. Okay, so we're not going to go for the exact same bans they wanted to go for at that point. The Solace to be taken care of is, of course, to help them survive their drones just a little bit longer, because, we saw some struggles with that, whereas, Secret, they had their drones up like 9, for example, with like a minute already passed. Heroic would only have like 5 left after a minute or so. Azami to be the last one to be removed. Of course, it's never really a wonder why a team would be banning Azami. How odd of them to do so.
How unusual, as you say. As Army, of course, and Solus, you know, they're going to be two very common bans going forward. They already have been to this point, and it just speaks as to their power within the server. We're going to be heading then to begin with. Team Secret will kick us off on the defense again, same as on Border, and they will go to Laundry to begin with. It's all the way down to the basement.
Now, Heroic, they played this last against Virtus Pro, as I just mentioned, and they were able to win a single attacking round, 4 rounds onto the defense. So that's what we're going to be looking out for here. Like, how is their attacks going to be shaping up against Secret here? Because if they're able to just get that single round, you're going to start wondering, like, is that going to be enough? Is this going to be like them basically already out for this matchup and Secret close to get off? Either way, as we get going into the bottom floor, as you just mentioned, there is multiple ways to play this. Sometimes you have a full turtle, everybody's finding himself onto that first floor, all the hedges get reinforced, and sometimes you have a roamer or two about that is just going to be making sure that that top floor needs to be cleared. A lot of time gets wasted, because if you start to think about it, you don't need a lot of time, especially not of the majority of Heroic. Oh, they thought for a second we're going to go for a rush here, which stack themselves up and go for it.
Well, classic Heroic Rush is not going to be on this time. Doom is going to be sending in the clutch drone from Brava. Just A, gather information, B, see if they can pick up any of those ADSs or other utility that's going to prevent them getting into the position they want to, which is going to be taking elbow control. Not going to be able to see anything from there, Doom. You're going to have to push in a little deeper. But I think just waiting for maybe other information to come into play before doing so.
Yeah, they want to time it, synchronize it with something, so at least there's a bit of a distraction going on, and I think that was the Twitch drone that was meant to do that, but it has been taken out onto the actual tower stair, so that's not going to be successful at all. Savage quite close up towards the barrels door, is just holding it tight with the SMG-11, has the opportunity to shoot the Goyo pocket if there is a push to come through. Whereas the rest of Heroic still trying to get control, still trying to get information, and now get a spot down onto a player, giving them the opportunity. They might have been misdrawn, but Skitty finds the opening kill nonetheless, as Astro steps out a bit too much there. And the clutch drone still just holding tight, not knowing that 2 players are actually watching that exact same doorway. It's going to be impossible to move through currently.
I feel, unless, I don't know if he was drawn or if there was maybe a little bit of pressure coming from the other side of meeting. There wasn't really a need for Astro to step out and peek there. More time could have been burnt. It's effectively a 4 versus 2 at the minute, as Savage has found himself down as well. It's all up to Sleb, and it's fallen apart quickly as Heroic put in a fantastic attack onto the basement, and Secret, they cannot hold on. Heroic don't even need to get near planting before they've picked apart that problem and picked themselves up round number 1.
Yeah, just to answer the question right there, like, why did he move out of the way? Well, a drone did just move through and just had that spot as well, so it might have been either stepping out to actually kill the drone, because you start chasing drones sometimes, or it might have been, oh, I've been spotted, I need to move, let's go down the staircase, being unaware of the fact that the door had been opened. But as soon as that happened, they found themselves with basically no one left up on the top floor to roam around. There's suddenly no more threat that you are going to get flanked at that point, and then you just, you know, start hitting all the checkboxes. Let's start moving in together. This is the execute we've been waiting for, because you could see, you know, he was ready, he was just holding at a specific moment, not moving at all, making callouts like, okay, how far are you, Blaz? Great. Kayak, where are you at this point? Okay, Joom, have you got the entry yet? Okay, now we move, right? He was just being the frontline leader in that matter. We're headed back towards the bottom floor. Secret realized that there is an opportunity to beat the team they're up against here, Heroic. Now, and as I mentioned before, you can either go for a roam here, or you can turtle down, and it seems like it's going to be a complete turtle down now. All 5 players headed down towards the ground floor. One actually headed back up.
The big question, of course, being how long does it take Heroic to recognise and realise that and just go in and get that control? They need to move quickly, really. You know, the opportunity is there for them. Don't mess about. Get yourself inside. Get those hatches opened and start applying pressure down into sight. I think that's going to be exactly the case. What an absolute beauty. And we catch it from a wonderful angle there as Blaz goes in and gets that entry onto Grube. Just poetically beautiful.
It's what they were waiting for at that point, just getting, you know, they were walking in slowly. They didn't want to give away their plan right there, and they executed it to perfection. Skitty now going on the chase, aware that someone is around on the laundry stairs, doesn't just want to move in front of that destructible wall because you never know if a C4 or maybe some shots will follow you through. And they don't need to. 2 minutes left on the clock, Tim. There's plenty of time for them to just, you know, isolate these players, get some drones in, maybe take care of some utility in places you can with these Twitch drones. And just to make sure, double check that there's no one left around on that top floor, because that could be detrimental if there would be. Skitty now descends the laundry stairs. He's going to be finding himself in a fight soon, or rather he's going to be starting to pick some fights soon to be a distraction for the rest of his team.
Twitch drone is going to be missed there. Opportunity to take down some gadgetry, but no, will be picked up at the second attempt of asking. Astro going to take that out. And as I suggested, Heroic already getting those hatches open. Laundry is done. Meeting will be next. And they are making good progress here, as you say, Hap, you know, moving very quickly. We're still only just past the halfway mark. They've got presence at rear stage stairs. They've got hatches opening up. They can start to pressure pillars more directly. This is going to be a tough one for Team Secret to hold on to, especially with a man disadvantage. That's a nice catch of the nade there, though. The attacker just having to dip his way back up the stairs so he doesn't take damage from his own gadgetry.
55 seconds on the clock. They need to find an entry somewhere. Savage gets a beautiful kill onto June. That's going to be alleviating the pressure just a little bit right here. But Heroic, they've had the opportunity for the full 3 minutes so far to set themselves up in a way they want to so they can go for the perfect execute. Can they find it? Well, no, not yet. Astro takes down Skitty, and now Heroic seems to be going for a bit of a rotate. The diffuser is relocating himself as well. Up above, we see Blaz returning from barrels, looking to join. Uno, that is going to be looking to drop one of those hatches with Kayak, putting up some pressure from the freezer, but not really being gifted anything as of yet.
Secret have stood up well to the test that was ahead of them, and they are now finding themselves just trying to hold on for 15 more seconds. This is going to be difficult for Heroic to push into. There's still gadgetry helping them out. YZN, as he comes across, manages to find his man stepping into freezer. Kayak with a late trade, but 5 seconds left to go. Diffuser down. It's all over here as Kayak does get cut down inside a freezer, and that is going to be Team Secret taking the defense. They were right to go back to the basement. They knew they had it in them. Changed up the style. Nice adaptation.
They went full turtle there. They gave a lot of time to Heroic to prepare themselves to allow them to open up all the hatches. But it was all fine because they knew that, you know, if you might have hatch control, but what does that really give you? An opportunity to drop. If you hold those drops, there's no way they can start moving through, especially if you then remove the pressure that was coming in from barrels as well by just that quick swing onto Jude, taking him down. Suddenly, barrels seems relatively clear. Suddenly, you can start holding those drops from multiple directions, and that's exactly what they did. 1-1. Up towards the top floor we head. Shield protected by some ADSs there is going to be meant to provide a challenge towards the balcony. Make sure that Kayak is not allowed to just freely open up the wall that has already been opened up for him.
Yeah, the likelihood here is that Secret will look to use that rotation into closet to be able to play aggressively onto balcony, to be able to pop things like the Goyo canister just to give them an alternate angle of attack. And then if the moment presents itself, I imagine they will probably keep a reinforcement in pocket so that they can then just close that up should they be safe to do so. They will need somebody active in trophy, really. We've seen people try to do it without, and we've seen them lose their lives trying to do it without, so certainly got to be careful. If you look up at the top left of your screen, you can see the reinforcements, the ones that are full with a little dot inside. They are the ones that have been used, so as you say, Hap, 2 left available, so certainly part of the thinking there that can be closed up later in the round.
Yeah, maybe something else as well, depending on where the pressure is coming from. Maybe they realize that the full pressure is coming in from the bathroom, for example, at the bedroom, for example, and they realize, okay, well, just closing up the opposite side of the map, so a lone player is not going to be able to just push through there without being hurt. Either way, Skitty finds himself up on the top of white very quickly here, finds himself in a gunfight as well, but is unable to actually quite connect. Takes more damage than he deals, and Sleben will lock it off with the shotgun. Beautifully played by Secret there. He might have almost gone unseen, but we're aware of the fact that someone was coming up the white stairs instead.
Yeah, a nice little 1-2 from Secret there, really. Gruby doing the damage inside a sight, and a little bit lucky probably to get away without any damage himself, but it worked out beautifully, as then it just left a position where Sleben could pick up the easy kill onto Skiddy at the bottom of White Stairs. It looks like Heroic have just lost a little bit of shape with that death coming in as well. I think they maybe expected a little bit more success to be coming out of White Stairs, and right now Team Secret, they're just able to hold their angles and wait to see where this push is forming up from, but they've decided Sleben is the problem. He needs to be moved.
I mean, you know, if you want to go for that top floor take through the window and through White, you need to have control of security, because if Sleben is allowed to play here, he's just going to be using that shotgun to stop you from vaulting in. Now, they're aware of where he's at. They're currently trying to put pressure on him from multiple sides. Security is falling into the hands of Blaz as well. June finds Sleben, and Sleben did not pull the trigger on him when he was aiming right at his head. It happens, and that means he's back into a 4-on-4, but still, if you look at it, relatively little control for Heroic so far. But Secret, they are playing very offside as well. Like, until just now, everybody was just being in a bit of a passive position.
Uno setting up the Ursa shields just outside of double window. Again, a fantastic place to be able to cut off rotations in and around site. But Gruby, he's not needing to rotate. His feet have been pretty much locked into that position throughout the round so far. He's damaged one, killed another. Astro manages to find Doom. This is all going Secret's way at the minute as Blaz tries to get something going, looks to creep up those armory stairs, but the default cam will see him, and that is going to mean they know exactly where he's coming from. Gruby with another great round from him. And Team Secret find themselves now 2-1.
Well done by Secret there, and again, Skiddy being able to go up that far onto the White Stairs, basically unseen. Could have been problematic if it wasn't for Gruby basically challenging him on the top of White, sending him back down right into the shotgun arms of Savage that just took him out there. And then suddenly Heroic, they had a change of hearts. Like, well, we wanted to maybe go quick into the side, but that's been, well, fenced off by the defenders. So instead, we need to be dealing with the verticality from below. And they did that, but lost too much time and weren't quite able to translate that into any pressure elsewhere. So 2-1 now. Team Secret, as they're headed towards their tertiary site, which is going to be dining in the kitchen rather than meeting. It's still a bit of a debate on like, which one is played most.
It is, definitely. I was going to say that myself coming in. You know, I don't know exactly that it's 50-50. Meeting has taken a little bit of favour recently, I will say that. But yeah, dining's still very viable. What I like to see here, there's a lot of different ways to attack this. You can look to get top floor control. It's not absolutely essential. If you look for a dining plant, you can still get away with it without the top floor. But they will look to dislodge, but I like this defense that's being put inside a meeting, because that was the point I was really going to make. Attackers, there is an opportunity here to really open this site up completely, make it a bit of a wind tunnel almost. You can open up dining wall, open up meeting wall, and you've just got that long line of sight all the way through, and it makes it very difficult for any defenders to keep themselves inside a site. You can take out all the utility. Very, very difficult to hold on to, but Sleben, he's going to help them one step closer. Gruby gets another as well, and all of a sudden it's 5 versus 3. Heroic are on the back foot on what should be Team Secret's worst site.
I was actually going to say, it's the first time this is played throughout the entire European Stage 1. So, you know, it hasn't been seen yet throughout these last couple of weeks. Now, starting this off with a 2-man disadvantage on the attack is not going to be very helpful. Legs are being taken down from Blaz as well. He survives, but just barely. And instantly afterwards, they're going aggressive on either side. They really want to be hunting Blaz down. Phones are going off. Skiddy will find Sleben in the meantime, and they'll find themselves in a 4-on-3, 3-on-3 situation, actually, as the trades continue to go on. It hasn't ever stopped since Border. And now as we have a bit of breath, Heroic have opportunity to, you know, reconvene.
They're going to need to, Hap, I think, at this point. You know, they really need to be getting their heads together and thinking, you know, exactly how can we start to break down these Team Secret defenses, because Secret are working very well as a team, covering each other very well. One will do damage, the next will finish the kill. It's just all very, very good from them so far here on Oregon. This is ultimately Heroic's map pick. If they want that better seed in the last chance qualifiers, you know, this is now the time to start doing it. Uno's going to find himself down. That's Diffuser on the ground as well, and Skiddy has got an absolutely mammoth task ahead of him. He may take the risk here, but it is a huge gamble to try and get Uno back on his feet.
We wanted to open up the barricade there, but not actually hit the Banshee. Failed to do so. Destino is now allowed to go back up, opens up the hatch so he can rotate around. He wants to be approaching this from a different angle, but the barricade is still closed. So he needs to open up. There's going to be giving away some information as well that there is going to be a push coming down from that direction. And now they should be aware of the fact that they are coming from the green hole right towards the kitchen. Rotation's already happening, as you see above from Secret. They're not wanting to, you know, give them any free space. Let them worry about where you are going to be popping up next. And it seems like Skitty is aware of the fact that someone is coming down this staircase here. He's going quite aggressive, but the rotation comes back up. Savage running for his life.
I think that's the smart play there from Savage. They know that they can hold on to this with verticality. They need, it can't be cooked for long enough. There comes one kill for Skitty, but Diffuser is in hand, not going to have an opportunity to put it down. Secret knew at that point, Harp, you've got two. They're meeting on green side. There's nothing they can do to open things up. They will have been confident at that point. No hard breach ability. And so what do? Hold on to that top floor. You know there's no way they can plant in kitchen. They don't have the time to be able to push from the dining side. Really well played on the fly from Team Secret.
We're going to have a tactical timeout coming out from Heroic here. They need to have a moment to chat because things are not quite connecting as they did in the first half. They were playing on border. You know, they're still in the attack. And I mentioned it when they were playing against Virtus Pro in phase 1 of stage 1. So many numbers now we have to mention to refer back, but they managed to get just a single round on the attack. That's what they have right now. So it will be improvement if they get another one. Mm-hmm. But they seem to be struggling quite a lot. Secret really has their number.
That's the problem at the minute. This is really about the manner in which Secret are winning these rounds. You know, they go into their third choice site, they're picking it up pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
And looking forward, you think there's definitely a potential for a 5-1 on the cards here. Heroic have not really been active in the last 3 rounds. I don't know what the difference has been between round 1 and the rest because Heroic looked electric in the first round. But I suppose it was the same on border. They came out really strong, really quick, got a great job done in the first 4 or 5 rounds. This time Team Secret have been able to put the shackles on them, you know, even sooner really, and just get them locked down.
I think the difference is that in the first round, Team Secret wasn't really fighting back. They were a bit too passive. They were not showing their teeth as, Heroic knocked on their doors. And then in the second round, they fought back, and that's that big difference. It was the kill onto barrels. You know, yes, you can have all the hatches, but we'll take you out in barrels, we'll take you down from the stairs, and suddenly all you can do is drop those hatches, and that's just not a viable way to get through it if you do not have that barrels control, because there's multiple angles you can be shot from. So Secret, they really found themselves a way to deal with it. And now as they find themselves on lockers again, the side that has been played twice so far already today, they've brought over some trap operators, some friends. It's going to be Capcan, it's going to be Frost. And if Heroic is really like paying a bit less attention on how to deal with these things, they might be especially late round, mind you, coming crucial. Like a last second push through the hatch, you walk through the door to get that plan down, boom, Capcan trap.
Of the speed shooting from Blaz there on the Twitch drone, just as he was moving past the Legion drone, the Legion goo mine takes it out. Other utility going by the wayside as well. Default cam, we see a frost mat taken out. So Heroic doing a good job of making sure they're not going to be walking into those traps. Secret obviously just wanting to burn time here. We saw them in round 1 want to play out on their own, want to give Heroic something to do in the early round. It didn't really work out for them. So I like the change up. I like, right, okay, let's bring Capcan, let's bring Frost, let's bring Legion, let's really slow things down.
It's very early that all the utility has been spotted out here. All 5 Capcan traps, and I believe 2 of the 3 Frost mats have already been found and taken care of. So, you know, it's truly just a matter of time wasting that Secret is doing right here. They might still have a Frost mat around. They still have some goo mines that they deploy throughout the rounds that could be round defining in the end as well. But as the hatches open up, Skitty's going to be dropping that with the Gemini Replicator, trying to find some form of information, but Groovy going aggressive out there because Barrel's currently uncontested is what makes sure that they cannot actually go for that hatch drop yet. But Doom and Blaz are coming in to try and change that.
I like the play and counterplay so far. I like the way that Team Secret set up. Let's try and waste some time. Let's make it difficult. Let's bring all the traps. And then Heroic have come in and said, yeah, that's fine, but we're actually going to clear it all really quickly. They've done a great job of it. You know, they've gone in there, they've drawn, they've found them, they've used the Twitch drone. It's been wonderful from both sides so far. Groovy steps up at the wrong moment. Eats a face full of nade that takes the shield down as well. Somehow the second goes too far though, Hap, and he's going to survive. Down but not out for another minute.
But that's definitely a lot of pressure removed currently because it's now just the line that they need to be fighting through. YZN, though, prone in the smoke, is going to be trying to make something happen. And as they go for the pushes, just a shot to come through. He's just firing at random intervals right there, hoping to catch us some players. Astro will find 2 as well. It's only up to Uno and Joom right now, and Uno wanting to drop that hatch. It knows that he might not find too much success out there as Joom finds Street for himself. What a round it's been so far for him. And now, suddenly, the favor is back inside of Heroic, but Savage will find one, knows what a second is, locks it off! And Secret, they find a round win, even though it literally went back and forth for these multi-kills. It's Savage to come out on top in the end.
I think ultimately there, Heroic were, you know, they may come away from that thinking, oh, that's one we could have had. But let's be honest, it was on the back of a Doom 3K. Secret were in control. They were in command of that round. It shouldn't have been as close as it was, you know, but sometimes that happens in Siege. A player will burst in, will have an explosive moment and manage to find a couple of kills. And Doom really took full advantage of that. But ultimately, Secret were able to just dig in. They played it perfectly, dropped themselves back deeper inside. 10 seconds left to go. They've got to make a move. Let's force them into bad areas. And ultimately, as soon as Uno goes down with the diffuser in hand as well, you know that that round is pretty much over. Savage able to find the final 2. And Secret looking pretty good on Oregon so far. I wouldn't bet against a 5-1.
No, it's definitely on the board right here for Secret. They have the opportunity to lock it off. Especially if they play like they have been over those past 5 rounds or 4 rounds. They've been fighting back. They've not given Heroic anything for free. But if we're going back now, let's just analyze. Heroic, last time they were here, we had Skitty push up the white stairs. He took that early fight, had to go back down because he took a lot of damage and then instantly gets shut down. So what is Heroic going to do now? Are they going to try and attempt the same thing, or are they going to go for a different approach? If they go for a different approach, well, they could just be taking that master bedroom straight away and see what they get there from that point onwards.
Drones will be raining in. This time the knock being brought along by Blaz. As you say, that white stairs push was attempted last time by Skiddy on the Ana, no joy. So it may well be that they just try and soften them up a little bit, use those nades from underneath. They've got 4 in pocket, you know, get them going. Interestingly, they are going to be completely reliant almost on Uno for the hard breaching. They do have 2 gadgets in pocket of Doom, but we know how difficult they can be to use to get a realistic hole that you can move through. It leaves you in a tight animation and does the little can open a secondary hard breach gadget.
Savage going down by the opening of the window, I believe. C4 gets tossed out just as a bit of cover. It's going to be Slevin taking a lot of damage on the opposite side as well. A bit of a distraction move, possibly. So Groovy has an opportunity to go for the confirm, or at least the pickup of his friend. And as Astro finds that kill, that is definitely going to be the case. That is the opening they needed to go back in, find Savage, and put him back on his feet so he can help the fight.
I've commented on Secret's team play a couple of times, and they continue to impress me with it. Blaz is going to take an awful lot of damage there, and he can't stand up to a shotgun blast. It's 1 pump, and he is out of the round. Blaz taken down. Astro finds another onto Kayak, and that leaves us now in a 4 versus 2 as Uno is scratching, trying to find anything he can. Astro takes down Doom, and Uno's going to have to find a lot more. He's just working from the balcony, but he can't find the man inside of Kids' dorms. He gets peppered by the man at the top of White Stairs. He's now about 5 HP and not much longer for this world.
This is about one of those timeouts, right? Like, they've already taken a tactical timeout. Uno right now in a 1v4 with about 2 HP left on his name. Realistically speaking, he's never going to be allowed to win this round. There is, of course, going to be opportunities, but a Secret State put the way they currently are, well, that's just going to be a round for them in that 5-1 split. So they have an opportunity to think, to slow down, maybe take out a bit of momentum that way just by not giving them the round quickly enough. And as Uno is finding himself a way around, he's going to at least attempt an opportunity of winning this. Takes down the barbed wire, throws in a flashbang. Now they definitely know it's going to be coming from this side, especially with those shots from the Type 89 to follow up. Clears out the armory, knows that's going to be clear. But now comes the difficult part. 4 players from Secret all around and finds the first. Needs to find 3 more, however. And one is completely offside up on the white stairs. So he needs to get that plan down in the meantime as well. And with 7 seconds left on the clock, it's just not going to happen. Even though he finds his 3rd of the round, he gets shut down right afterwards. Savage finds him, and that is going to be a 5-1 split from Team Secret.
A valiant effort from Uno there to try and get himself back into the round. Was able to bring it back to a 1v2. Used his time well, just trying to give those seconds at the beginning of that situation to see if anybody was aggressive enough to take the jump out, anybody aggressive enough to peek him, and just to, you know, try and get that freebie, try and bring it back in his favour a little bit. But ultimately, it was too much to ask. Those final 2 were having none of it. They knew they were the last line, and Secret lock it down in a 5-1 defensive half. Heroic have got a long way to run this back in.
It's definitely going to be an uphill battle for them. Luckily, of course, and that's for those of you tuning in just now that were not following this matchup and have missed the pre-desk. If Heroic lose this, they're not out of contention for the major. They are still very much in it. As much in it as if you would lose it. So
100%.
It's not that big of a deal if you lose this one. Of course, you want to win as many games as you want, and you want to beat every single team. It's just that the loser of this game will go up against Wolves, and the winner of this game will go up against Koi in those last chance qualifiers. So it's seeding. It's choosing the opponent you prefer. And right now, Secret really fighting to go up against Koi right here.
Aren't they just? As I said, coming into this, Secret have beaten Koi and Wolves in the group stages, so, you know, maybe it doesn't make too much of a difference, but from memory, Wolves was an 8-6 overtime win. I think Koi was a regulation win, so, you know, from that perspective, Team Secret had the better result against Koi, so a little bit of an edge maybe to fight for, maybe something they'd be more comfortable with, but either way, they're going to be looking at that one. They've still got to get this done first, though. They can't be looking too far ahead. Secret move onto the attack, of course. It's going to be attack down onto Laundry. We're going to see some late setup coming in from the Capcan there, 45 seconds in. Skiddy just deploying the last of those traps. Doom does need to be dealt with here up in the small tower. Can't really be ignored.
To some extent, yes. I mean, he's not on the side, he's not close to the side, so he's not a direct threat if you want to go for a plant. However, he can come behind you, and that's that big issue. You start dropping hatches, suddenly Doom starts moving in, and he takes control of those hatches. So you cannot just allow him to stay out here. You need to at least have something that is capable of tracking him or keeping him in place. And that means he's at least occupying one of those players right now. You see, Gruby's holding off on that small tower. He's just holding that for now. And Savage is coming in as well to try and put up some extra pressure. Doom is now occupying 2 players. Doesn't actually see that the Ash right below. Somehow misses the shots out there. Gruby still finds the kill together with Savage, but that was some missed shots down there that actually cost Gruby quite a bit of health.
Yep, not ideal. A little bit sharper, and you get that one even cleaner. But what I will say is, again, good teamwork from Team Secret. I've picked up on it a couple of times. We got a great view of that one. You know, what an example of how to deal with somebody. If you know where there is a defender, how do you deal with that roamer? That's exactly how you do it, and it was well worked. So they can start pushing towards site now. Hatch is going to be opened. We're at the 2-minute mark.
There's still going to be the Capcan traps around, though. Now, some of them have been spotted out and will be taken care of, but we've seen Secret fall by these Capcan traps a bit too many times on borders, so I hope they're going to be very much aware of these situations as Kayak will find Savage. That was quite close, could have gone either way, but just not finding the head out there. A very heavy stack up around the hatch drop there, Tim.
Absolutely, I'm going to be giving an edge to Heroic at this point in time. 30 seconds left to go, 4 of them on site. They've still got smoke canisters left available. Uno has actually just deployed the final one, so that's going to be that. But with 15 seconds left to go, there's a lot of work for Secret to do here. I'm not sure they're going to get into a position to put the diffuser down. As you can see, there's laser gates ahead of them that need to be burnt. There's kills that need to be found. There's work to be done. They're moving into the angles of Heroic. Great defense here, and it's almost certainly going to go their way. Sleben gets one that will pad his numbers a little bit, but that's going to be all he can do as Heroic take round 7, and that is going to at least break the momentum of Secret for them.
Now going back, it took 2 minutes to find that one roamer in the small tower, which they took basically without any losses, just you know, a bit of damage to the player. But then they had a minute to do everything else, right? Open up the hatches, burn the serial laser gates, try and remove people from power positions. And that was just not enough time for Secret there. They were unable to basically, first of all, find the player in laundry behind the shield. They were unable to deal with the player into the small box as well, because, you know, either of those two positions would have opened up the opportunity to go for a plant on the other side. But also at the same time, there was no one in barrels to stop anybody from playing blue on taking control of that hatch drop. There was no pressure coming down towards the pillar, so someone could be playing out there and also stopping that hatch drop. It just meant that they dealt well with the very first part of the round, but it didn't do enough to actually make and execute plausible for the second part of it.
Exactly that. Something that Secret definitely need to factor in. You know, they need to maybe look at the alternatives coming away next time, attacking onto Laundry. You've got to think, right, what if we end up in that same situation? Do we bring something like a Nomad along? Do we bring some Claymores? Keep it simple. You know, do we do something that's going to allow us to just lock off a flank and not have to worry about it? You know what, Jim? Yep, if you want to sit up in the top of small tower,
fine.
You sit up in the top of small tower.
Stay there.
Because we're just going to air jab off. We're going to prevent you coming back at us without us knowing about it. You know, maybe something like that will be an alternative for them. This time they're going to be attacking onto Dorms, though.
Have a good drone on Kayak, and I don't think he's aware. He's actually in the tower on one of those beams holding off. Now, Heroic wants to try something similar of themselves. They're using a default chem to go for a double run out, I believe, as soon as the balcony is going to be approached by one of these players. There's a beautiful view of that van. They can see exactly when someone jumps on top of it. As Kayak is actually falling back right now, that means that the big tower can be taken and now needs to be breached by a Heart Breacher as well if they want to be pushing up some pressure onto Attic.
Sleben with a couple of little pot shots towards Trophy Door. I think he knows that Blaz is trying to play aggressively there. Yep, certainly in a tough position now. You can see Tracers coming in from different angles at him, so Blaz needs to be very careful about his movement. One wrong toe and he's going to find himself taken out most likely. Savage, Sleben both trying to get aggressive onto that door, and Blaz takes his opportunity to get himself out of dodge. He's going to pass himself back through into the site. Still aggressive in towards that position, but not as much so. And there comes Doom. He's not been dealt with on the roam initially. Picks up one for the entry, but can't pick up another. Savage manages to find Blaz as well, and this has just taken a swing in Secret's favour, Harp.
It definitely did. Una now aggressive around on the armory staircase as well. He needs to make something happen here, but he's not able to connect towards Savage, who was up on that window. Smoke Canister gets popped to buy himself some time. A minute and 10 on the clock, and the Attic has fallen as well into the hands of Secret. All they need to do is just drop down and find one more kill before it all opens up. And as Kayak is taking this fight, he loses his life. It's only up to Uno again. We've seen this one before. Can he clutch this out? A 1v4? No is the answer, as it gets taken down by Astro as well. And it is going to be map and series point right now for Secret.
Yeah, things just got really difficult for Heroic. We saw on Border that Secret were able to fight back from 3-6 down on their own map choice. Heroic now on their map choice are going to have to go one better and fight back from 2-6 down. They've got 4 consecutive rounds to find without a mistake, and so far they have lost one of their 50-50 on their defense. It's not going to be easy for them, that much is for sure. Secret again just playing well as a team there, able to find opportunities, have people in place, force somebody to move, and the kill is there just waiting to happen. I love what I'm seeing.
Team Secret is playing this very well. All connected to one another. There's synchrony in those pushes, and that's the beauty of Siege, right? It's the beauty of like tactical games in general. Like when 5 players are so in sync that everything is just falling in place. That's what we're seeing right now from Team Secret. They're all moving where they need to be. They're all holding off the angles that they need to find. And Heroic, they're just falling for it. Walking right into the traps and the webs that have been spun by Secret.
Here we go then. Dorms could be the final stand for Heroic. It may well be that they get another opportunity to move on and try other sites. It may not be the case. Savage straight away getting aggressive towards Small Tower. Just watching for those potential jump outs as well. Doom has Nitro in hand. Interestingly, it's already ripped, so won't give away that audio cue if anybody pushes in. An opportunity there, but I don't think that's going to be the case. The Ash of Savage just dropping a Claymore down and deciding that that is run out covered, so Secret, they can get onto the rappels.
Sleben last round as well took control of Armory quite quickly, and certainly that's a lot of pressure around on that top floor. So he might be looking to do the exact same thing, whereas the rest of his team is, you know, working on other pieces. It's actually the C4 that will catch him off. Not quite sure from where that was placed, if that was pre-placed down below. Either way, it's the entry kill for Heroic, and one they do desperately need if they want to continue this fight to go over towards a third map.
YZN's just going to hold that angle. He knows there's a yellow ping coming out over and over again. Uno's got himself stuck here because as soon as he tries to move back to site, he's surely going to get killed. Doom is there for the trade onto Astro, who managed to take down Skiddy. He thought he'd managed to get away with a little snatch and grab there. YZN can't miss these shots. He's got Uno locked in place. This is effectively a 2v2, but Kayak manages to find Savage, leaving us now in an actual 2v3. Uno steps out. He gets a brilliant kill onto YZN. I thought for all day long Uno was stuck in that position, but manages to fight his way clear. That's one from Groovy. Manages to get himself a long kill across Attic, but he's going to have to find two more. He does have the time though.
Was up the barricades to find himself a new way in from the window. Sees the drone roll through. That's going to be giving away the position of the player out there, but the camera does the same to him. So he needs to rotate around for a different opportunity, and that is going to be the Armory stairs, or the white stairs, it seems, from his current position. Now, rotations are coming around from the side of Heroic. They're playing close towards the diffuser. They know where it is. They also know where Groovy has been spotted the last. Concussion will be given away, his current position, his current ID, and thus again you see them relocate. They wanted to catch him as soon as he moves in. It's going to be a double bluff as Groovy moves up the opposite side of the stairs again and makes himself known by firing through the floor. It's the question now, how long can you keep this up? Because at some point you're going to have to start to move towards the site. It seems like they're working on a bit of a on-contact fire discipline here, because as soon as Groovy finds one, it's instantly going to be swung by the other, but he needs to be careful that the rotate doesn't come through towards the master bedroom.
18 seconds left to go. He's going to have to flip to the pistol. Cannot find his man as Blaz steps out and gets the kill. Keeps Heroic fighting, but as I said, 4 rounds are needed without mistake, and that is only one of them. Another 3 yet to be found on the defence. Heroic do have at least the opportunity to head back down to Laundry, so maybe they can grab another one down there, and at 6-4, it starts to look a little bit different.
Definitely does. And at match point, at series point, you want to make sure that you give them a fight. Even if you're going out, you want to show what you have. And as we head back towards that basement floor, Heroic last time around here, they were very adept at taking care of the roamer up top, but then they did not have enough time to prepare the other parts of the execute necessary. They weren't able to take control of blue, they weren't able to take control of the back stairs. Or if you look at the opposite side, because there was basically an attack going on two sides of things. One was at the laundry side, the other was actually near the pillar. They weren't able to clear out the small office or the laundry machines. So they took 4 fights and none of them won. And that's something that we need to see improvement on from Team Secret if they want to be locking it off for the win here.
Keep a close eye on Doom. He was the sticking point, as you say, last time up. He was certainly making them waste a lot of time. So how will they deal with that differently? Looking at the attack, the lineup is pretty much the same. There's nothing there to cover off the flanks or anything like that. They've got the Thatcher has claymores this time, but if you're looking, you know, let's say specifically at Small Tower, there's a few too many angles really that you can potentially move through from there to guarantee that a Claymore will do the job. For the time being, that's not going to be an issue for them, as Doom is located in Classroom, just trying to get aggressive. Heroic maybe just trying to step up the pace a little bit and get up in their faces. Uno knows that there's somebody close there. But he just can't step around. The door could be cold, will give him away if he tries to push forward, so he's got to dip back. Here comes an attempt at a bit of a rush. Skiddy is the hero in that situation, manages to find 2, will eventually be traded out, leaving us 4 versus 3, but this is all going Heroic's way very quickly.
Skiddy in a good position there to catch them off, and you know they had the idea to throw in a grenade first to take out the player playing close, but they were a bit too quick, a bit disorganized there as they went in, and it's only up to Savage now in that 1v4 situation. He finds himself underneath the staircase. There's 2 minutes left on the clock. He has the opportunity to just wait, because at some point someone might be retaking that pillar, and if they do, you have a free kill on your hands, and suddenly it's a 1v3, which is a lot more doable than that 1v4. But the time ticks on, and currently there's no rotations coming through. Also, of course, very aware, Heroic, on where the eventual push came from and what might be under control of the attackers right now.
Absolutely. I mean, from Heroic's standpoint, it takes a lot of patience and discipline in this situation, but they just need to stand still. They just need to stand still. Like you say, don't give anything away by pushing up, trying to retake an area, for example. You know, you've got to think, if I was in that 1vx situation, we've all seen that message in chat. I don't think, YZN, I don't think you're going to get away with that one. You know, if I'm in that 1vx situation, what am I going to do? I've got 2 minutes left on the clock. I'm going to wait and see if somebody walks into my ADS. So for that reason, Heroic, they need to recognise that and just sit still. You know, take it as an opportunity. They can have a little chat amongst themselves. You know, they need to be aware that they don't get caught out massively. But even if they do, it's 1v3. It's not the end of the world. So, you know, Heroic playing this just right. Good conversation going on.
Just a conversation. Who knows? Like, I'll take the bait. So I'll go wherever you tell me to go. But either way, the failed rush came through there, and you know, that is what it is. Still more opportunities to go at it. A treacherous side is coming in right after this as well, and maybe even a tactical timeout from Secret to go at it as well.
That's going to be the real opportunity. I think that's probably what Secret are looking towards. You know, Savage can hold his position and see if anybody presents themselves. They're not going to do. It's really given them a situation where they don't really need the tactical timeout now. You know, they've had an opportunity maybe to have a little bit of a discussion amongst themselves. Twister can't get involved in that conversation, but they should certainly be, you know, ready coming into this next one. There's going to be, like you say, a third choice site coming up. It's going to be meeting or dining, and I think that's maybe at the minute what Secret are pinning their hopes on. That's the position that they're looking towards, to think that's where we can get this done. We just need one round.
The actual call came through in the chat. This is the most patient I've seen you guys towards Heroic because they've been very, very active all around. But I said it to Emmy this
timeout comes in
before the show as well. Like, something a lot of Siege players do not realize is that sometimes the best thing to do is to do just nothing. And that's in a situation like that. All you have to do is just nothing. Like, you sit still, you wait. Because if you start moving, you start giving away 1v1s.
Yep.
And that's not what you want. The timeout is happening. Seeing how they can break the patient Heroic, apparently, this last round. 2 more opportunities to do so, and otherwise we're headed towards an overtime. So even if they don't get in these next 2 rounds, nothing is lost yet.
I mean, again, I don't think this is a terrible time for a tactical timeout. So you've just had 2 minutes where the Heroic players have had to sit and just take their hands off the mouse and keyboard. Stick another minute on the end of it. Heroic have won 2 rounds back-to-back. What better way to break the momentum?
It's basically a full round you're waiting now.
Secret don't really lose anything. They haven't had a win in the last couple of rounds, so there's no real momentum there for them to carry. If anything, they can just have a chat amongst themselves. Twister comes in. They can say, right, this is what we're thinking. He can say yes or no. You know, add a little bit more. We know that Secret's Twister's very hands-on in his timeout. You know, he'll give people actionable things to do. You need to this, you need to do that. You know, rather than worrying too much maybe about mentality and things, he's very focused and hands-on quite often, from what we heard at SI at least. So yeah, I think, you know, that might be a really smart move to just put Heroic on a bit of a back foot. They've had 3 minutes cold, you know, 4.5 minutes by the time you've got all the prep phase and everything added on as well, before they're coming into the third choice site of meeting. This could be a good opportunity for Secret.
It definitely is the opportunity they need to grab. Now there is options in terms of the approach we will see. Often what you see here is a stage plant, or at least an attempt for it, or that used to be the default. But a lot more teams have been opting off that lately and going for the kitchen, taking control of that side of the map. Now, if you look at how currently Secret is set up, it doesn't look like that will be their plan. Looks like they do want to go for a, you know, all-round map clear, take that top floor under control, and then see what you can do vertically before you start moving into the site. Splazzy's eyeing up a bit of a possibility here. Drones are coming through, but haven't seen him yet until just now. He's still sticking around, though, for a while.
Yeah, he's just going to play himself down into the basement for the time being. You know, since the rework of Oregon a while ago, it's just given a lot more flexibility for those roamers to be able to move around. Astro with a huge double, though. That is exactly what Team Secret needed. He's going to take a good bit of damage going in, but he won't mind that one bit. What I would like to see now is Astro just take a foot off the gas a little bit. You've got 2 nades in pocket. Don't waste them.
It's a shame that Savage instantly after gets taken down, though. It was a full HP. Astro holding off on one of these rotations might actually find himself a freebie very soon as it comes around the corner. Goes to the pre-fire, but doesn't want to actually fully commit. Of course, due to being so low on HP, anything will kill him at that point. But at least that's one crisis averted. Kayak not allowed to go where he wanted to hide himself. Now that full top floor is under control of Secret. They can start working what they want to work on in terms of verticality. They just need to make sure that no flanks come through. The breaching charges on... Actually, just goes to the punch hole. It's very quiet, actually, there. But look at that. There's no angles. There's nothing.
That's the problem.
You just walk up to the door there.
That's the problem. I think that's exactly what YZM was checking for. Just punch through the wall. Is the door open? Is it not? What can I do? And this way you can get everything done at once. You know, they've got the vertical control. They've now got the wall open through to Dining. Secret are in a position to win this up. They've 55 seconds left to go. They could just do with finding another kill. And that's exactly what Sleben is looking for. But no, he's going to be taken down by Uno on the shotgun instead. Uno just playing a bit of a master position there, but going to be taken down. Important, because that prevents any more Toxic Babe canisters to delay time. Secret can win this from here now.
Blaz is in a really good position.
Secret can win this from here now.
Blaz is in a really good position, though. As soon as they start moving in with that diffuser, he might be able to just shut them down as they do. Kayak is dancing around on the hatch as well, but Blaz, he's the true one that we need to watch. The plant already happening. A bit of damage done to YZM, but he's going to be digging himself in way deeper onto the actual site here as Kayak will find one as well. It's a 2-on-2 situation now, but technically a 1-on-1 as the plan does go through. It gets completed, but YZN now needs to go for the clutch. Actually doesn't stick it in the end and gets taken down by Blaz. Heroic find themselves another round and now have the opportunity to go to dorms.
I feel like Secret might just have put themselves in the same position that Heroic ended up on Border, whereby they have just had their opportunity to close this out and they've missed it. You know, that was their moment, really. They had man advantage. They're on the third choice site. It's 6-4. Get it done. Get it over there and then. You feel like now Heroic, they're going back to a preferential site choice. They back up to dorms and they know that there's overtime here that's looming ahead of them. They've got an opportunity to keep hold of their own map.
I mean, Blaz, he was in a good position out there. He did exactly what he needed to do. Push YZN off the actual plant. He might have been able to just move up a little bit and then go for the plant and wait for his teammates for cover, but as they fell, that all fell apart quite quickly. Suddenly he found himself alone against two, and he almost had the plan down, but he heard something that forced him off. Or maybe it was a call on a drone, for example, that was like, they're very close, you need to get off, you need to fight now if you want to have an opportunity on winning the round. 6-5.
Once again, going to be playing into the closet. Uno just testing the rotation there. It's not satisfactory at the minute. The movement wasn't clean. So just going to open it up a little bit more. Always something important to do in your own games as well. If you're making a rotation, just make sure that it is sort of functioning. You're not getting snagged on anything as you try to come through. Oh, sit down, Uno! YZN well aware of the play that was coming in there. The alibi decoy, the Prisma just in the doorway. Uno steps into its place and gets absolutely slammed.
Was blind as well by the one plank that was still out there. Couldn't have actually seen it coming. And he loses his life on a very crucial part of this matchup here, because that is now another man advantage on a very important round. Groovy going in on the opposite side, looking to take control of the small tower. Now there is going to be a player of Heroic around to go for the fight, but Blast finds Sleben again. He's not allowed to go up to the armory, and there's no one there to punish Blast for it. Back to a 4-on-4 we go.
Secret can't keep letting these chances slip in front of them. You know, they open things up. Again, they find themselves with Savage getting himself the kill, but Kayak still finds his man out of the window. 3 versus 3, and the pressure is mounting for Team Secret as Skiddy. He finds Groovy, and this looks like another map that could be going the distance. It's all up to YZN and Savage. YZN, he's going to be working his way up the armory stairs, looking for anything he can find inside a trophy. 2 are deep in attic at the moment. The flash will go in. He knows he's being challenged from Master, but what a beauty. Skiddy just steps himself out of attic, uses the windows, finds his man, and Blaz picks up the round for Heroic. And once again, we find ourselves in overtime.
And Secret will not be happy with this. They had the opportunity to lock it off for 4 consecutive rounds, and they failed to do so. They'll find themselves on the attack still, which hasn't been too kind to them. And now all sides have been unlocked.
Just not good enough, ultimately, from Secret on the attack there. I think the last round is here and there. As I said, I think the real one was when they were 6-4 up, round 11. Third choice site.
Yeah.
They had man advantage, opportunity to put the diffuser down, top floor control. That's where they've lost this. That's where they've gone to overtime. You know, we could well be seeing bank between these two because, of course, Heroic starting out on the defense again, straight down to Laundry. They're going to do Laundry, they're going to do Dorms. Secret have been able to win neither in the last 4 rounds. So Heroic, they're going to be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, Heroic are really finding themselves in a bit of a groove right now, and if they manage to keep this up, well, they'll find themselves to go over towards map number 3. But there's still something to do out here. We're basically in a best of 3 of rounds under the old format where we used to swap every single round. That's a long time ago.
It is a long time ago. I don't think I actually cast. Certainly not at a professional level.
I did the national levels with that format.
Yeah, I maybe did sort of a few sort of T4 leagues or something with the back and forward format. I don't recall doing it for sort of my UK Premiership days, which would be my first national stuff.
No.
I think it had switched by that point.
Swap relatively quickly either way. Savage is finding himself a footstep. That's going to be the Capcan now located, but also identified. And that means that these Capcan traps they are aware of now. Can try and work on. That's actually a quick swing to come through. Savage will find one, but he instantly gets taken down by Blast. There's no teammate there to back him up, and they were unaware of Blast being out there as well. So a one-on-one trade. I'm not quite sure who it will focus. Focus. It's not focus. Favor.
I think Heroic have just come into a position whereby they're actually picking up one of the positives that I said, you know, particularly on Border, that Secret were doing very well, and that is those trades, that is those that interplay as a team, just being able to come in and make sure there's always somebody there. At the minute, it is always Heroic. When they lose somebody, they are able to level it out almost immediately and keep themselves in the fight. They've shown great patience. You know, they're not snatching after kills. They're quite happy to take their time. We're going to have a second attempt coming out to clear the electrical there. I think Astro will have been successful that time. No, it's still going to be in position. So smart play from Heroic.
Well placed. Apparently 2 grenades not enough to take that one out. Maybe one landed short, or maybe one a bit too far away. Either way, clearance is there now, and the opening will be made. Now it's just a matter of fragging through. You need to find an opening. That's it. Secret, they need to find an opening to work with here, because otherwise they're just going to be finding themselves, well, basically grinded down by the opponent who have those stronghold positions right now. And Secret is nowhere really in a position to stop that from happening.
I'm also interested to see exactly what they do. They're not going to have the meeting hatch here. It's electrified. They've nothing really to take it out unless they can get down there and do it manually. They're going to have to live with that, and that might just make Pillars a much more secure position to try and get into. And at the minute, you just feel like Secret are not comfortable pushing from anywhere here. They're looking at hatches, they're looking at drops. You know, they're just not confident in anything that's coming forward. They do have them surrounded, though. Groovy does manage to get one. Kayak goes down. It's all going Secret's way. Just as I said, it looked like they were unsure. They proved me wrong by a mile as they cut down one after another. It all started with that Groovy kill, as you say. They just needed that opener. They needed somebody to force a crack in that wall, and that's exactly what happened, and they were able to make them crumble, and that might just be the round that swings this whole thing for Team Secret.
Heroic just too passive there. They were waiting too long. They gave them the opportunity to sync themselves up and go for it. Groovy with that double kill, absolutely important out there, finding what was necessary for the push through to come in. And now, on the defense, they have the opportunity to lock it off. A 5-1 split is what they had before. 5 out of 6 rounds they won. 2 of them were on dorms. And they've played it a total of 2 times. Sorry. Chicken London. They played 3 times, won it twice, lost it once. There we go. The first one is which they lost, the first round they ever played. And that was because they were too passive, I dare to say. They weren't fighting back. They were letting Heroic do what they needed to do, kind of like Heroic on their previous defense we just saw Team Secret take out of their hands. So, Secret, they need to take a page out of that book, and they need to be active here. They need to make sure that Heroic doesn't get anything for free. Fight for the ground control.
Astro still deploying those EDDs around the map. Explosive traps for when the attackers push through. If they are not cautious in their droning, they might just get found out. Good work coming in from the Twitch drone again. And we're going to see there another Capcan trap taken out. A great job has been done so far, to be fair, on the Capcans.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, that's definitely a bit of a ease of mind for the rest of the attackers afterwards. Blaz is just counting down those Capcan traps. Like, I've taken down 2 cameras, I've taken down this many Capcan traps, so, you know, just keep your eye out for the rest. And at some point you reach that 5, that's a very early thrown C4, doesn't quite catch anything. Skitty was basically just a meter or 2 away from being picked up by that one.
Yeah, he's got away with one there. Just being up on top of the bed's going to save him. And that's going to see the majority of Secret pushing back to site now. This was where they had success last time. You know, just hold themselves up and just, again, make it difficult for Heroic to push in, win those key gunfights, and hold on. All 5 will be back down now as the last man finds his way into Freezer. So, Heroic, you've got all the time in the world. A minute 50. You've got the utility that you need. You've got the Hibana there. There's no denial in terms of electricity. You can get those hatches open. No real excuses for Heroic not to keep themselves in this.
They need to make sure they start opening up these barricades as soon as possible as well, though, and take control of the freezer stairs, take control of Laundry, because if you leave them out there for too long, you're starting to struggle, and that Valkyrie camera is going to be a great telltale of what is to come. That grenade to be tossed in, the second one potentially to come soon. They know this is the Gemini, so they might actually not go for a secure on that, and just let him gather some information if they can get a C4 up, because that's what they're currently eyeing up to do. Astro, he's going to go for the toss, and that's going to be right on point. Skitty shoots it out at the last very second and saves his own life.
Rapid reflexes there coming in just to keep Heroic on a full man count coming into the final minute. They've got everything they need, Hap. The last thing is exactly the same as Team Secret needed in the last round. Somebody to force an entry, somebody to just force a position through that defense and to start opening things up and hope that the rest fall like dominoes. At the minute, Heroic haven't been able to find that. 35 seconds left to go. Uno is now in position at the bottom of Laundry stairs. Smoke grenade goes off, and this is going to be the push to try and get a plant down.
Good smokes coming through just to block as many lines aside as possible, but Astro is still out there. He finds the very first, and that spells doom for Heroic. Doom goes for the drop aggressively, will find one. He will find a second, potentially no, misses the opportunity to as Groovy strikes back. 15 seconds counting down. Kayak drops, it's only up to Doom now in that 1v4. 10 seconds. The whole game depends on this, and as he wants to move through, there's no real opportunity. He gets shut down as GG's, and Secret that will win the second map and dust the entire series.
That's a great finisher from Secret. It was a hard-fought game, 5-1 in both halves, but ultimately when it came down to overtime, once again, Team Secret showed that they were kings and able to take it over the line. It was a second map. It gives them the overall win and will give them the better seeded position going into those last chance qualifiers. They will face up against Koi, and Heroic will face off against Wolves.
You mentioned it before, I don't think Secret will mind which they are playing at that point. They did have that 7-4 victory against Koi compared to the 8-6 against Wolves, so I think they will be very happy with this result.
Yeah, I think it suits them down to the ground. You know, they had the better result. They're going to go into that Koi game with confidence, I think. And they're going to take a lot away from this. It was certainly a different performance than we saw against Virtus Pro. So, you know, a lot of good for Secret to take away from that. And we will see how much good our analysts find in it after the break.
Hey guys, it's Blaz.
My name is Daniel Gabov. I'm Leon Gids.
My name is Savage. My name is Pasha.
Hi, I'm Neufeld.
I'm LM.
My name is Kendrew.
Hi, my name's Max Sterman.
So roaming is pretty simple as it says. Basically, you just roam around the map. You look for the first entry fights into the building, stop them from getting inside.
Being able to pick between multiple operators and having flexibility and basically what we need.
In this role, you have to be a risk taker, because if you don't, then you are either not helping your teammates or you are not making the enemy's life harder.
If I would have to describe my role, that you're normally the person offside trying to waste time.
Can give info to my teammates to allow them to get kills, or to myself, so I can get kills as well. I think I'm one of the best on the role.
Best thing about intel gathering is, and why it's one of my favourite roles, is it means I can be more creative and I can counter the enemies, come up with ideas and plans for us on defence to come up with good team plays.
I like the defense play because you don't be attached to only one position.
The creativity and the flexibility that I have. If I want to play more supportive, I can. If I want to play more flexible, I can as well. I like have to have some creativity.
I think the thing I like the most about roaming is that you're always in their faces, you're trying to stop them from getting that early play in, and it really influences the round and how you play.
Also, the freedom that you get. There's a few shots where I get a lot of freedom to just try to help around my teammates.
I'm free to play whatever I want. I can go in roaming sometime. I can play site. Yeah, I can do whatever I want. So that's pretty good.
I can move pretty freely around the map. I can be there where there needs to be help or where the enemies are pushing, and I can just play my style.
Yeah, the skills I think you need to have for the intel gatherer is having good communication and coordination, so you can tell your teammates where to go, what to do at the same time.
Learn when to take the right gunfights and when you should be peeking. Play smarter. Let them come in the building first, maybe play off your teammate, bait each other.
I think you need to be smart and know where people are gonna push.
Try to predict the enemy and try to figure out what the next step will be, so you are always one step ahead of them.
You need to feel the game. That's all. You need to find so much frags as you can and need to waste so much time as you can again.
What makes me the best at the role that I'm currently playing is having experience on more supportive roles beforehand, so I can kind of see the game differently.
Knowing my surroundings and where I can dive from and where the enemies will be and where I'll be.
I'm good at wasting enemy time, my aim, and I think my flanking.
I have good gun skill and I have good map knowledge as well, so I can use that along with my teammates to make sure we're winning those gunfights.
What makes me great? The map knowledge.
My best asset in this role is definitely game awareness, to know what's going on in the game and being able to act on what's going on in the game and what the other team is doing.
Welcome back, friends. Victory has been achieved by Team Secret. Let's have a chat with our winners. Hello, Savlar, joining us, Savage, on the interview. This is from Fresh, by the way. We still don't know why he calls you that, but fair enough. Congratulations on the win. How are you feeling?
I feel well. Even though it was a match that didn't matter that much, just for seeding, it's still a match that we took serious and wanted to win. And it's always rewarding to win regardless. It's always good experience for us that we are not very experienced team, so we took it very well.
A good amount of experience here. Can you walk me through the map bans? Why did you end up with Border, Oregon, and Bank?
I think it's just our comfort, I think after losing against VP last week, maybe we weren't that confident on it. And Border, it's probably one of our best maps. So, and it's just a map more fun to play sometimes. Border can be a bit straightforward, you have to do the step-by-step, while Border you can just play off and gunfights, and that's our strength as a team.
All right, and why the Lion ban on both maps?
Just to be comfortable, to be honest, just something, so we don't have to stand still and wait for them to play. We can always be moving around and just play our game and not have many factors that stop us by doing so.
All right, well, on Border, the map you're so comfortable on. Heroic had your number for a moment, then you brought it back, took it to OT, won it 8-6. We go to Oregon, the reverse happened. You have their number, and somehow we end up in overtime where at least there you're able to control it and win it 8-6. What happened? Why did we get to OTs?
I think we were just trying to maybe do more than we needed to. I think, at the end of the day, it's a very different style map, right? But there was still like an offside round on meeting that we could have easily run with the 5v3, but we took a bit too long, and we, instead of just going straight for the objective, maybe we're trying to do a little more than we should have or we needed. But the other round, it's a very defender style map. Like basement, it's almost impossible to win an attack. The defenders have to screw up pretty much for you to win an attack. But yeah, we kept our cool. Like we weren't too bothered by it, and we just took the 2 last rounds.
Now you make it into LCQ with the advantage in placement. So that means you play against Koi, if I'm not wrong. There you go. Yes, indeed against Koi. So what do you think will happen in that matchup?
I'm expecting more, like pretty much the same that last time we played them, to beat them comfortably. We expect a good game. Like, they're good players. They showed some that they are here to play on the LCQ as well. They play much better than they did, but still, like, we're gonna do our game and we're gonna play our game, and hopefully we can beat them.
Do you think it would have mattered if you went up against Wolves or Koi?
We weren't too bothered. Like, regardless of the team, we're just gonna play our game and do our best to win. I think both teams are teams that we are happy to play against. We beat them both on the regular season, so.
Fair enough. Savage, again, congratulations on your victory today with Team Secret over Heroic. You make it through with the advantage into LCQ, where only one team will emerge victorious and qualify for the major. Do you think that'll be Secret?
We're pretty confident, like always. But I wouldn't come here and say that we are not going to win, But we are pretty confident, and hopefully we can play our siege and win.
Anything you want to say to Vance?
Just thanks a lot for your support, and hopefully you like our skin and keep buying it.
Thank you very much, Savage. Congratulations again, and hopefully we'll see you succeed in LCQ.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. See you.
There it is. I don't know why you call him that.
Do you want me to explain it?
If you want.
It comes from a British TV show, Gavin and Stacey, where Gavin gets called Gavlar. Savlar sounds better, in my opinion. It was just a pet.
I like it.
Yeah.
Savlar.
It was a nickname when he came in.
Olar?
Doesn't work.
No.
Only specific name work.
Got to have Av in there.
Galar?
Sav. Gav.
Why?
It's like you couldn't do Milashar.
But you could do Galar.
You could do, yeah.
I don't think you're getting it.
You could do Devlar.
Devlar, yeah.
Or Deslar.
Devlar, I'm behind. It sounds like the Swedish version of James. A mustache.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Mustache, but like
There'll be
upside
people
down
watching that
somehow.
understand it.
Yeah, there will be. I hope.
Finally, a reference that I don't get here on the broadcast. Anyways, 8-6 for Secret against Heroic on map 2.
Yep.
Jack, Heroic were close to bringing this one back.
They were, and I think honestly it was a case of Oregon, if I can, theorize myself, is we talk about Oregon, it goes to overtime a lot. We talk about it usually being a 4-2 split on the half. It was a 5-1 for both teams. And I think both teams on their attacking side suffered the same kind of symptoms where they were having a lack of information, there was missed drones, and crucially, when they were dying, there was a lack of refrag on the attack. The defense was having a lot of fun all the way over to Oregon. In the end, Secret kind of wised up a little bit, just in that overtime managed to get the attack done and dusted, and then obviously saw it out. I'm sure Joystick is not going to be our MVP. It will be Astro coming through. And, we talked about Savage in the MVP of the border side, and we said he often gives way to Astro. Today was one of those maps on Oregon where Astro shone through. But that's really a good thing for Secret. It's not like previous Secrets where we're seeing only one player hard carrying them. The fact that there's 2 different MVPs in 2 different maps is very good for them.
Yeah, they've got that. They're getting that depth now, aren't they, a little bit more? And you can see players shining on certain maps where their play style might be a little bit more favoured. Oregon really was a story, as it usually is, of how many attacks can you win. And I think that some of the trends that we saw on Border, particularly from Secret, they really slipped on through. On Border, you know, we commented a little bit at the time. Obviously, Secret was successful on the map, so we weren't too critical. But something that you could look to say is that their droning was bad. They were really, really poor on their information game and their information gathering. That kind of translated a little bit over onto Oregon a little bit as well, but it obviously had less of an impact.
So not to, I guess, get too far ahead of things, that'll be for next week in LCQ, but now that we know who's facing whom, Secret versus Koi, it's Wolves going up against Heroic. How do you see this going, the bottom side of the bracket?
I think both traditionally, Koi and Wolves are kind of the, you know, if you look back in 2022, the stronger teams. But the more, I guess you could say, informed teams are Secret and Heroic. So I think it's going to be a right old scrap down there. All of these teams will feel that they can beat anybody else in their side of the bracket. They will be backing themselves to be making the final at least, if not making the major.
I guess the advantage that Secret have got is that they've already played Koi and they've already beaten them. Now, of course, you look at Heroic.
And Wolves as well, right? I think.
And Wolves as well.
Yeah.
You look at Heroic, they're in the different group, so they haven't had that recent experience. Obviously, because we've split the whole group into two groups now. So that could be an advantage, it could be a disadvantage, whichever way you want to sort of look at it. But it's definitely a little bit of a difference there, and it could be an advantage that Secret have got going into those lower bracket games.
All right, then from then on, we'll move on to our schedule for today. Just in case you missed it, today is a bit of an exception. We have 3 best-of-3 series. We already went through one that ended in a 2-0, but it was 8-6, so it really took its time despite the scoreline. So match 2 is Wild versus Virtus Pro, followed by G2 versus MNM. These 2 games, if we were to set them up with one very quick explanation, winner goes to the major. Simple as. And we're going to keep it that way, so let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll focus on Wild versus VP.
That will win the second map and dust the entire...
We're feeling confident. We are ready to go.
Every team wants to win.
I can't wait.
We are ready, but you are not ready.
We're going to try to start it off with a bang.
We're definitely an up-and-coming team.
No team knows how we play or how we perfect it.
It's already decided, it's done.
We got these guys. Let's go.
There's no doubt in my mind.
We're going to take it all the way.
We're the best team.
We do everything for the win. We've won before.
Be careful, guys. The one pack is coming for you.
I don't think there is other teams that can beat us.
We have the gun skill and also the brain for it.
Mark your calendars with all the wild games, because you're not going to want to miss them.
It's all about Team BTS.
It's all koi, baby.
Team MNM are taking home that trophy.
TT9, we are going to win!
Welcome back, everybody, and we are ready to go for game number 2. Let's have a chat about it here on the Analyst desk. Hello, I'm Milos. Here's Fresh and our resident handyman, XR Troika. Are we ready to go?
We're ready to go.
We're ready to go. Let's have a chat about our 2 teams. Bring it up. Who do you have on first? Let's go Wild. Why not?
Why not?
That's not what their name stands for, Milos.
What?
Sorry,
What you love
I like
doing
saying it. What you love doing esports. We love it. Wild.
There you go. So, Ollie, what can you tell me about Wild?
Well, I think Wild are a team that have potentially shocked quite a few people here, Milos. Obviously topping the group, going unbeaten there. I don't think that anyone was really expecting them to come in and do just exactly that. Moving now into the game here against Virtus Pro. On paper, it should be a banger because both of these teams have played exceptionally well so far. Wild have maybe had the easier ride of things given their run of fixtures. Not really coming up against too much obstacle there inside of Group B.
When you look at their stats, you're looking at a great attack win rate, which I think for a new team is absolutely incredible. So that's what Wild is, a brand new team. Good defense win rate, good plant win rate, good entry win rate. Won all the maps, looked very comfortable, but the style that they're doing it in, how convincing they're doing it in, is very successful. One thing I will say though, that was inside of best of ones. Now they're going into best of threes. Now best of threes are more a marathon rather than a sprint. Although Wild, pretty much known for their sprinting with Usain Bolt, so we'll have to see how they go. Obviously, they are going to have to go through potentially 3 maps, but win 2 of those 3 maps, you go into the major and phase 2 of the major.
How many obstacles will Wild have to jump on their route to success?
Well, it's not the hurdles, is it, Milos? It's not track and field day.
I don't know. I'm just making it up. Do I look like I run?
I don't know. Maybe jog.
You can ask Emmy. She complains about how slow I walk all the time. She definitely did today. I like to frolic about. Okay? Thank you very much. Now, let's have a chat about their opponents. So, again, all on the line here. Winner makes it to the major, and Virtus Pro are in a prime spot now, having made it into the upper bracket semis.
Yeah, they did pretty well, to be honest. I think right throughout group stage, but also deciders phase last week. They have had overall a very good reintroduction as this team into Tier 1 esports. I think obviously they've got their own unique style. I've commented on it a million times before. I will continue commenting on it. It's very off-meta for European, for North America, literally for out of the world. VP have their own style of Siege, and it's a little bit maybe outdated, but they are updating it, and that's what I will say. They're trying to opportunity spot. They're trying to bring these new operators in. They're very aware of their style of Siege and very aware of the problem. Despite all of that, they've got to this place. They've frustrated teams. They've punished teams. They've done very well across this whole European League so far.
Virtus Pro really haven't had the easiest ride of things either. You know, you look over at their fixtures, and a lot of them have been going all the way. You know, we haven't really seen any short games. And the shortest game was the BDS game where they lost. And that was, you know, obviously not a game where we're looking too heavily on VP. We're looking more toward BDS now. They've managed to unpick that and to get a shorter game out of things. So I think VP, they've been tested so far up to this point. And I think they're going to get tested again here today against Wild.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Virtus Pro will be the team because everybody complains, including G2, when we had our interview with Doki, like, playing against Virtus Pro is very, very tough.
Yeah.
But again, they're also very easy to figure out in other ways. So it all depends on how good Wild's preparation is on our maps for the series. Again, all best of threes here in our playoffs and pretty much up until the major for Swiss. So here we are. First up we go to Skyscraper, picked up by Wild to start off on the attacking side. A club for Virtus Pro starting off on the attack. And finally, Virtus Pro get to pick and they ban out Cafe to take us to Chalet where they start on defense. Overall thoughts on this, Jack?
Yeah, so I think the first thing for Virtus Pro is we know that when they hit the best best of threes that they don't have the biggest map pool in the world. I think we've seen that here today already. They don't really play Border, Theme Park, Skyscraper or Chalet. So the fact that Wild have picked Skyscraper straight into Virtus Pro is definitely what I would be doing if I was against them.
Wild are looking to take a bit of an advantage there early on, aren't they, and get a nice map that they're comfortable in. Skyscraper, you look at it, on paper, it isn't a map that stylistically suits VP in the way that they like to play. It is required that you play a newer meta of Siege on there. And we've commented that VP, you know, they're doing their own thing. They're making their own way. You know, they're knowing what works for them, sticking to it, and then also trying to bring in some newer things as well. That's going to be tested here on Skyscraper, I think.
I'm very curious how Virtus will figure it out, because we always know them as, oh, they're playing Consulate, this is how they're going to play it. Oh, they're playing Clubhouse, this is how it's going to be. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Throwback.
Oh, you never played Consulate against Virtus Pro back in the day?
No, not even this day. I don't play. I cast them. Oh, I used to. That's how long ago we're talking about. We literally would time it. I would sit with Zeronic and we say, this is when they're going to push, and then literally the exact second they're going to start doing those things. This is how structured Virtus Pro are, even back in the day. So it's a question to see how they go in the server, which actually is ready. So Ollie Fresh, thank you very much. The casters are set. It's Ace and Emmy.
Thank you very much, Milos. And yes, it is Derry. I don't know. Have you lost him?
I don't know where he is.
He's quite little. We can keep our eyes peeled in case he shows up. But no, it's a pleasure to steal you away from him. It's a bit of a holiday, and we get to go on the next holiday, which is the adventure of Wild. Will they keep on the tear? It's down to Virtus Pro to see if they can tear them back.
Well, I mean, you know, let's be honest, Wild have been fantastic to watch so far. You know, the only team in Europe to go unbeaten. 4 maps, 4 wins coming in here. As Fresh said, it's going to be a little bit of a new challenge for them. Best of 3, bit of a different format. But looking at the map picks, I don't think that's the end of the world for them. You know, they played 3 maps across 4 games. They played twice on Cafe, winning both of them, of course. So no surprise to see Virtus Pro taking that out towards the end of the banning phase. But overall, yeah, Club Chalet, you know, both maps I think we've seen from them so far. Sky, you know, as Fresh said, is playing into Virtus Pro's weakness. I think this looks good for Wild, potentially.
I think that's the big worry about Sky. It's such a slow map. In the wrong hands, it's even slower. And you look at how Virtus Pro approach things, and yeah, you can sort of say, as they sort of pointed it out, ooh, that is a very divided vote. It's procedural, it's step-by-step. It's awkward, it's boxy, there's a lot that needs to be cleared, and there's a lot of players on Wild that love to be problematic on those clears. Think of how many good gunners have a habit of getting into problematic situations on maps that don't offer it as much. Skyscraper is a home of compartmentalizing problems.
It is. It is, and I coming into this one, I like Wild for it. You know, beginning of the season, like you said, you know, there's always questions for new teams, but they've really answered those. And I think coming in here, they're looking very strong. BDS, as we've said a couple of times, has given teams really a little bit of a blueprint for, you know, what you do to frustrate and beat Virtus Pro. I think Wild will have taken a lot of notice of that. I'd expect to see them, you know, as you said, picking maps where they're going to burn a lot of time, where they're going to make life really difficult for Virtus Pro, get them down to those last 10-15 seconds before they can be attempting to execute. We'll see as we get into this one if that's the case. Initially, Wild will be starting on the attack, but of course when they get to the defence, that's going to be the key place to measure whether that's the case or not. So bans coming in, it's going to be Ying, IQ and Bandit so far.
I you know, I don't want to interrupt your point. It's brilliantly made. But this is some fun bans. Azami is the most sort of set in stone. Then you would say it would be obviously the Ying. Sorry, Milos just came through with a bread knife and a breadboard and a straw for me. And I'm not entirely sure what he's planning. But he's going to a room with only Hap in. So if we see Hap later, good news.
It's a good outcome.
It's a good outcome. Anyway, yeah, the removal there of the IQ. Obviously, she's in a pretty good spot right now. The gun is, I'm not going to say flat, but close to. And in good hands and dangerous hands. Very good. And then
the thing is, if it's near flat for you or I,
yeah, exactly.
And that's certainly not any slight on your gunning ability. But if it's anywhere near flat for, you know, for mere mortals
then
like
in
us,
the right hands,
in the right hands, it's going to be dangerous.
You know, and I think that's the sort of spread here. Is there's limitations underneath the removal of the bandit rather than the Kaid you're looking at. a little bit more of a stretch on some of these sort of top floor holds, especially Exhibition Room, when you've got the sort of double stacked walls outside the front, which you can claw off and put it awkwardly at the top. You cannot really protect that from underneath, and you know, it plays against that game there, and yeah, it's electrics at the end of the day. It's all electrics.
It's just all electrics. Is the reality. Right, let's get into it. Round 1, we're going to be going up to Karaoke and Tea Room to kick things off. Wild, as I said, do start on the attack. Got everything they need. We've got Hungry on the Ossa, so I would watch for those shields going down around the top of Black Stairs. That's where we would usually see that sort of push coming along. Teb on the Capito. Teb certainly been one to watch so far. The couple of games for Wild that I remember casting myself back in the first play day. You know, Teb was a great part of those couple of wins that they picked up. You know, picking up some very critical kills. I remember there was a particular double kill that I remember from stage in Piano on Cafe. Absolutely slayed a couple of people inside of the cigar shop, so looking for a bit more of that out of Teb.
Well, the one who's really stepped up over the past recent couple of days for them has been Aces. Packball's been a massive consistent for them as well, and it's sort of the slight change of pace, but the growth of those, you'd say, slightly more experienced Tier 1 players is going to be the change of face here. They're ready to go for the pinch and the pressure. They've surrounded themselves towards the top of Black. Dan is wanting to hop out underneath on the swing there. They've still got some pressure abated and held on the far end. He wants to hit the balcony. He's drawing some attention. They're going to just set the Claymore. I thought he might spray through and see if he got a bit lucky there, but a spray is very likely to get a spray back. The depth charges won't catch either side. They're just fishing for space here, and well, it's the start of the break onto Karaoke.
So far, so good from Wild. You know, a lot of good attention paid to that window on the balcony from Dan. They weren't going to lose a life to somebody just hopping out of the window, and I think he knew that. They've got the breach open from distance. They're still working on that a little bit. I don't think the Selma charge has quite got the job done. In comes another. That will likely complete it, yeah. I think we'll see exactly how that is. I'm not sure that they've got the walkthrough that they needed. They've had to go onto the left-hand side, but they still should be able to work with that. Kills come in. Aces is going to pick up Dan. 4 versus 3 now as Pasha fights back.
Pasha, hell of a 2 take there, and I'm assuming it was his impact that stopped the breach going all the way, but look at this, the pressure inside the site. Joystick swings behind the smoke, gets the header Hungry. Packball gets one back, but 40 seconds, and they've now got the kit lost in a little bit of the Lone Soul song of Karaoke. Teb, he's trying to buy some pressure, buy some space. He knows it's a dangerous swing through, but they swing onto Packball first. Teb's tucking around either side of his own smokes here, but they've made the rotation round on the back of Gold themselves. They're holding, waiting, 20 seconds. They know he's got the pressure of the plant on itself. Wild, they did a lot of the busy work early on here. And to be fair, if we're talking about VP having late executes, Wild have done some 15-second marvels of their own. This one, though, almost a false start, but it turns into a 1 versus 1. He's on the back corner of the geisha room. He just sees the fire. Teb! You called him as a name to watch, and we couldn't look away.
I told you so, Em. But Teb is, like I said, you know, proved that he's certainly got that in his locker, and he's brought it out for us in round 1. How kind of him to deliver. And I think, honestly, I've got to say a bit of a misplay from Virtus Pro there. You know, you've lost your first man. You find yourself in a 1v1. You're exposed to an angle there, playing in front of the double window. I think if you move around, if he moves around the boxes, you know, and puts himself between the boxes and the wall, there's much less exposure there. Yes, you can still be picked up from meeting, but let's think about where you've just lost your man. You've just lost your man in drum, so there's not enough time for him to come back round onto that other angle, more than likely. So for me, I think there is a safer position for the Oryx here. As he moves across, you might just see for Joystick, and Joystick very experienced, but look at this. If he's just further round and behind that wall, he's a lot safer than in that position when he knows that the killer's coming in drum. You know, surely the peak is going to come in. I think he's hoping that Teb doesn't know where he is. I think that's the key there. But still, you know, I think you've got to play to the information you have. And the information Joystick has there is he's in drum. So just cut off any exposure to that area of the map. But great play from Wild, fantastic. Teb goes in. What a great 1v2 to finish things off. 3 kills in the round, got the opener as well. Loving that from Wild.
Well, we started off with them clawing their way through a round. The point I was going to sort of set myself up for if the Wild push failed there was, hey, we talk about Virtus Pro having late pushes, but Wild do that themselves as well. They'll have themselves 30 or 20 seconds left on a count and go for a count on a plant. They had everything set up there. It took about 1.5 to 2 minutes to get it ready. We saw them prepping on the window, very early getting the destruction on the wall, slowed down by Pasha and the impact on the back end. But it is really that game that I'm going to keep my eyes on throughout all of this. Who's going to be the first to sort of get that rhythm of the final push and pressure? We talked about the play underneath walls being a bit important and how you can play against the claws and the Kaid. But here, it seems like it's a quick focus and a drive. Look at this, already flooding their way into the bedroom.
Droning will continue from WoW, just working underneath, making sure that there's no presence down there. They want to get in there, use those nades, see if they can get any vertical. We've already seen attempts so far. Wasn't successful back in round 1, but it is one of those. I think with the nades from underneath, you may be looking at a 20-30% success rate. So teams will continue trying that and seeing if they can get any value out of it. Pasha going to have to step away, but look at the pressure. The Pasha's under already. Out goes the Nitro, not going to find its target though.
I mean, they've tucked their way in close on the side. Shepard, he's got eyes on the player, sprays over the top, but it gets punched out just in time. Jegs, he finds always on the back end. Packball's going to see if he can stick the plant behind the solid as Pasha gets one back. Aces is doing everything towards the rotation and gets a great take onto Dan post plant. Tucked right behind the desk. Shepard, he's going to try and swing his way round, but look at the opening that they've already got. They've gone wide, they've got the first kill. The upside down repel should catch the rotate. There it is. Ace is able to get one more and one more. A triple over to the back end to the top of VIP stairs, and Shepard is the only important person left standing for Virtus Pro right now. He's trying to find an in, trying to find a route, gets the catch on the upside down player and the take on the far end, but with only a pocket full of seconds, one either side and one ready for the pinch. It's only really a pain sandwich at this point. Goes for the hop, goes for the spray, but it's Aces to get, I think, a quad on the round.
4K on the round indeed, and what a contrast from Wild coming in round 1. You said, sometimes they will have those late executes, and they certainly did leave it down to the wire. This time they were absolutely not messing about with the clock. We'll get in there in the first 30 seconds and we'll think about putting that diffuser down on the ground, exactly what they did, and another successful round for them. So what a start so far. Fresh picked it up that Skyscraper is a good pick into Virtus Pro for them, and let's not forget, this is their attack. They're going to get onto defense, whereby we will see what happens, but you expect now to see teams try and frustrate Virtus Pro, play for time, and Virtus Pro don't always react fantastically to that. If that's what happens here, Wild could be cruising to a first map already. I don't want to get carried away with 2 rounds in, but they're looking good.
I think that's the main thing about this as well, is Wild have been as successful as a lot of teams hope they are for their entire attack half on Skyscraper in the opening 2 rounds, and it's been 2 very distinct takes. As I said, the first is that sort of slower take, the second is that demonstration of what we think Wild have done very brilliantly this season, which is come in as a unit that seems prepared for their matchups. And it's a strange statement to make because everybody should be prepared. Everyone has obviously had differing levels of preparation based on changes, based on roster moves and whatever, but it's the easiest telltale sign to be like, this roster have played together as the core for a while, because of how succinct their takes have been throughout this entire season, throughout this entire play so far. And there it was manifest. There it was of, well, they're slow to set up here. They're slow to make motions. Let's make our own. I said they're quick in the bedroom, and then they went, yep, and we're quick everywhere else as well.
Great to see. Great to see from WoW. We'll see if they keep up that level of aggression in this round. Something you can do to teams is to keep changing that pace as well. We've seen them take their time round 1, quick round 2, and by mixing that up, it just again makes it difficult for the defenders to sort of prepare for what they're going to be facing. The attempt at vertical nades will continue for the time being. Still no success to be found there as of yet. Shepard is going to take a bit of damage inside his sight, but nothing more than that. Once again, Wild have got themselves, and this was something that I thought they did well last time, was established on Black Stairs very, very quickly. They had Aces up there at the top last time. He's using that shield against them. It's just great to see.
Oh, and he gets the take up the joystick.
Horrific.
And you wonder how he's able to get that territory so free. The top of Black Door still solid, and he finds a second. Please.
And this is all while being protected by their own utility.
By their own utility that they're not sort of setting themselves up behind. You wonder what the hold is. You wonder what the idea was with it. The fact that it's been handed over as territory so quickly twice, and this time around there's a shield there. What's the game plan?
A little bit bizarre, as you say. If you're going to play the shield, you've certainly got to play the man at the top of the stairs. They're obviously not recognising that Aces was in that position in round 1 so quickly, and all they'd be doing would be handing him a little bonus as he got to the top of the stairs. Shepard is trying to challenge back. It's not going to be an easy angle with the SMG-11, though. They're working now, and this time they've got a much better walkthrough into karaoke. I'm going to open that up further as well with another Selma charge. 5 versus 2 as Hungry manages to find always. There's one lurking down in the kitchen, I think, which leaves Shepard upstairs on his own. I'm just interested in Pasha's position. No, he's back out in Geisha, so there's work to be done for VP.
30 seconds and a triple for Aces and a Teb for the final full stop there. That hold just raised question marks, and okay, we can highlight it on that shield, but you have to look at, I guess, the ideas behind it from the side of Virtus Pro, because the wall was fully locked. So they've locked the wall, put a shield there, put the procs on. Maybe they're going to have a player there, waste time. No one was there. No one was underneath. No one was close. All of them were on the top floor for that entirety. And they didn't really have a response there. And you can see that Wild, this is the map that they wanted to bring. So you can see, more importantly and more obviously, this is not a good, comfortable map for Virtus Pro so far.
Absolutely not. You know, we've got to look at Virtus Pro, obviously, you know, very established, experienced players, but it's a new team, effectively, that's come together. You know, a number of the players haven't been playing at Tier 1 for a period of time, and, you know, as much as I could say, and I think it's probably, you know, true of both teams to a degree, they're both reasonably new, so you wouldn't expect them to have the biggest map pool, because it takes time. You know, every map that you want to get consistently good at, you've got to put a lot of hours into building your strats, practicing them, dry running them, scrimming them. You know, it takes a lot of time, so you've got to build that map pool up over time. But Virtus Pro, we are immediately seeing the weakness that does expose, which at the minute is Skyscraper for them. You know, they basically, I don't want to be too hard on them, but they basically set up the top of Blackstairs perfectly for attackers.
For Wild.
Perfectly for attackers.
Yeah, and the way that you stop that is you can have the rotate. And it's sort of like the combination of the old and the new, where the older way of holding Skyscraper, as weird as that is to say, because we haven't had it in the pool longest, is to have a bit of an opening there on the swing of karaoke and get behind that shield and pull back into the site. They had that fully locked. So at that point, which is the more sort of modern way of doing it, is the hop over. But either way, that's the previous round, and I guess if the sort of statements about are Wild going to be a best of 3 team can be sort of made by both these.
The thing is, as well, and I commented on this, you're going into a second and third map that Wild have had wins on so far. You know, so they're going to look good for it. If they can get this first map, you'd expect them to pick up one of the second 2. It just seriously puts them in the driving seat. Aces with the entry again. Honestly, I don't want to say it too soon. I think we could be looking at a 7-0.
He just triggered the cap can so they would hurt Shepard. Didn't get the full kill on him. It was so quick. They entirely surrounded him now. It's the 3 versus 2. They've got the pressure on. They still have vertical control here. That's the important part for Virtus Pro. And although they're a body down, as long as they keep this ground, they might be able to still pull this back. It's technically a very dangerous 1 versus 1 flat fight above, but it's a 2 versus 1 underneath. If they get the whiff of the wind of where Dan is, the impact almost and does get the end of him. The cap can pull. Didn't quite come together. The sudden 2 versus 2. They know roughly where Dan's tucked. Wild. How can they piece this one together after what was quite a strong opening strike here with all the risks paid to the wind? Now they've got to see if they can try and pull it back.
That's actually really great from Dan. The speed of thought for that second impact nade, and also the placement of it, the aim to get it in behind the Monty of Hungary. It was really well played from him, and it drags Virtus Pro back into a round that, to be honest, after a minute, looked like it was probably going to be another loss for them. As it stands, we've got a little bit of a face-off. The thing is, there's only Dan that's going to win from this. Wild, as the attackers, are going to have to push forward and take this fight on. Dan is low health, so, you know, there is an advantage here for Teb pushing in towards him. He just doesn't know exactly where he is, I don't think, and the more he pushes forward, the more he needs to recognise that the likelihood is that he's hard right.
He heard the drone coming. Dan swung just before it hit him. He knew that he was sort of named on the cards here. He's tucked slightly different. The bolt is just gone, but there's Packbull on the back end, and now with 10 seconds, they're looking for the final fight. Joystick still has the vertical control, and he's looking for a final player. No time. The burn of the smoke, the pop underneath. Teb's going to go for the plant in the midst and the chaos, and he doesn't quite have the angle. Teb, he's covered by his own gadget, but can he get out clean? No! Joystick chose the right rotate and just gets this cautiously as the first Virtus Pro round.
It was still hard fought from Virtus Pro to get that one done, but better decision making from Joystick there at the end of the round. Just, you know, making all the right choices. Didn't have the vertical, heads down, knows he can take the fight for the post plan. Unfortunately for Teb, he just strafes across the door that Joystick is ready and waiting at. So the 7-0 will not be on the cards anymore. Virtus Pro managing to put themselves down a marker at least. You know, it could be one of them maps that they've just started sort of slowly on, but I've got to be honest, the first few rounds, there's concerns there about the strategy with which they've tried to hold those sites. So I'm not sure that that's going to be the case, but we will see as it continues. But Wild, they're going to be back onto attacking. Let's see if Virtus Pro adapt at all here. Let's put, just if nothing else, let's not put the shield at the top of Black Stairs. Well, if we could just not do that. When you died, you had 2 people die from behind.
Yeah.
You know, let's just not do that.
I mean, I still entirely understand them going back to this site over the other one, because there was that round where it was very close, that sort of first take. It is at points awkward to attack. You know, they've got themselves the cap cans underneath. I'm curious to see if they try and stretch maybe a little bit more of a hold underneath, just some attention paid towards it, because it's been quite flat so far. They're expecting a take here from over exhibition side across the top via the sort of terrace and drum, as a lot of teams like to do, but it's been all centered around the northwest corner, the top of Black Stairs, which starts underneath in the sort of shower room. And you know, if questions are posed, you've got to start trying to find the answers for them, and maybe it's the peaked angle that's just been popped into Shrine.
Here we go then, underway. 20 seconds into the round. Wild still approaching the building, doing the droning. Something else I think that they've been doing well is getting a handle on exactly where Virtus Pro are playing. They've set themselves right up on the east side this time. There is potentially the opportunity for Wild to really push aggressively and get control of site here if they recognise that. Virtus Pro are sort of slowly pushing back. The Oryx has moved back across now and onto those drum stairs, but that still leaves 3 over on the east side.
It's the sort of big gamble, I think, to sort of throw everything over onto the other side. They've got themselves in. Once again, it's exactly the same approach here from Wild. If it's not broke, let's not try and change anything up. They've got the pressure onto Karaoke Window. They've got the pressure coming up Black Stairs. They haven't been shuttered off, and here's Virtus Pro going into similar positions. There's some very minor changes, but now generally all of them are back closer towards site. There's one loose player on the back end trying to hunt the one loose player on the opposite end who's just watching the stairs. They're hoping to get a bit lucky. To be honest, we haven't really seen too much of the fight from that side. This is a prepped jump out, which they haven't done too much before. We saw it attempted as a bit of a later movement, and you know, Wild seem a bit curious.
I think Teb's maybe just holding underneath at the minute. If his teammate can get drones over the other side of the map, he's just watching the angle on the stairs. But if they can catch where that player is on the far side for Virtus Pro, he does have nades in hand, and it is something that we've seen Wild trying. Ace is going to take a lot of damage there, unaware that the vertical angle had been opened up, and this has certainly been better from Virtus Pro. They've got themselves set up better. They've made it more difficult for Wild to push in, and at the minute, Wild are struggling to crack this defense open.
Yeah, they're trying to find a first route through. Maybe they had the read that everyone was on the other side and they've shifted themselves back, but Pasha is able to get that opener. Jegs goes down. There's the second. Teb lost on the back end. Patience pays off for Virtus Pro, and they found one more in the meantime. Okay. Play the hand on the other side and bring it back has been a much more profitable venture here for Virtus Pro. 2 remaining Wild players. They've tucked themselves around on the top here of Black. They've got the Yossa shield. The Talon is just going to try and drive its way through, but Joystick is doing exactly the same thing. Packbull gets 1, and Hunger gets a lot of damage, but he's now in the corner with only 13 seconds to see if he can get the plant. And, well, that shield did not get caught, but the player sure did. There's one more. He's got to find the ace, but cannot. Virtus Pro, 2 in a row.
Virtus Pro with a nice comeback there. It's exactly what they needed. The first 3 rounds were dire for them, really. They, got put massively on the back foot, but have just really woken up in round 4 and 5, which I think will do them the world of good. But as you've touched on, I think at round 2, Emmy, Wild are already in a position where they're ahead of the curve, really, in terms of what you expect to achieve on an attack of Skyscraper. So Virtus Pro, even with a good last few rounds leveling it up 3-3, it's still going to be a tough second half for them. That said, if you've got players like Joystick, like Pasha, starting to hit shots, which is what is happening, then we know how much of an upset this team can cause. It's always possible.
I mean, Pasha was always one of those players as well. When he shows up, it's
game-changing.
Yeah,
game-changing.
It's that sort of thing. And
life-altering in some cases.
Yeah, I mean, it plays your way through. Also, what are they playing for life-altering? They're route through to the major. Of the 4 teams that we have for the rest of today's show, only one of them won't go through, I believe.
Yeah, that's
directly to the major.
3 out of 4 will go. And it just depends which phase you go into.
It depends what phase you're going into, but still, that's a huge ticket. That's a huge ride through to what is going to be, the longest major that we've ever had, the most Siege that they'll ever be able to play on that stage, and it's a short run to get to this stage with only maybe a shorter run to end it.
Yep. And just to finalise that point on qualifying for the major out of this game, basically it's as simple as the winner will be at the major.
Yeah.
There's other things to be decided, but they will be at the major once they get that position in our final that's going to be played out, of course, between the other game, which is G2 and MNM, which will be coming up after this one. But we need to see who the first finalist is going to be. Wild with a fantastic start, setting off like a rocket to begin with, but Virtus Pro have just been able to reel them back in a little bit over the last couple of rounds and are looking good for potentially getting themselves another here. They've gone to meeting this time. Work is being done. This is the site last time around. Office and exhibition. This is the site last time around that Wild were able to get into very quickly and get the diffuser down. Not quite been the same this time.
They have the mirror window tucked, ready for the swing in case the pressure comes up against it. It's sort of expected for that wall to be opened anyway, so you prep for the plan B of how do you stop it going any further. I mean, at this point last time, Wild had got in, got planted, and got out with a couple of bodies for the trouble, so it's the opposite. The man of the moment of that round. He got a 4K in the last time, and he's off the board first with Teb quickly getting a response and a trade back, but still a stalemate. Look at this. It's a full line either side of the screen of the 2 teams across the 2 stories. Who's going to be able to break through?
Nice trade from Teb, just keeping that man count level. Still got the nades coming in from underneath. I think, again, it's worthwhile continuing with it. It's, at the end of the day, it's an opportunity for an absolute freebie, but it's not going to be the case. Hungry is in position now, just looking for that potential hatch jump, but obviously needs information before he can throw himself in to do it. He does have diffuser in hand, so there is definitely the possibility, but Virtus Pro are a little bit more prepared this time. They've got the views that they need. They've got the mirror window. They've got the angle from the other side from the table. Hungry so much so decides that it is not going to be the play. Gets himself up onto the balcony, and if Always' eyes were extremely quick there, might have just recognised that was the Amaru and will be able to say, look, it's not going to be a hatch jump.
A double C4 from Shepard. Ready, waiting, and willing to blow that at the first drop of trouble, with Pasha getting one more on the back end. Packbull, suddenly all that's left, and this is one of those late executes I talked about where it has not quite worked out here for Wild. They tried to crack through, but Virtus Pro had the game cracked themselves. It was a lot of talking, a lot of ideas, a lot of trying to posturize over the past 2 rounds, and unfortunately it slowed down what was a very quick start to this map. Wild peter out, but now they have time on their side.
I'm happy to say that Virtus Pro have really sort of woken up a bit in those last few rounds. I wasn't sure, as I said, that was necessarily the problem. It was more the way they were setting up and the advantages that they were giving to Wild in those first few rounds. But they've definitely nipped that in the bud quite quickly and got themselves really back into this one. Now, that makes it quite a fascinating matchup because you've got this, Wild come out super strong and get 3 good rounds. Virtus Pro come back with a good answer and get themselves 3 nice rounds. rounds, and we now level pegging again, moving into the second half. We would give an advantage to Wild, given that they are on the defence, but we haven't seen them defend on Skyscraper yet, so there's still, you know, questions to be asked. We will see if they can provide the answers.
3 apiece, VP, and let's see if the warming up carries on over onto this side now that you have to try and push the momentum. If Wild have slowed down into their defenses, I'm not going to say it plays well, but it plays better than the other way around. There's got to be that sort of step change in the pace applied here, and it'll be the first taste and tell told at the site where a lot of it was told here. The top of Black Stairs seems like that's where Virtus.pro want to posterize. And hey, there's that half-open wall hold with the shield at the top I talked about before. There's not a player on that extension, but it's a lot easier to get there when you have that rotate. And most importantly, it's a lot easier to get out as well.
That's the big difference, and it's interesting that we've got it played there. Obviously, we were critical of Virtus.pro playing the shield with the wall closed, and we saw why. Aces was able to just stand behind it, peek around, get 2 kills. With the rotation there, that's not possible the same, because you've got that threat over your shoulder of somebody just popping over there and getting the kill onto you, and that's why you're able to then play the shield at the top of the Black Stairs. So Wild, you know, certainly setting themselves up better to use that shield at least. But they're going to have Pasha immediately onto the windows there. Going to be droning in, just drops himself away. I like that, a little detail there, but just conscious of the potential for a Nitro to come out onto that windowsill. Windowsill, should there be any in the hands of the defenders. There isn't in this case, but it's still that second nature of dropping away to safety.
Oh, Tab. He's just watched the drones go by. He's utilizing the gadget almost as if he can, you know, create a bubble of space where he knows where the drones are rolling. He'll hear the call. The smoke will sort of say there's a Monty at the bottom of the shield. He's going to go offer some support on the back line, but he doesn't want to give his life away. Sprays him, finds the fight. Suddenly the Monty goes, I'm very isolated here. Has to try and stack up and get some support elsewhere. Pulls back. Does not want to give his life entirely towards this fight. Joystick is concerned. He's going to get swung from every way, but he wins out the fight. Jegs goes. Teb wants to try and lock out this engagement before he knows he's going to get surrounded. There's the pull of the grenade, the roll of the fight. He's not quite able to get either side of it, and Joystick tucks his way behind Sushi on the back end. Packbull wants to get rid of Always and does. The smoke canister and finished off by the gun of Teb. Back to the top of the stairs, and Joystick caught by the support of Aces. Wild entirely sunk their way down there. They got the call where the hold was, they got the call where the fight was, and they made sure that no man was left behind. Packbull, he's going to try and replace this door, but not with wood, with a gun. Although, losing a body on the far end suddenly gives him a little bit of caution to the wind and lets that wind blow him back.
I think a smart decision there, just to drop himself back down behind that shield. There's 3 versus 2, no need to be taking those sorts of risks. You know, if you've got the utility there, then use it. Pasha just looking to push from behind potentially. Packbull does manage ultimately to find the kill onto the ace. Pasha finds Teb underneath, is able to recollect that down diffuser, but with 20 seconds left to go, this is exactly the sort of position that Virtus.pro don't want to be finding themselves in. 1v2, limited time. Pasha hunting for kills. He knows that there's one inside of Geisha. Can he find his man? That's going to be the first of second, but no, the movement from Wild is good, just keeping himself out of trouble, and Hungry manages to eat up that final kill, and Wild get their first defense on the board.
I mean, it was movement by synergy. Every single time that they stepped, Hungry would step as well. They made sure that they were almost parallel to the fight. It's, I guess, parallel to the very opening round that we had of this game, where Joystick was sort of stationary. He was sat, he was waiting, and there was Hungry. Although, yeah, it's a 2 versus 1, it's a different situation, but still, that mobility, that caution of we can hear this, we know it's the stairs push, where can I not be easily caught? The first round is wild. It was a good read. It got a bit scrappy in the middle, but I think when you're trying to drive your way back against the Monty and they're still surrounded and suddenly you're getting clarity, it's not easy.
Not at all. Here we go then, round 8. Wild looked very good on the defence on the whole. I like the way that they worked from multiple angles. They had Teb challenging through. Joystick they then recognised was in no man's land, so Packbull pushed down drum stairs to make a challenge, and they just kept Virtus.pro guessing, didn't let them settle. Virtus.pro, by contrast, you know, made a good effort of it. They were certainly trying to command map control with Joystick inside head of restaurant, just looking to lock down, but you could just see his discomfort in watching his point of view. He knew he had too many angles to watch for his own safety. So I think this time Virtus.pro, if they're going to take control of the map, great, but just get some areas that you can work from as more of a beachhead.
Now, Dan, he's going to look for the fight. I quite like the change here across both teams. The clash, not massively seen, not the most common hold, but Hungry is that multi-tool that we've talked about before, where if you need a problem, if you need an operator played, call up Hungry.
Certainly is. Plenty of experience across many on attack and defence. Quite often seeing sort of team strategies rotate or revolve around his pick, and it can completely change, you know, the attitude of how his team is going to play. And like you say, the clash maybe just suggesting, right, we're going to start playing into that mindset of wasting some time here. Clash, very difficult to deal with quickly. We've seen it utilised, I think it was it by Sandbox or Cyclops in the APAC League, where they'd get the clash out onto the balcony here. You can pretty much just stand there if you're careful, and just be a complete nuisance.
Yeah, I think we've seen BDS do it as well. You just keep popping your way out. The Flores drone straight through there is going to be impacted off, but you assume that gets the shield as well, so it's sort of that sort of trade-off. Oh no, just angled away outside the door. Very clever play there. Impacted off the Flores drone so it would not destroy the shield.
Just opening up the punch holes for a few extra angles. Dan working in towards Shrine, but look at the time. 1 minute 10 left to go. No real progress from Virtus.pro here yet. They haven't got any kills. They haven't really got any control over site whatsoever. And Hungry bringing along the clash is certainly causing a problem. Pasha's been hanging around. Sorry, not Pasha. Always on the Thatcher has been hanging around, trying to use those EMPs to just push the shield back, force them out of position, but it hasn't really worked. Jegs manages to pick up Dan. 45 seconds left to go, and Virtus.pro need to get moving, because before they know it, it's going to be that final 10.
I mean, it's just fantastically played here by Hungry. The grenades are going to roll through. They're going to burn off the ADSs. They're going to get the realization that's going to hit. They're blinded by their own, but they take over control of Terrace. 20 seconds, though, and the Clash can just hold that button on the far end. It knocks them back a little, but look, they're trying to force all of the pressure over the top. It's a dangerous fight to take through the legs of the Dragon and the fire and the flames, and the only one spit is at the end of Jegs' gun. Finds a second for the round aces. He's crouching his way up for some support, but suddenly Virtus.pro get a double back. However, 5 seconds to find themselves inside the site and get the kit down. In the meantime, with all the cover and Tab still putting the damage in a clash, causing so many problems. They're holding the trigger, they're holding the button, they've got to fight their way through. Joystick is looking every single direction. They can't quite stop the plant. They've somehow snuck it down, tucked on a corner, and you can't really work out who's to blame. Tab, he's doing some damage and giving himself a good name. Joystick over the top from the far end of the bar, a sliver of health, and he tucks tail just out the back end here of Terrace, waits for the swing, finds the first. And now it's down to Packbull on the back end, 20 seconds. And after being strong-armed and muscled out of his own sight, can he see if he can utilize those to long-arm the kit and the hold? They know he's going to hold it off. 13 seconds, the bait and the jiggle. He pulls off just in time! And Packbull, the man from the Emerald Isle, shines!
Packbull had my heart going there as he came off for that final kill in the absolute nick of time. And what an end to a round. I'm struggling to think of a round that has been that tense over the entirety of stage one. That was unbelievable. The fact that Virtus.pro were able to stick that plant, somehow got away with it. And then when you've got Joystick in the 1v2, there's a bit of me screaming, just hold the cover. You can go for the defuse here potentially. If you've got the angle, he has to come through terrace door. I think the concern potentially being that he might have rotated around to Shrine. We find ourselves 1v1. What a round that was. Packbull coming out on top and triggering that tactical timeout from Virtus.pro.
I mean, you have to give a bit of credit there to Virtus.pro for not really having anything. They were 2 bodies down. There was 20 seconds left. They had only just been able to get boots in the ground inside Dragon, inside Shrine, and inside Terrace. They didn't have the push coming from anywhere else at that point, apart from one loose player that had got themselves tucked just inside the breach at the top of the VIP stairs around house, and then suddenly going, we've got to just brawl our way through here. We have to trust that we can make something out of this. I won't say that that was an execute to plan. It's not the most common plan spot. It's not the most common way of taking it. It worked for a period of time, but I think only because of the gun skill that Virtus.pro can pull out in those situations.
I think, yeah, that's the sort of situation that you would call throwing it at the wall and seeing what sticks. You know, like you say, not to take anything away from Virtus.pro, this was a beautiful kill from Jegs. Really did sort of push them towards that final end. Like I say, Teb found himself in this position, and this is where I'm talking. Joystick picks up the kill here. Teb's aiming towards Terrace. If he thinks that Joystick's in Terrace, there is an opportunity to get on that diffuser and force Joystick through that door. And all he needs to do really is hold the angle, because Packbull can long arm it as he was doing from behind cover, so Joystick has to expose himself fully to it. So, you know, it's easy to say from our perspective at the end of the day, when you're in that 2v1, you've got a diffuser down, it's post-plant, you know, if you think you've got the opportunity for a kill, you're going to take it. But one way or another, Wild managing to come through, even after Virtus.pro somehow managed to force that plant down. Absolutely beautiful from them. But we move on to round 9. It's going to be down to bedroom this time, interestingly, rather than kitchen and barbecue, which would generally be the more popular downstairs site. Wild are going to take us to a lesser used site, but still a good one, I think. They'll be trying to hold on to exhibition and office. They'll want the vertical as well. You can see the presence on stairs already over there. So Virtus.pro looking like they're going to mount a west-sided push rather than trying to go in through the breach into exhibition office, for example.
Yeah, you don't see a huge amount of play on this site. It's quite awkward, and although we have the soft for the demonstration, in terms of how the fight is going to play out, you could do the whole site within about 20% of this map. You've got the two outside sort of hop-ins, you've got the bathroom window, you've got the opposite side, you've got the one that routes itself all the way through the site itself, and then the verticality, which is the most important part of the hold onto a site, as sort of temperamental and dangerous as this is. Virtus.pro know this, which is why they get the quick clear over to the top on the back end. The first thing we saw was the Selmas opening up the wall at the top of the VIP stairs, and then from that point onwards, they can clear their way across, try and hit hammer and heavy against the site top hold.
While taking drones out left, right and centre at the minute, leaving themselves only 5 to face up against. Virtus.pro, their stock of drones cut in half there, but still should be providing a reasonable amount of information. But again, same as I said last time around, we are 2 minutes in, no kills for Virtus.pro. Cast the curse, sorry Jegs, Joystick will pick up the entry, but still they're getting limited on time, but this time moving a little bit better in terms of map control.
That's a very dangerous door, and they're not going to take the route through. Packbull is waiting, ready to snap shut on the doors of anybody who tries to make their way through. The quick play underneath, and there's the take. Joystick gets the player from the hatch. It's the pressure now as Pasha drops their weight down. It's castled off with a lot of cross angles, and this is what I talked about, the danger of this site itself, as you can watch it all the way across. Hungry, he's going for a bit of a retake over the top. Finally finds the first body, and with 20 seconds left, though, they now know the call that he's quite far away. So let's see if we can tuck ourselves in. Right to the back end of Bathroom, as Hungry's now got a second, but he's got to ace out this round to have any chance of it going into their favor. They're tucked with the plant. They have the cover this time. They have at least 2 players ready for the fight. He's looking for a toasty engagement, but unfortunately all that's done is give them a little bit more to work with. They still have 3 players. They only need 1. And with 2 taps after the timeout, it's a Virtus.pro round.
Yeah, managing to turn it over. It was on the third choice site. So Wild now have the opportunity to go back. It is 5-4, of course, but they've got the opportunity to go back through those primary choice sites. They can go to Karaoke and Tea Room, which they won back in round 7. They can then follow that up with Office and Exhibition again, which they won in round 8. So Wild right now have got an opportunity. You know, they need to make sure that they get this done. They don't really want to be having to rely on going all the way to 12 rounds if they can avoid it. You know, get this done here and now. You've got 2 good sites ahead of you. You need 2 rounds won. This is your chance.
Okay, Wild, from what has been solid plays and holds, this one was a game against the Shield, and they've picked back into the Shield, but you've opted away from the Solace. I'm assuming we're going to have something a little bit more ready to fight and face them here, because you definitely get the feeling that Virtus Pro has started cooking into this game more and more the longer it goes on. They are that team. And if you're looking at the maps that you've got ahead of you, especially the middle of this, I think, to be honest, if you were either of these teams, you might look at these maps and assume a 3-map series.
Potentially, but like I say, I think, you know, looking back at Wild Stage 1, they've already shown us that they can play on a number of different maps. They won Chalet against Secret 7-4. They played MNM on Clubhouse. They won 7-5. You know, there's a real argument to say that this map ban really favours Wild here, potentially.
I think the club is always the toss-up.
Yes.
MNM, I mean, I cast that game, I believe. MNM, I think they threw a few rounds. As they often, sometimes sadly do. Here's the spray around the side. Virtus Pro, they're a very good club team. I think club's going to be a very dangerous...
Club will be tough for Wild, don't get me wrong. But I think if Virtus Pro want to win this game, I feel like they've got to win it in 2 maps.
Yeah.
I feel like they need to avoid Charlie.
Sorry, I think I should be harsher. I need to be like Dez, right? I'm supposed to insult teams and things like that.
Hashtag be more Dez.
Hashtag be more Dez and be mean about teams. But Wild. 2 rounds away here from being able to lock off your map pick. You are back towards your first pick site here with a different hold and a different idea. It seems like Virtus Pro are going for same but different. They've obviously still got the Monty, but it seems like they're not going to try and drive their way up directly from underneath and cut the stairs. In fact, maybe the castle door onto the kitchen area is what's giving them a bit of caution here. They don't want to get swung the way around, but also you've got grenades, you've got a lot of soft floor above you, and now you've got a fully locked top black. We've had a change of hold here, but Wild have kept a player there. That's the difference.
It's a perfect player to deal with the Monty, of course. Toxic Babe Canister will go out, and it's exactly the same as we saw last time. This time, Mike Bull just looks to get aggressive onto that door. Last time we saw him not really committing quite as heavily. He waited for Shepard to push in and picked him up with the SMG. This time, he's going to take the fight to them. Manages to pick up Dan and then pushes down to continue dealing with that Monty. And this is great play from Bull. He's dealing with fights on 2 fronts, 180 degrees on either side of him. And ultimately, it's a nade that takes him down, but he's wasted 2 minutes 10 and got an entry kill.
I mean, that is what you need the player to do. It's do or die, and he did both there at the end of it. 40 seconds. Virtus Pro, they get themselves control of it, but you combine this and compare it with how Wild did the same thing on their attacks, and there's a good 2 minutes as the differing factor here. Can Virtus Pro push this one over the end? There's a big enough door for a Monty to roll his way through on without too much fear of having to drop his shield. Teb, he's hoping for the swing on the far end. They're just going to pull out the first bit of danger. There's the reveal of the smoke. The man with the special glasses is in the perfect position to try and stop this. The danger is he might get swung from Geisha window, or Karaoke window even, as he slips his way on by. They've tucked themselves in. They're going for the plant. They're just spraying it down. Jegs had the cover as well. It's only a second left, and Virtus Pro did not have the time for a plan B.
No, it was a nice use of the warden there, just preventing the Monty, getting the plant down, and it's really put Virtus Pro on the back foot. As I said, Wild's opportunity is now. It is in those 2 rounds. It's Karaoke Tea, they've done, tick in the box. They now need to close out Office and Exhibition. They don't really want to go to that 3rd choice site, but by winning that immediately, they've given themselves an opportunity at least. If they do need to go to the 3rd choice, that might be a 5th round, say, for Virtus Pro. You know, they still have choices. They've got a bit of wiggle room now.
Now, this one was close, Tim. Last time.
It was close.
It was a bit close.
It was the closest round I've seen for a long time.
It was, yeah.
2v2, 20 seconds to go. Diffuser goes down. Post plant isn't held. Diffuser,
yeah, it was a little bit close.
With 9 seconds left to go, Bull gets on and successfully disables the diffuser.
And that's something both teams will know.
There was a few turnarounds.
Both teams will have the full awareness that this
Oh no, we're Kitchen Barbecue.
Oh, okay. It was Exhibition T.
What I do like this site choice because we haven't seen it yet.
No.
And when we went to bedroom, we both commented that it's not, you know, the most common 3rd choice site that we see. It's generally Kitchen Barbecue.
Honestly, I think our point that we were going to...
this is a good shout.
Yeah, I think our point that we were going to make there about Exhibition being close is why they changed off it. Because they had selected
Very possibly, yeah.
And then I strategically moved all of my things off the desk in case it comes back to the camera. And then I look back and it's a different site. There's a peek behind the curtain there.
little BTS.
Little BTS. We take things off the desk when we know the cameras are going to come back on, so we don't get in trouble. Either way, as you were saying, it's good. I think it's good to see a bit of a variation. I think it's good to stretch the full site because this is Wild's map. They've proved it at points. And the off-sites, yeah, okay, they didn't work just before, but this has a little bit more offering to you, I think.
Yeah, it's a good site, and Virtus.pro haven't seen it yet. Yep. And you need a round. You need to get this done. You don't want to be going to 12 rounds realistically. Just get it done here and now. So, yeah, I love this. I think it's a good shout. So, they're going to be going into Geisha to begin with, our Virtus.pro. They will face some challenges. Teb is in there, has an ADS to help him stay in place as well, and will likely try to hold on to this for as long as possible, I think, because obviously we know the verticals, Geisha can be completely destroyed in terms of the flooring. The hatches there can also be taken out, and it can really support the opportunity of getting the plant down inside that kitchen door from the storage side.
How dangerous is Teb feeling? He's been able to have a couple of big pointed moments throughout this series so far, and he wants to be the lead in here on what can be potentially the last round of our opening map. Pasha cracking his way across the top. Half of the time has gone. They've been able to get themselves in, but it still sort of heralds a couple of warning bells here as the pressure is only really starting to hit the top floor. There's still underneath that needs to be thought about.
The Rez Pasha is going to be moving across now to try and support the push into T-Room. We've also got Dan on the Brava just outside the Black Stairs door as well. So these top floor players are going to start feeling the pressure, but what a lot of work there is to be done here. I love that reinforcement, just preventing Joystick, who tried to do exactly that, get in and pressure from the drum angle. But Dan, he manages to pick up Jegs, and that is what Virtus.pro needed. They needed to start finding some kills, some cracks, and Joystick manages to find aces as well. 5 versus 3, 30 seconds left to go.
Oh, I thought he'd missed the boat on that one, but he tucks it back in and ties it away. Suddenly, 30 seconds, they've got a double. I said this might start with the fight on Teb, and he might be the end of it. He's still in a position of power. He might be able to swing around the back end. He's waiting patiently for the calls to come against it. They've got themselves stacked up. They're trying to slip the kit round in the back and bottom of Black Stairs. There's Teb getting Joystick above. There's Packball getting one inside the site, 10 seconds. And suddenly they've got to try and recollect the kit. They're able to get one more. It's a 2 versus 2. It's now a 1 versus 2. They've just got to hold off on the side of Hungry. He's hot pinged. He gets the cover. He's got to sprint round for the final player. Can he make it? Yes, he can!
Unreal finish from Hungry there, 1v2. It was, for me, the first kill, the one onto Drum Stairs, that really opened up that round for him to be able to take Skyscraper for Wild. It was just a beautiful flick to take the man down, knew exactly where the plant was trying to be stuck, and also knew that he was close to the wire. You saw him pre-firing through that doorway because he did not want to let Virtus.pro get off that diffuser and get set, ready for a fight. Great play from Wild. They managed to lock out the first round.
For how that game started as well, how it ended, I think was tighter than what Wild definitely would have wanted or expected. It was very pacey. It was 3 rounds in a row, and it was 3 very comfortable rounds in a row to what turned into a lot of 1 versus 1s, 2 versus 2s, and Wild will be aware of that, as will Virtus.pro, because our next map is still, for my money, Virtus.pro's to lock home.
The thing you've got to remember is, of course, you're getting into the sharp end of the tournament. Every game that you go is going to get more and more difficult, so you quite often will come in and, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, really fly out of the gates, but then, all of a sudden, you're going to have these teams that can fight back.
Well, I'm curious how this one will measure up and how our desk has measured it too, so we'll throw it to a quick break before we're back with them.
It's a really cool map. It's on top of Japanese style building.
The map's a 2-floor map. You have a lot of windows where you can enter.
The bomb sites on Skyscraper are karaoke and tea, barbecue and kitchen, armory and office, and master bedroom and bathroom.
On this map you have to do everything fast. The team must be coordinated, be fast to rotate around, and be fast to enter inside the map.
Opening breaches and playing from outside as an attacker is very important, and as a defender, when they open these breaches, not exposing yourself and losing your life is vital to winning defense rounds.
always have one lurker that can surprise defenders from the other side, because it's hard map to attack, so I think you need to have that surprise factor.
My big tip for Skyscraper is making sure that when you push, it's timed with the rest of your team to make sure you have key areas of the map and key angles to trade out gunfights.
Theme Park is a 2-floor map.
The map is big and there are 4 bomb sites on Theme Park. There is obviously the throne and rock lab on downstairs, and then upstairs there is daycare bomb site and the office bomb site.
Attacking Theme Park, it's really important to make sure that whatever the enemies contest, you ignore and you take the other parts of the map that are free.
If you're a rat on defense, it definitely favors you, because if you hide the corners, make the enemies to drone every single corner, waste time, then it's definitely gonna favor the defensive side.
I think the hardest part to play is top dragon area. You don't have space to move and attackers have a line of sight into you.
Essential operators on Theme Park for defense are up bandit and impacts to deny breaches that the attackers might go for. Operators like Jackal and like Dokkaebi are very helpful to the attackers to take map control and make it harder for the defenders to roam and hold map control.
There are 4 bomb sites on Villa. There is the main AVG one, then the trophy one upstairs, and then downstairs there is the kitchen bomb site and the living library bomb site.
At the start, Villa was mostly like Oregon, like very defender-sided, but right now I think it's almost balanced, because people learned like some really good attacks on that map.
I think the best way to attack on Villa is obviously try to get early info how the defenders are set up in their defenses, and then figuring out is it worth to push them directly or try to push from the other side.
As a defender, my favorite is one where you play a lot of strats with utility. Can be really enjoyable even to play with an aggro playstyle and try to deny the entry point of attacker. That can be really different because there are a lot, and I enjoy playing that.
Villa is a really good map, one of my favorites actually.
Welcome back, everybody. Skyscraper is done, and what a game. Lego casters were saying when the game was done, yes, the score might have been to the side of Wild, but it actually got too close for comfort. Some of these rounds were nail-biting. Let's talk about it here on the desk. Hey, Milosh, Fresh, Ollie, what do you think about it all?
What a game.
Yeah.
I thought that we could be in for quite a quick Skyscraper. Honestly, those first 3-4 rounds flew by. Aces is 9-2. I'm looking at this and I'm worried. And I'm thinking...
Tim's saying 7-0?
Yeah. Tim actually uttered the word 7-0, which we all know never happens if he's casting a game. It has to go at least to equals. And we nearly went there as well. But very close game. VP, sleepy start.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought Wild had a very good handle on how to play against VP, because you really do, and I've tried to emphasize this throughout the season, when you play against VP, you've got to change your style. You've got to play a little bit differently to if you was playing a G2 or an MNM or whoever. And Wild did that the first 3 rounds. I thought they played as a team, they played very compact, they took the ground that was given to them and they executed perfectly. Then I thought they actually over-adapted too much. They tried looking for backstabs, lurks, solo plays, doing stuff differently, got punished for it. And then VP got on the attack, and they surprised me again. It was a game full of surprises, because VP, instead of doing the full clears that they do 99% of the time, they was going direct to site a little bit more. Impressed me, but Wild just had that clutch ability, pack ball clutching in that, what ended up being a 1v2, I thought he played that to perfection. And I thought right in the late round, Wild came in, even in the final round there, very good, wasting that time of VP and punishing them for it.
It was a great round from Packball. I think Red Light captured it perfectly as well. We got the action from both sides. Joystick trying his best in that 1 versus 2 post plant. Something that impressed me, while picking up 3 rounds on the attack, we know that Skyscraper is one of the trickier maps to get a handle of that attack on. But they've gone into this with their eyes wide open. You look at the bans that they brought in. They brought in that IQ ban. I know that you were screaming about that in the green room, Fresh. Fantastic as well, because we know that VP, they're going to be a little bit more set in the ways with what they're going to bring. It gives a little bit more flexibility here onto Wild when they move on to their defenses as well.
I gotta say, there was one round clutched out by the MVP of this map, Teb. That was just incredible. The man is on fire.
Round number 1. He's really been enabled, literally since, sticking with this ex-Na'Vi roster, coming onto Wild, rebuilding not just the team, but also rebuilding how Teb plays as well. He's been unleashed. He feels like a player with confidence. That he did look like a good player on Na'Vi, but he didn't look like an Unreal player. He's got in his element on this roster, and he's providing the goods. Like you say, round 1 clutch really set them up very well.
Set the tone. Wild obviously came into this game off the back of a really good warm-up scrim because they were firing for it. They were really up for the fight. And, VP, rightly so, we were expecting them, we're not going to sit here and watch them roll over and just take 7 rounds of hammering. They were there to be fought for, but ultimately Wild came in a little bit too strong. And I think those first 3 rounds set the pace, and ultimately it won them the game later on because they had a lot less to do.
It's probably so. The 1v1 fight was beautiful to spot when you got one person joystick retreating back, the dragon trying to play the area there. It was beautiful to see. Unfortunately lost there, but this just means that we have an actual game on our hands and not a blowout. So from then on, I'd like to remind everybody of our maps in the series. All of our games are best of 3s here. We've gone through our first one, Skyscraper, but our second one will be going live in just a bit, and that's Clubhouse. We'll talk about that here because Virtus.pro have a great track record on the map.
Yeah, there's a couple of lines thinking with regards to Clubhouse. I was slightly surprised to see VP pick into it. Now, that was because of you say they've got a great track record. The last time they played it, they did win it. But they went to overtime against TT9, who the max anyone else took rounds off was 1 round. So realistically, they won it against a very weak opponent. Now, they struggled to, when they played it, they struggled to clear out the basement. So if Wild are ready for Club, and if Wild see some of them frailties, they'll probably punish them a lot harder than TT9 did. So I think VP, and we saw it just in a couple of their attacks, because they are starting on the attack as well. We saw it in a couple of their attacks just then. They can be slow, especially when they're doing the full clears and they've got to go down to the basement. So I hope they've brought a couple of new things in since they last played TT9 on the map.
I think it's easy to sit here and say that Clubhouse is going to be a map that favours VP because they can play their more preferred and more comfortable style of Siege on it, because you can just go back to more basics on a map like Club. But with that in mind, VP haven't had the easiest time of things. You mentioned there suffering against TT9, arguably one of the weaker teams inside of the whole league. You were going to want to have a bit more of a convincing performance on a map, especially that you should be, air quotes, pretty good at, because it leans into that older style. And I think, again, you throw this back onto Wild and you think with the way and the tenacity that they came out in the first couple of rounds here on Skyscraper, and with the way that they sort of big brain the bands a little bit, I'm expecting to see a bit more of that going in here as well, where they do remove something, because VP fall into that much more predictable category of what they're going to bring, roughly how they're going to play, and where they're going to be. So they can be quite easy to counter in that way.
I actually wonder whether, we talked about the bans. I genuinely thought the IQ ban on Skyscraper was genius from Wild. And I wonder if they're starting out on the defense, whether they'll head themselves straight to a bar on stage or something. Really try and just throw away and throw VP off, force them to do something different, force them to innovate, because that is ultimately the collective weakness of VP, is that innovation, that thinking on the feet. Because they have the plan, they generally just stick to it and execute the plan. So the whole game determines for me around VP's attacks as, if Wild let VP set up a default attack, they probably will lose. If they get very disruptive, they probably will win. So it's which Wild is going to come out the block. Based on Skyscraper, I expect we're going to see quite a disruptive Wild.
And you got Aces on the roster, who is quite a disruptive player. Anyways, you got Teb also that you can rely on him to pop up when it's really necessary. Disruption is there for Wild, but anything that could be used, at least operator-wise, exploited by VP to slow the pace of the game down a bit.
I would expect to see similar things to what we always see. I'd expect to see cap cans. There's a good chance that Valkyrie gets allowed through. I know that VP aren't the biggest fan of playing a Valkyrie or bringing something of that nature. But you're going to need to bring something to give you that little bit of an edge and a little bit more information there, and just try and slow down that direct approach that Wild are going to have, because they're not going to be afraid to perform a very quick clear, part of that being done largely in the drone phase, and then really get themselves focusing in onto site.
One of the things that I love about Clubhouse is how one operator can change how it's played. So Clubhouse, you think of the primary bomb site. You think of Church and Arsenal, primary bomb site. Gym and bedroom, secondary bomb site. What came into the tertiary bomb site debate was bar and stage against CCTV. Brava comes in, changes that dynamic completely. Teams no longer are playing bar and stage at all because you can't play the Maestro reliably. You can't play the Echo reliably. You can't play any form of information reliably because if Brava steals it, you can't even get back into bar to destroy it. So teams are now going to that CCTV site as well. So just curious thing to look out is whether bar and stage or CCTV will get played.
Map 3, yes, no?
I'd like to say yes. I think the VP have got a map in them.
Checkers?
No.
VP hater?
VP hater. I'll stick with it. Wild. I think Wild take map 2 as well.
All right. Thank you very much, gents. Our map is ready. Let's toss it back to our casters with Clubhouse.
Well, thank you very much, Milosh. We are still here, Emmett, and we have got some even better Siege, I feel, coming. And that's saying something, because Skyscraper was pure entertainment. It was really good.
And it was out of nowhere.
Yes.
Let's be honest, no one expected that game to go how intense it did, especially after the game started. Physically, you looked at the counter. At the very beginning, yeah, it was a 51 to 49%. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Then 3 rounds went by in an eye, and suddenly we got a game on.
I just wasn't responsible enough with my Cast the Curse. It was 3-0 to Wild, and if you notice, the exact point that game turned around was where I said, this could be a 7-0.
This could be.
Joystick got a kill immediately after, and then it just turned into an absolute barn burner. So, you know, it just goes to show, you know, with great power, we know the rest.
We're not in this job because of wanting to do in this job. We're in this job because we've got these powers, these gifts. We are like superheroes. It's a sad theme park for most of them. That would be interesting.
I mean, it would if half the lobby have loaded into theme park.
That would be.
It could be an issue.
It would be very tricky to cast. I know my problems are the least problems. I know specifically.
I like how you focused on that, Em.
I think
the
players,
issue here is going to be our casting.
How are we going to cast this? Nobody's going to understand.
Not half a team attacking Armory and Throne, and the other team attacking CCTV and Cast.
It's like they do a perfect execute on CC, but lo and behold, the site is thrown. It's like, oh, damn it.
Got ya.
We should have guessed. We're just giving them ideas for the next combo maps. Obviously, the next, if there's more stadium maps, what 2 maps would you want to see combined? 2 maps that aren't in comp.
Ooh.
Yeah. Let's give you a noodle scratcher.
I tell you what, I tell you 2 maps that would actually combine. It might be a very similar map, to be fair. You could do Yacht and Plane. Because they're both they're the same sort of shape. They're both very linear. So you could still have like one long corridor of a map.
Yeah.
But just half yacht and half plane.
Would you just call it fancy yacht or fancy plane?
I think it'd be more fancy plane.
It would be a boat plane. Is there a real name for them? Like the ones that land in water, like from the rescuers.
A seaplane.
Yeah.
It's called a seaplane.
Okay, cool. I'm glad I've got that ironed out.
Yeah, no problem. We've sorted that one out for you.
Yeah, we've just had a quick pause. If you didn't notice, Dan disconnected. More time to talk about seaplanes. I don't know, chat. What's your maps?
I think you could do non-competitive maps. I think you could probably do.
It limits the options.
It does, but I think maybe a mixture of Fortress and Favela, because you've got one with very little destruction and one with lots of destruction.
Yeah.
And I think if you come somewhere in the middle,
you might have a good map.
You might have like a really good combination map.
Yeah. I mean, a good combination map.
Oh, bless.
How did that hurt?
Red Light was not happy with that suggestion.
Red Light just said that it hurt his ears. I don't know what Packball just showed to the camera. It was a little toy.
I was too lost in my dreams of a Fortress Favela.
Me and Packball almost actually traded places. Obviously, Packball was me. On one of the pieces of content and said congratulations on joining Wild.
Yeah, I remember the
congratulations on
I remember your name appearing.
Yeah, Packball is joining the cast. Packball is gonna unless he keeps winning, in which case obviously he's probably a bit too busy.
Oh, I've just lost sound in my left.
Oh, that's not good.
Okay.
All right,
continue.
So, you know,
it's just very disconcerting when you're used to having sound in both ears.
Suddenly, yeah.
So have I gone deaf?
If something
it's
suddenly...
not. Don't worry. It's my headset.
Yeah. Well, you're off now.
Yeah, it's my headset. If I lift it off my ear, I can hear.
Okay, that's good.
You're back now. You're back.
Oh, that's good. I don't know.
It's fine.
We're just waiting for a player. I think I might have heard. I've still got hearing in both my ears.
Excellent.
But I am a good...
You're not. Basically, what you're saying, Em, is I'm not 37 and I'm not falling apart at the seams like you. I could see the look on your face, Em. It's not the first time today that you've expressed concern for my health and well-being.
Do you get a lot of people in the fan base that call you like Dad?
I can't say as I've ever been called Dad. No.
Okay. Because I'm in my 30s as well. And I get called Mum so much.
I do semi-frequently get random DMs asking for advice.
Yeah, that's just Des.
that's just daily.
Mate, I need some help, man. I'm from Birmingham.
Genuinely, I do get. So I'm obviously give off an aura of maybe a fatherly figure that can offer some sage wisdom.
You are a father.
I am. That's no secret. Yeah, I am a father. But yeah, that's as close as the community gets to treating me as a father.
And who else would they go to? Parker?
Would be that I do get DMs for very random advice sometimes. Sometimes it's Siege related. Sometimes it's maybe about casting or playing or how to get into this or that, which I'm always happy to help and try and assist. Sometimes it'll be a bit more serious.
DIY.
I'm thinking of doing this at college, or I'm like,
that's a big responsibility for someone who talks about video games for a living.
That's quite out there.
Talking of, we are in the video game to talk of. They went on a little bit of an early peek to see if they could punish Pasha, but he was able to get himself lifted up to the top. They are starting with a hold here, the stretch all the way to the top. The mirror is watching out. Now, you put that mirror on that wall because you assume this wall can fall, and if it starts to, you pop it open and can throw a whole assortment of goodies and baddies out through there. There's the breach. It'll get popped. They're going to try and impact off the exothermic. They do it a little bit too out of rhythm, though. The exothermic was just able to pop off before the impact could make the contact it wanted.
Yeah, it doesn't quite find its mark, so that is going to be wall opened. It's nothing really lost for Wilder's defenders there. You expect that wall to get open.
Yeah.
It's more just about delaying it. Now, Pasha's going to open up lower garage as well, which just makes it a little bit more perilous for Jegs to be staying in position on catwalk here. That's going to be the next sort of pressure point that should come in. Packball's going to fight his way out as well. He was support for Jegs working underneath. If he can stay on these half steps, he's actually in a good position, but he's going to take a lot of damage and a little bit more as Pasha manages to find the opener.
Hiding in the tree, using the camouflage of camouflage itself, and now suddenly the player on the rafters is in a very tricky situation. Jegs, he's going to hold on for as long as possible, but they are circling. Shepard gets aces on the back end. I'm not sure if that was just a catch onto the rotation of the window or not, but Tab does find the single player back in, gets some support there. The swing round, buys him a bit of time, buys them a little bit more that they can work with. A minute left, though, and with what's been open and what's been forced, here it is, the flood of the players underneath. Jags gets one, always has the grenades to see if he can pull the next, and Jags is entirely caught in the corner. They're watching either side. Burn of the first ADS is popped over the top. There's the second. There's one more grenade that might come through, and here it is over the top. It does not get the fight.
That's fantastic for Jegs. The kill onto Joystick that came in was the big moment there, and then not being able to clear him with the nades, that might honestly cost Virtus Pro the round here. They've got 30 seconds left to go, and they need that catwalk control, otherwise it's going to be practically impossible to put the diffuser down. Jegs is going to be full white flashed, but they don't make the move quick enough, or do they? They do. They manage to get in, always gets the kill. 20 seconds left to go, and Virtus Pro need to get moving. Teb is in a position to potentially deny this. He's on the Solis. He can move underneath, use the gadget to see where that diffuser is going down, but he is going to need a little bit of cover, a little bit of support to do it, but I don't think they're watching. He's going for the vertical denial. This is going to be big. He can stop this 1 second, and somehow they manage to hold on. They go for another attempt, It's 1 versus 3, and no! Somehow he manages it. Hungry gets into sight, finds the final kill. What a clinging on of a defense from Wild.
They should not have taken that, and I say that solely on the fact that the Solis played their hand. They moved off and tried to get the kit down. They had no other option. You cannot fault the diffuser planner in this situation. You can't fault the player that rotated underneath to get the kill as well, but there was a third Virtus Pro player that also moved out of position, maybe to try and catch that loose player. I think they were still close to the rafters. Maybe they'd hopped it. I don't know. But either way, they just full focus to Solus in the chaos, entirely forgetting about the Jaeger that they had shot not too much, like, they'd shot him recently. He was playing around on the other side. Yeah, they dropped down. They'd rotated underneath as well to try and double catch. And
half a second.
It just left.
0.5 seconds left on that plant attempt. Honestly, I love those. I always reference one that I saw from Pino back in 2020 in BR6. I just love. It's the second time we've seen Wild do that. We saw Aces do it on Cafe back in Playday. I think it was Playday 1. I think it was their first game on Cafe. Same situation, 1vx, boof, just take out the planter and win the round at the end of it. And the reason I reference Pino is I saw him win a 1v5. He literally won a 1v5, and it was a one tap as well. He just found exactly the one bullet that he needed onto that planter. But great play from Hungry. You know, in a 3v1 situation there, you're looking at that, and it's so easy to get swamped with who is there, who is where, what's going on. But there he's just been singular in his focus. If I take down that planter, that is it. And that's what he does. And like you say, Virtus Pro have got questions to answer as to why he was able to do that.
I mean, the route that he rotated as well around, past the top of red, past the big open breach, past the view from rafters as well. He couldn't have chosen a more difficult, dangerous route, and it works out. And that's Siege. That's Siege timing. That is how sometimes the cards fall together. Wild. That was a skin of your teeth round. There were still 2 players stood by the end of the last one. You've got to make sure that you can cement somewhere else. And okay, CC, it isn't the most common first pick here. This generally is. Down in the basement, the open hatches this early on for this play, it does give some of the game away, and you've got to trust that your gunners on the loose can do some damage. The first almost suffers outright. Ace is caught as he rotates off the top of the rafters.
This is good from Wild so far, playing into the Virtus Pro full clear, getting some players out there to waste that time. It's a minute 30 and they've made the call that they need to get themselves back down to site. I'll be interested to see, I was just going to say, whether Aces can find one of those salvation stations from the Thunderbird to be able to heal back up, which is exactly what he'll do. Leaves them now with, and I like that about playing the Thunderbird. You've got those corner stations back on site, so you can commit to a few gunfights top floor. If you don't lose your lives, you've got 5 back on site, all full health. You know, all's well that ends well.
Now, Virtus Pro, with the hatches open, they can start doing some of the demolition work on what is underneath. They don't have to juggle around with the hard breach that otherwise is such a finite resource on this map. Everything was open in the hope of the whole here in Packball. He's going to see if he can swing round. He gets Aggie, but the cover was from Dan. And suddenly the 2 players flood their way down. They popped the fire canister just to buy some time. Aces pops to rotate. He might get caught at the top of blue in just a second, though. There's a bit of explosiveness on the site itself. They're inside. They've flooded themselves down, and now the loose player is all that's left. The Solus is trying to find a single idea of salvation, but Aces too late on the rotate, and well, they could not quite get the trap to work its way around. Virtus Pro saw openings, saw hatches, saw an open site and an opening, and Jax is doing his best to try and pull some of the bodies back, but it's another 1 versus 3 sort of situation. This time there's no hero play to stop a kit to go down. There's one more take. Has to get 1 above, 2 above even. Both have rotated their way up. The hit of the impact, the pop of the flash, the swing of the player. Finds one. He might be able to get himself the ace here. He probably won't be able to get the kit as well. Can't get the final connection. And although the round has gone away from him, Jax has put in a huge effort to try and pull it back.
I think Virtus Pro, much better attack there, just in a better sync with each other. Might you say the 3v1 at the end of round 1 was something that they needed to address. They've done that quickly. I particularly like Pasha and Dan pushing into Dirt Tunnel. I don't think Packball was aware that there was 2 people there challenging him necessarily. So he came around sort of wanting to challenge hard left, but Dan was already there, prepared, ready to win the fight. And that really opened things up for them, because then you've got the call that they've got Dirt Tunnel. So then maybe I think that took the focus away from blue a little bit. They'd managed to walk into blue at the same time, and it was just one of those attacks that I talk about so often, and a great example of why it works, of being multifaceted onto Church and Arsenal. You do not want to attack this site from just one location, but by pushing Dirt Tunnel, by pushing blue at the same time, it just meant that they could find a couple of kills onto Wild players that weren't really looking in the right direction for the challenge that was coming, and it fell apart quickly for them. So well Well played to Virtus Pro there. Good attack from them, and it leaves us 1-1.
I mean, they read the openings. They read opportunity. They saw it on the cards, and they took it. The hold from Wild there was loose. They trusted that they could try and get gunfights that just weren't really offered to them. And I think that's the thing here. They hoped that Virtus Pro would get sort of boots in the ground, steady across, a full clear over the top and the bottom, which they do sometimes do. But there it was, as you said, the sort of pinch against the play. They realized the game. They opened up just as far as around the bedroom. And then from that point onwards went, right, let's now crash our way down to the side. It worked brilliantly here. Virtus Pro, pace against the top. They pull themselves off. They're ready to go for the rotate. And Wild, they're going to keep themselves, I think, a little bit closer to each other now.
We've still got Teb up on the top floor there. Again, I like that, you know, they managed to burn half of the round last time. So definitely, I would say, go for it again. Ace is just using that rotation there. Knows that the pressure will likely come through Jacuzzi Breach, but Virtus Pro certainly not being as aggressive as maybe expected. Shepard instead going to be sending the drones in. You'll see exactly where those defenders are holding, where the roamers have been pushed back to. You know, doesn't want teammates going in having to face check anywhere. There's no mute been brought along. Instead, I think relying on the Soulless of Jegs, but he's not in a position to be helping with the drones up on the top floor, so the information should be fairly free for Virtus Pro. They've still got 8 drones on the board. That's actually great going with a Soulless playing on the defense as well.
Danan, as he creeps towards a fire. He won't be able to make the motion through, but Packball is still watching. Ace gets caught on the rotate round, though. He was not, and well, there's the read and a slightly different option. Dan gets a great catch.
Gets a great catch and then gets out of dodge as well. Straight back along that dirt tunnel, out and in towards Kitchen. He's got the skeleton key, of course, that they're going to want to use to open up those vertical angles. Gets in there and starts doing exactly that, just to make life difficult for the remaining defenders which are in sight. It's 4 versus 3 in favour of Virtus Pro at the minute. They've got the map control that they want. They're opening the hatches, and right now they're in a good position to win this round again, attacking onto Church and Arsenal.
Wow, with the focus now being paid down towards Kitchen, they're a little bit behind the pace they had last time round, but they have the man advantage, and we know that they have the ability to execute in these narrow windows. The heavy hits, the rain on down. Wild have got themselves just a bit spread out, so they get the early call on the pressure plays that might come together. It was a lot that popped very early on, and there's the fire popping at the wrong end of dirt. No double drive from that side this time. Instead, it's going to all raindrop down above them. The first roll of the grenade, they're just going to tuck it close towards the rotate itself. Does a lot of damage towards the side of Jags. The second doesn't catch. They know about the player tucked behind them, though, as the blinds come across on the opposite end. Dan, he's screamed his way down the long corridor, but look at the timer. They've got to see if they can stick this. Shepard goes for it, and the cover comes across. They're desperately trying to find the fight. Jags either side, the swing onto the first. Jags looking for the second. It's a post plant. Caught the head. There's one more round on the back, but he can't make it. Pasha just gets the ultimate kill at the end of that round.
Realistically, closer than it should have been for Virtus Pro there again. A 3v1 at the end, but Jegs just showing that great mechanical skill. Get himself a couple of kills and put himself in the fight for the round. It was a great attempt to bring it down to a 1v1, but just not quite enough at the end there. And ultimately, you know, you're up against one of the best in those situations in Pasha. Always going to be difficult to find that final gunfight. Shepard have been able to put the diffuser down in the meantime as well. So Virtus Pro showing a successful attack onto Church and Arsenal twice over there, and looking pretty good for it. Not too much of a surprise to see Wild move themselves away back up to the top floor.
I mean, you're sort of looking at the spread of things here on the side of Wild. Jags, twice in a row, he's been able to thread a lot of kills onto one of these sites. Almost pulled off the ace clutch on the previous one. Unfortunately, 10 seconds is probably the difference of his salvation success there. 3 and almost 4 to clutch it out the second time round. He's keeping Wild fighting in these rounds. He just needs a little bit more support from the rest of the roster. They haven't quite been able to wake up to the gun game that otherwise Virtus Pro have had full force. All of them are in tricky situations. All of them are in these power positions.
Yeah, Virtus Pro for I think looking better than they did on Skyscraper as well. It's no surprise. It's their map choice, you know, and the comfort is really helping them. Interesting choice to reinforce the wall, play it with an open mirror. Quite frequently, you just see that as left soft and just opened, you know, as a sort of a peak hole across at a similar height to the mirror window there. I guess, you know, the thought process there is if it's soft, you can use a buck, a sledge, you can use an ash breaching shot, you know, many options to just get that wall sort of blasted open to give access to the plant spot. By playing the mirror window like that, you do still have the safety of that reinforcement.
Almost a better execution there. They popped the mirror window just as the pressure came through. However, they missed the impact onto the wing. It's unfortunate. It's those little moments here with Wild. They're not quite getting the pinpoint precision we've seen from them in previous playdays. Virtus Pro get the breach open. But as you said, the way that mirror window is set up, it's sort of the double-edged sword now, is you have that angle, but you've also got yourself in much more dangerous a box, I would say. You're not really going to have the cleanest rotate out. Not that you truly want to. You want to try and hold that territory for as long as possible. They did do pretty well in the previous round. Hungry!
It wasn't worth it. Hungry, it was a great attempt just to pop out. Well, we'll see if it was worth it or not as the round progresses, I guess. You know, would you give a life for one exothermic charge? It may keep them in position in Garage Catwalk. I think the answer now is that Wild have to really make sure that they hold on to that catwalk. That it's, you know, they've got to make it worth it, is the point. Hungry losing his life, it was unfortunate for him. The Maverick comes in, going to do the job anyway. At that point, you start arguing. It'd probably be better to still have the gun on the board.
He's doing it cautiously because he knows how important he is to this, but there's caution paid to the wind. A trade either side, though. They do lose Packbull in the top corner. He was flamed out by the Capitao and forced out by the motion. They keep their body balance in their favor, but Jegs is still in this position and been able to burn this out pretty well before the second flash, and the third is the fight, but it's Pasha who said on the tear before that he's dangerous on his day. It's still the same day. 6-2, 40 seconds, and he's trying to see if he can get a cheeky fight there onto Aces, who's getting himself in a very aggressive position. They're taking risks here. They know that they need to sort of make them come together, and Teb's able to find one on the back end. 20 seconds, and look at this positioning. He's hoping to get the player by surprise, but Shepard roots it right through. Suddenly, hey, where are we? Oh yeah, it's a 1 versus 3 clutch attempt once again in this showdown. Teb gets the first. He looks to connect with the second. They've hopped in close here, 12 seconds, and they can't quite stick the plant. There's a running out of ammo, the worst time, but who's that? It's the Solus rooting their way underneath. They pull off the plant. They get the call, the read, and the idea. They're watching the rotations. They're caught on a drone. They still have to stick it, and they don't! Virtus Pro don't get themselves safe and Wild. Twice on that site, Tim.
Wild are playing it very close to the line here and just getting that one done. It was a surprise. I thought, you know, at least a secondary plant attempt would come in. You know, yes, the man has gone down to challenge underneath from Virtus Pro, but it doesn't matter what you do. If the time ticks away, that's it. That's the end. You know, I'd like to see exactly what was going on upstairs with that diffuser. You've got to start throwing it down again, and you've got to hope that the challenge at the bottom of red stairs is enough to enable you to do that, to take the Solus's attention away. As it is, Wild played it brilliantly. You know, they've taken full advantage of that situation, and they've probably come around, you know, away with a round that maybe was unexpected there. In a 2v1, diffuser in hand, forced off site, you've got to be thinking that the attackers can get that done.
Every single round so far has come down to at least a 1 versus 3.
Yep.
Every single round. The only one that's broken that has been a 1 versus 5. It's dangerous territory here for Wild. They're well aware of it. They've made it happen twice on that side. And you're entirely right. The Virtus Pro, you've got to hold the plant.
You've got to.
At the point in the reveal of the Solus, there's pretty much one place on every single site where you're safe-ish from being there. And in that site, you go into, obviously, the cache room. You get yourself hopped up onto any of the solids, and you hope. It's narrow space, but it's the only one where you can't be directly shot from underneath. They have to try and angle it. Either way, the only thing that guarantees loss other than that is not holding F.
that's the bottom line, and I think, you know, I don't want to make it sound like it was just so simple to go and put. It's not. If you've got a Solis underneath, it is difficult, and the player downstairs particularly needs to play that very carefully, because if they overcommit and lose the gunfight, that's when the Solis has free reign to stop the plant. So they need to be, you know, very sort of cute almost about how they do it. Just a couple of shots here, you know, make the Solis think about it without exposing yourself to that danger. But Virtus Pro, I think maybe a little bit of panic there. You know, it's late in the round, but it was unfortunate for them. But again, while taking advantage of that. Now, interestingly, fresh question whether we would see CCTV or a bar. As it is, we're seeing both.
Yeah, we haven't seen a gym bedroom yet. They've pulled away from it. We saw one church hold that fell apart, and then one church hold that was almost a clutch out. So instead, they're going to not opt to go back there and see if they can try their luck on the bar itself. Virtus Pro. That breach will get slightly slowed by the mute jammer, but you should be able to take care of that without too much difficulty. Aces has been playing an aggressive game. He's been looking to try and step back into the fights here. Sprays through, but he hasn't quite had any of the luck on that game as of this moment. There's the slight hype up and just a fall down to get that mute jammer. No risk involved.
Yep, nice and easy. Dan just being cautious there, making sure he wasn't going to get jumped out on or anything else, but they had control of the CCTV window, so reasonably safe. That allows Virtus Pro now to start pushing in towards construction, so they've got a good amount of map control. They're 2 minutes into the round. Time needs to be considered, of course. Nitro goes out. Absolute beauty from Aces, and how about that for a starter? Takes down Dan, and they're going to drop themselves away back towards site as well. Virtus Pro are on the back foot.
Yeah, they've been able to finally find that early bite and, most importantly, pull away unscathed. We've often seen trades throughout this game, and here Wild have got themselves entirely tucked back round to the side, all underneath. Aces is prepped. He's gone for the very long rotate. The blue hatch itself is still closed, but otherwise waiting and watching for the rotate. Joystick suffered on the back end, and you assume that was the player who did the damage. So he's cautious about meeting the fight one more time, but caution can only be paid when you've got 15 seconds left. Pasha above on an angle, does get pack bull. Very well watched there, but now with the eyes on the site, they catch the loose player, they catch the roam, and they catch themselves tucked in the corner right by the bomb chassis. They are all the way on the other side of the stage. Always is all the way back in on Kitchen to the corridor. They're able to win it out, but they should get the stick. The cover comes through. They get the last player, Joystick. Ooh, he has about as much health as the opponents have players in this moment in time.
Another 1vx to close out a round for SM. This time it's 1v2, and it's in the favour of Wild. There is an opportunity for them if they can keep the cover here. Just need to get onto that diffuser, but Joystick is in a good position to be able to make the challenge, and I don't think they know exactly where he is, so they need to cover multiple angles potentially here. They're going to go for it. Hungry, is he going to stick this? Are they waiting for the bait to come through? No, Joystick knows where it is, but Wild able to get that one done as Joystick just left it a little bit too late to push in, but with such little health, he knew that he had one chance and one chance only.
Yeah, he sort of made sure that, you know, I've got to play this right, I've got to play this at the right moment in time, and fortunately for him, just a sliver of time too late there. Wild, as weird as it is to say, it's an improvement on Skyscraper, where they had the 2 versus 1 and they could have covered the defusal. This time they did it. This time they made sure the 2 players were able to work together, and look at that, success.
I must say, just looking at the MNM skin, just distracted by the beauty of the MNM skin down at the bottom. I've said it countless times over the last probably 12 months, but I love the team skins that come out, and they just seem to get better and better every single time.
What I love, and I'm so excited to see more teams do them, is the card backgrounds.
Yeah, because obviously that's still quite a new concept.
Exactly.
We've not had it there that long.
Yeah, it's just a flat canvas of art. It's something where
you can just put literally a piece of art.
Yeah, exactly. That, and you know, I'm waiting for. I mean, look at Cyclops's.
Because obviously, this is it. You know, in terms of skins and things like that, uniforms. You know, obviously there are restrictions in terms of what can and can't be done with shapes and with angles and with everything else. But like you said, that is literally just
and mascots
a bit more open to just do as you see, you know, isn't it? So, but yeah, definitely worth going having a look at those if you haven't. There's been some absolute belters coming out recently, and they just seem to get better and better. Speaking of better and better, I'm going to come back to this game, Em, because as we thought it started out at a breakneck pace on Skyscraper, it's just getting better and better.
In the immortal words of Nelly, it's getting hot in here.
It certainly is. In the immortal words of Ace, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Here we are, though. We might be finding ourselves back towards an even half, back towards Virtus.pro driving themselves. You're still looking at what is kind of pace for pace here. Wild, they are very good at executing on this map. That's something that you've still sort of got in your back pocket here, is when they do get to their attacks, they're pretty solid at getting them together. I think it's some of the preferential play for them on Club. Jegs, in the meantime, look at this. Using his gadget. I think he was being followed by a drone there. There was one that was just making its way just behind him around the side of the toilets. I'm not sure if it truly got the catch on him slipping his way into Strip, but either way, if it hasn't, that could spell disaster later on.
It always fascinates me when players, particularly defenders, head into the Strip area of the map. Jegs does have an impact nade in pocket, but the reason that I say that is it's a bit of a lobster pot. There's one way in, one way out. Simple as that. And you can maybe make the rotate through to Billiards, but he can't risk doing that at the minute because Virtus.pro now have map control. So it just all depends whether they know he's in there, whether they've found him or not. But keep an eye on Jegs because he could have a real late round impact.
I mean, look at this. They're getting themselves prepped up. They've got the early body and he's still waiting. And we think about the times on this site before where Jegs got, I think, 7 of his total kills and 2 almost clutches across it. And here it is. He's going to see if he can try and be the kindling to a fire that starts a little bit earlier and burns potentially a little bit brighter. Maybe he's realized the game is that they don't entirely hold on to the hold on the top here, and he can strike his way down from underneath. All of the gadgetry is being removed. All of the catches are coming together. Jegs, he starts his slow crawl from the strip club. He's had his fill of the music, and now he wants to try and cause some problems of his own, but has he learned any dance moves?
They need to make sure that he isn't too late in this push. He's got to time it just right, and it may be that that time has already passed them. They're down, they put in the diffuser on the ground. It's all up to Jegs. 10 seconds left to go. He goes in, he can't get them both, as always manages to wheel around and find that kill through the hatch. And you just feel for Jegs that maybe it was just 5 seconds too late. Had he gone that little bit sooner, and it's the hardest thing to judge. Maybe he gets 2, maybe he gets 3 inside a kitchen, and all of a sudden you're looking at a very different round. But once again, we have a 3-3 split.
I mean, regardless of how that could have changed, regardless of how that could have been from Jegs, if he'd have gotten the kill, there's about 10 seconds left. There's time to try and grab that diffuser, to try and find that fight, even if it got the double. But the big problem there is for the 3 times that we've seen that site, it's been a 5 versus 1, a 5 versus 1, and a 3 versus 1, with Jegs being the sole player alive every single time. There's something Wild aren't quite cooking down there that needs a little bit of a tweak, or it's something that they've cooked up and then Virtus.pro have perfectly read the recipe and gone, we're fine with this. This is in our wheelhouse.
Yeah, I think, you know, the important thing, obviously, for us to keep in mind as well, it's Virtus.pro map pick. We expect Virtus.pro to be good on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
You know, so coming away with a 3-3 half might not be the end of the world. I'm interested now to see Wild on the attack, but I'm also expecting to see a very good, a very competent Virtus.pro on the defence.
Well, for all the lessons that they've just handily doled out here on this bottom site, can they make it their 4th and 100% success rate and pull them into the lead? Something that maybe they should have had a little bit more cemented on a couple of rounds that flitted away from them, because Wild have 100% skin of their teeth. A few of these. You still look at the kill spread, the sort of dichotomy between these 2 teams. On Wild, it's a huge pop-off performance and then a bit of a tuck by the rest. Here's the drive, though. They're trying to get some pace. Caught both of them in the fire. They're just going all the way into the site itself. They drive themselves through. There's the reveal of a gun barrel. They're almost caught out from the main stairs, pushing the swing, but with a low amount of health, Packpool's got to see if he can try and get himself through onto the site safely. They're breaking, breaching, and smashing their way through. They're trying to drive the attention towards the armory side, and Tev and Aces are able to finally start ticking into life here on this, the early fight game. Always Misses the slip through. They're able to watch him, just catches it. But with Packball going for the plant, they've gone above. I believe there's a single rotate that's come through towards the opposite end here. And no, caught out by Aces. Always does get one more. The two players have been reunited. There is not a lot of health across the board here. There's still the reveal and the catch on the cameras itself. The verticality's moved away from them. The hatch is still solid, but there's a lot of soft around it to go for the watch. One's in dirt, one's tucked right on the kit itself. The pop of the fire and the rotate round. Pasha does get the player just inside where the kit's gone down. 20 seconds. They've tucked their way back round on the back of main stairs. Packball, he's watching from dirt. There's the cover of the main door. There's the spray through onto one. They're going to see if they can try and eke out a fight either way, but nothing's being handed to them. Wild. They go with pace and they make sure it counts.
Definitely a good round for Wild. They're able to get in, just singular focused, and I was a little bit concerned for them at a point where Packball was having to wait in blue. The Goyo canister was still burning on the ground, and it was just wait, hold, and then the moment came, but there was 2 kills elsewhere on site that just opened things wide up for Wild, and they took full advantage of it because that fire burnt out at the same time. They were in straight away, diffuser down, and it was a great execute from them. The follow-up, the post plant, was a little bit tricky for them potentially because of where the diffuser went down. The verticality wasn't really the important thing. We saw Aces head back up the stairs, but he didn't go as far as to kitchen where you would normally try to hold a plant from because he couldn't get the angle onto the diffuser. Instead rotates back down, plays main stairs, and just a really good post plant from Wild overall.
Yeah, I mean, they went in with the idea. They knew they had to try and retake some confidence on this map and on this showing, and on that site more than anything. The quick drive through, the hope that Virtus Pro's slows were reminiscent of the opening half of Skyscraper, where Wild did these quick attacks. They did that quick execute, especially in the second round of the opening map, and it's procs that'll slow them down, or at least give you a bit of a heads up if they try and go for the same thing. It's always a risk to charge through utility, to actively get yourself down to only about 25% of health. This is also a risk always. They've left it soft. The drone rolls through and the player rolls away. He's not going to be caught out by the early spray.
No, we saw Packball struggling to hold on to that same location, being pushed by 2 players inside a dirt tunnel, and always he's, as you say, going to have no part of that. Puts his goo mines down and drops himself back, just trying to make it as difficult as possible for Wild to go in and get that entry onto him. Now then, Dan is on a little bit of a roam here inside of bar, supported by Joystick. Pasha drops back down, so top floor should be clear for Wild to move in. In terms of drones, only 4 left on the side of Wild, so they are going to be working with limited information, especially to say we're only a minute into the round and there's no Solis on the board.
I like that. All that softed up, so as soon as the Nook tried to make a sneaky entrance, well, it's so sneaky you can be when you've got to smash your way through some wooden walls here. The pressure in the break, the discs just either side of the hatch to catch anything that might try and rotate its way underneath, importantly to play against the Capitao, the bolts that could otherwise run on this map that we've seen run before against Virtus Pro and not in this round itself. The pressure, the spray, the knockback of the shield, there's still the canister just tucked on the side of the door as well if they think they're in too much jeopardy. Hungry's going to step himself a bit closer, but he cannot survive very long if that Goyo canister pops at the worst time.
Wild currently stand just 3 rounds away from qualifying for the major, and what a story it would be. Come in to this stage as a new team, win all 4 matches, and then head straight into the major at the first given opportunity. They just need to keep their focus here on the attack. They've managed to do it once on this site already. Can they do it again? They are continuing to try and push the angle from Dirt Tunnel, but Dan manages to find Packball. That is not going to help Hungry.
Very well played there by Virtus Pro. They read that the push was coming through. They popped the canisters. They had the discs there, and they made sure that nothing could go behind it. And suddenly, Wild have to try and rebuild without any real pocket utility. And Virtus Pro are just cutting them down every single time they try and slip through. Teb does get one on the back end, but with the Monty caught in the corner of the site, they've dropped the shield because they know they've got to try and offer something back towards the fight itself. They're driving themselves in. They're pulling back. They're not going to fall for the trap that he's above you, but with 15 seconds, Wild have to do more than just be above their opponents. Hungry. He's going to see if he can try and bait the plant. He's going to hope that they can get the catch on the opposite end. There's a spray through. There's a great take from Teb, but it's somehow able to eke it, and they might be able to get the shield back up. They do. Virtus Pro, they've suffered 2 bodies now, and they've suffered a kick going down here, and you have a lot of questions for the fight. There's an Oryx that misses and goes down, but they at least cement the kill. There's the second. That was almost a tragic round for VP.
That really, for a second, looked like it was going wildly wrong.
Yeah.
Again, heads-up play from Hungry to think there might just be an opportunity to stick this, and sometimes you've got to do it. You get halfway through, you know, whether it was a bait to begin with or not, you know, maybe so from the beginning there's an opportunity, but you get halfway through and you just think, I can get away with this. I'm going to stick this. And I tell you what, especially with the man above in Kitchen as well, I just thought, there's a real chance for him to do this here, because the Monty's going to be a magnet for attention to begin with. Burn a lot of time and then just hold on from Kitchen. As it was, Virtus Pro, they were switched on. They played it well. You know, they dealt with the Monty, but at the same time, they didn't lock all 3 of them into it. And that's something we've seen them fall foul of previously. Instead, they already had somebody moving upstairs to make that challenge as well. And so they did a good job of that.
And I think that's because of the Oryx. You see the Oryx running towards you. At that point, you having your shield up or down, it won't make the difference of what they're going to do to you. They had to drop the shield. They had to try and use that pace to move to a side. They tried to spray the shots underneath, but that moment there, if they didn't have the Oryx to force that play from the Monty, sure, there's more than one way to crack at Monty, but that is the fastest way, and that is the way that leaves less of the shell inside.
We're going to see Virtus Pro taking us over to Gym and Bedroom, a site that was not chosen by Wild, so it's our first time seeing it today. We'll see how they go about attacking onto it. We've got the Bandit batteries out on the Jacuzzi wall. They are likely to be almost decorational, to be honest. I would expect them. There's a Thatcher on side from Pack Bowl. There's no castle to support any sort of bandit tricking, so that should be reasonably easily dealt with, I would expect. And Jacuzzi wall should get opened pretty quickly, which is exactly what we're going to see. Second EMP comes in, and Hungry is able to open the wall. So as I said, quite decorational. Jegs is able to just walk up and get one for free. Can he find any more? He's got himself right inside a side. Nearly gets a second, but can't quite find the shots. But the damage that is being done by this knock right now.
I mean, you can see Wild are trying to offer some support. The flashes are coming down Logi Hatch. He's buying as much time as possible, but you gotta give credit to the drive there of the Nook. He couldn't be sneaky on the previous round. He was almost defining on this one. He missed out on eking another one, maybe 2. Here, though, unfortunately, the rest of Wild just weren't in a position to help the collapse there. I think he got a little bit too much for his buck there, and suddenly a minute 30 and they've lost the body balance. Virtus Pro have a second to breathe, build themselves back in and go, well, that happened. Let's see what we can do here. We've taken out Jegs, who has been that perpetual thorn in the side of Virtus Pro throughout this. The breach now onto Logistics. They still have time, they still have utility, and they still have a chance. They almost pulled it off in the 2 versus 5 on the previous round. They have a little bit more and a little bit less against them this time.
I'll be interested to watch this round back. I get the feeling that Pasha was a little bit of a linchpin in that situation there. You've got the Knock, who's come up, got into Logistics, and I'm questioning, I'm asking, you've got Jacuzzi wall open, why, you know, get the flood, get in there, get into Gym, you know, really put it to them. And I think it was Pasha on the Goyo that's just held them out of the breach. And if that doesn't, I'll be stand corrected if I'm wrong in that, but if that is the case and doesn't happen, then Wild absolutely should be winning from that position. But Virtus Pro have done a fantastic job of just putting their foot against the wall and pushing back.
Yeah, I mean, the door itself is softed, so unless they did it afterwards, either way, it's a bit of a route through always. He's tucked close to a fight. Pasha blows one, and Shepard gets the second on the follow-up, and there is the last caught on the side. Virtus Pro, a surprise start to a round with a pretty comfortable landing at the end of it. They pull ahead of Wild for the first time.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to watch that one back and just see exactly how Virtus Pro managed to hold on in that position, because it was certainly perilous. It was impressive that they didn't lose their heads, and they were able to obviously hold those key positions one way or another to prevent that support getting in to the Knock, which has just made such a nuisance. There was a frost mat, there was all sorts going on the stairs, but just managed to circumnavigate it, to get around it with without alerting to the danger that was heading their way. So that's going to see us in round 10 heading to CCTV and Cash. It is still very possible for Wild to win this out in 2 maps from here, but there will be no more mistakes if they're going to do it without overtime. They're going to have to take 3 in a row, and the way that the attacks have gone so far, it doesn't suggest that that's likely.
Whether it's the pressure of being this close to the precipice, whether it's the fact that they're on
that's a very
this map.
It's a very good point.
You have to always remember that with these teams.
I think this may be a bit of both.
It's that sort of situation here for Wild. It would be, as this roster goes, their first sort of tier 1 rotation major. Even it would be their first sort of performance on a stage like this in the sort of tier 1 direct scene. Whereas on Virtus Pro side, you obviously have a lot of experience. You have a lot of cool, calm heads that have played in some of the biggest games the game has to offer. You know, it is always something that comes together. Wild are making mistakes. There's no two ways about it. There keeps being these engagements that go away from them, or these little slip-ups and moments. And here, otherwise, it turns into this moment where we've got to see if they can just pull it together. And the catch there onto the hard breach means that at least not on the start of this.
Beautiful little bit of bandit tricking coming in from Shepard. I thought at one point that it was almost a lost art, Emmy, and then we've had that update where you can put 2 batteries on the same wall, and all of a sudden bandit tricking is back. I, for one, I absolutely love it. I think it's a beautiful little cat and mouse sort of mini game within the game, and that has just shown its value there. Wall still closed, a minute in, and good going so far from Virtus Pro.
You know, you have a bandit player on your call when they mute and deafen the call.
Yep.
So they can just hear the wall.
Yep.
And they're very specific about the holes that have to be made. It's like, no, that's the wrong hole. I can't do this. They're artists.
Work like this.
They're artists. And Shepard is, as you said, keeping the art alive with the updates that come through. They're going to go for a second attempt here. They have the can openers, the pocket roll on this. Shepard is going to dabble on the right side. The double breach, though, means it doesn't really matter. They might be able to impact off the back, but they do get the impact off the back. Jegs is removed by joystick underneath. They try to get the catch with the sledge, potentially hop up on the grenades. Although that they've lost is their star player of this map.
It's a good start from Virtus Pro. Not only have they got that opening kill, the bandit tricking has also wasted an awful lot of time. We're talking about 1 minute 40 by the time those walls were open. There's going to be a lot of utility thrown in to try and deal with Always up on the catwalk, but right now still in position. Out comes the fire bolts there. Not going to have any impact at the minute, and Always still just able to take out that drone as it goes past him. Joystick gets a second in the round, takes Packball down, and again the fire arrow just in slightly the wrong position. Always tries to take that fight, but ultimately takes a lot of damage as he dances in and out of the flames. And Wild, they take good advantage of that. 30 seconds left to go. 3 versus 4.
Now, can they try and make the best of a bad situation? But it feels like that has been a descriptor for every single round of Wild throughout this game. 20 seconds. They're trying to fight their way towards the default. They've got the bulletproof, getting the pings, and it's tucked in an awkward angle, so you can't quite get the shot to remove it. 2 players on the back line are red. The smoke canister's doing all the work. They're going to go for the pop there. The Gon 6 onto it, with Dan getting 1 more on Tab. That is the kit isolated outside with only 5 seconds. The players pull and peel themselves back to a back line. Aces is able to get 1. Cannot quite get himself the kit in time. Virtus Pro, they push themselves to map point and eye up Chalet.
Wow, just seeming to lose their way a little bit in the last few rounds. You know, I credit Virtus Pro with that. But now one round won in the last 5 rounds is not looking good for Wild, and it's no surprise to see that tactical timeout brought in. I think it's definitely time to be stopping and saying, look, you know, what's going wrong here? What can we change? How can we just bring a little bit more aggression? Maybe is that what we need to be getting in and getting those opening kills, getting ourselves the advantage?
It's sort of rough. It's rocky. It's a play that we haven't really seen too much of Wild. And okay, we haven't seen too much of Wild. That's just a statement that you can make of this tier 1 sort of competition, because they are the freshest sort of direct team. I'm going to use promotion. You can't see me at home. I'm using the air quotations promotion. They were able to get a Navi spot, and they've done fantastically with what they've been given. But the longer that you watch a team, the more times you'll see them do better and the more times you'll see them do worse. That's just the nature of any team in any performance in any sport in the world doing whatever. Wild, they're looking like they're making these mistakes. They're looking like there's a lot of pressure on this game. They're looking like it is Virtus.pro's map, and it is. But we've seen Wild take not just other people's maps, but other people's games away from huge, terrifying teams that anyone would be danger to face. And this is just a moment where things unfortunately aren't quite clicking. However, 2 rounds separate them. The game should be already over, let's be honest.
In reality, as you say, Virtus.pro, can they do what we've seen? You know, I've seen 2 games so far. This is the second game that I've seen tonight, and getting to this point, particularly in the Team Secret game, you know, the 6-4, getting that lockdown. Can they do that better than we've seen teams so far tonight? Wild were able to do that on Skyscraper. You know, as soon as the opportunity presented itself, they got it done. So the question is, can Virtus.pro match them in that? Obviously, you know, we're on the the upper side of the decider bracket, so we expect a little bit more from these teams. So Virtus.pro, it's time to get it done on this one.
Jegs, he was the man of a lot of moments earlier on in the game, and he's unfortunately been a bit of a false starter the past couple of rounds. Teb is able to lead in, though. They get the first body in what feels like a long time. They're starting to lean in here. It's a fight over the side of Strip and cutting out a single VP player. Dan wants to see if he can try and step in. He drops the drone and peels back, though. He realizes, I think, just how much is cooking around him, and a 4 versus 5 can still be fought with all the support of the site itself. A 3 versus 5 becomes worryingly inevitable for how these games like to go. Wild aren't going to overstep and overstay their speedy welcome, though. They're making sure that they're still playing as a unit, something that we've missed a bit from this Wild, this map.
Just checking out the strip areas, just making sure that side of the map is clear to move into. We'll probably have a bit of vertical work coming in very soon, as Wild, I think, pretty happy now that they've got that top floor. Always is down and out, and as I say, that's going to be the verticality coming in, just opening up that angle, maybe a little bit of sound call or something to suggest there could be somebody at the bottom main, but that won't be the case. Default cam taken out, and Jegs will continue that work from above. There's a lot going on from Wild at the minute. I like to see it. It's very industrious. We're a minute 40 into the round. There's hatches opening. There's vertical angles. It's showing them some, you know, there's some confidence there that they haven't missed anybody. They're not going to get caught on the flank. They're happy to just be focusing on what they're doing, and be it showing a real direction from them. A lot ahead of time as well compared to what we often see on this map. Usually Church and Arsenal will see it down to the last 20 seconds or so. We saw it out of Virtus.pro when they were on the attack. So, you know, this is good from Wild. Jegs manages to get another. They're going to open up Church Wall. Literally, they're ticking every box of these attacks at the minute.
Yeah, this is so much tighter, so much nicer as an approach here. 40 seconds. They've got the Church Wall open. They're going to have to see if they can try and counter. They blind everybody in the back of blue, but Joystick is the loose thread that might have put himself in a precarious position. Although droned out, Aces gets one more. It's the 5 versus 2. They know that a player is trapped in here. They are circling him with bullets. Can he fight his way out? There's the swing. There's a new position. It's a dangerous one to find himself in. They're trying to buy him as much as a breath of fresh air as possible. A 4 versus 2. He gives the game away and gets caught out by Jegs on the back end. It is just Dan left. Not for very long, though. Wild, I would say one of their strongest rounds throughout this map, maybe the strongest that they've been able to play just in the dying throes. Virtus.pro, they're still only 1 away from pushing this one over the edge, but now Wild are only 1 away from an overtime.
I think definitely their strongest attack. It was very good, as I said, in that mid-round, like a minute 20 left to go. Still lots of work being done by Wild, moving very quickly, not letting themselves get behind that curve of the clock, you know, wanting to make sure that they stayed on top of it at least. And it was good from them. So, yeah, I like what I see from Wild on that attack. Virtus.pro, they've got one more attempt here. They've taken us now all the way to 12 rounds, and I mentioned it in the last round, and I mentioned it for that reason. Are Virtus.pro going to have a similar problem to the one that we saw between Heroic and Secret, where they would get to that point? We had a 6-4 and a 6-3, both ran all the way back to overtime before a team could get that finish. And, you know, you look at this and think that could just be Wild's opportunity if that breaks the mentality of Virtus.pro a little bit.
So, Wild, you've had the timeout, and all you've got ahead of you is this. A single round to push you 1 round at a time, and you know, we're starting to get a little bit more of the balance. There is still an imbalance in the team, but as long as you can make that work as a team to your success, not everybody needs to be the threat and the threat on the scoreboard, as long as the scoreboard is something that ticks into your favor. It's down to Virtus Pro to see if they can keep causing problems, most notably Jax, who, as I said, he was a bit quiet in the rounds just before, shows up and gets another couple tacked on to his pretty impressive tally already. But the rotate over the top, the attention paid before. Last time we sort of commented on the lack of support for the swing round on the sneaky player. This time no sneaking, but definitely a lot of support.
Going to have the wall open. Ooh, they need to be careful there. Hungry almost caught out with the left-hand battery that wasn't quite picked up by the EMP. That will now be opened up, so that is all good. Jacuzzi done within the first minute. They're not going to get away this time with a knock wandering up the main stairs. It's not going to be a player's. She's not on the board probably for that reason. They know that that play is a one and done, but I'm looking forward to seeing this. You know, last time around we had that push up, and I think it starts to sort of dictate your whole round because that's what you're playing behind. I think we're going to get more of a standard attack from Wild here. We're going to see what they will usually bring to this site, and I'm interested to see what that is.
Minute 30, every player still standing. I think you can sort of smell the importance of this round based on the caution that's being paid. Virtus Pro, they've tucked themselves a little bit further back this time. Wild have tucked themselves around on a big rotate. They have got themselves prepped up here to force this, the fight over the top. Shepard will get the catch though, and that all stays standing. Jegs does find Dan in the meantime. A trade of a bit of utility for the attention paid onto a kill, a good catch. However, it means this is a very dangerous bit of territory to try and attack now. Shepard can hold on to it, always has a safer rotate back through. Asus doesn't have a straight route. At this point, you're looking at Wild, you're looking at under a minute, and you're looking at what is going to have to turn into a brawl, jumping through onto the site itself, using the breach that they've got, and seeing if they can slip their way via the windows and the hatch, the pop of the smoke. The attention paid from Pasha to every single angle. Joystick is holding up on construction door. They still have the territory because the wall did not fall. They had the attention paid either side, and with 30 seconds and Pasha going down, at this point, Wild have to just jump the windows.
Nade comes in, will finish off Pasha. Ted manages to get Shepard. It's all falling apart for VV, but all of a sudden, Joystick always managed to find one apiece. 20 seconds left to go, and Wild, they need to find an answer. They need to find it quickly. Joystick manages to get one, can't find another. Jegs, he's there for the trade. It's 2 versus 1, but they're going to have to think about the diffuser, but Jegs, he's out. It's 1 versus 1. This is 8 seconds left to go. Nitro comes in from always. He can't move through because of the fire that's in the way from his own team's gadget. And in the 1v1, he manages to find a slim angle onto Hungry and is able to take him down to get in and close out the map. Unbelievable finish to yet another round in this matchup. It just takes me back to the position we found ourselves in on Skyscraper M with rounds coming down to the last 10 seconds. Hungry so unlucky, and Wild, they're going to have to take this one to 3 maps.
I kind of really want to see it. We didn't expect this game.
I want more of this, as much as you can give me. This is brilliant.
It has been an absolute brawl back and forth. 19-10 from Jegs. He was the lifeblood. I said it at the time, a few of those rounds. He was the reason that Wild didn't entirely step aside for the holds. But even then, you have to look at that from the side of Virtus Pro, the bite back there, the fact that, for my money, that bandit trick onto the construction wall is the reason that Wild didn't win that round. They couldn't stop those players swinging from that side. I want map 3.
I want map 4, 5. Unfortunately, there is only 3. Don't get overexcited. I don't know anything you don't. But yeah, with the way both of those have gone, a 7-4 and a 7-5 now, you know, absolutely fought tooth and nail on every side. It's come down to how many 1vx's have we seen? How many clutch opportunities have we seen? It's just been absolute chaos, and I am loving it. What a performance both of these teams are putting on. It's just great stuff to watch.
Now it's just a best of 1, though. A best
That's what it comes down to. And I tell you what, one of these teams has been pretty good in best of 1 so far.
And that's the worry. That's the worry right now for the team that needs to maybe have their find and their first major, or a team that might have their first return under the new banner and roster. Before that, though, a quick break before we're back with the desk to break it down.
La map, elle est constituée de 3 étages. Donc il y a le top stairs, il y a le rez-de-chaussée et il y a le basement.
The bomb sets in Oregon are like basement, meeting and kitchen, kitchen and dining, and then you have kids and games.
The best way to start on attacking is place your drones on top floor all around the map so you can know if enemies are roaming or not.
Parce que si l'équipe préfère la jouer en turtle, bah, c'est beaucoup plus compliqué à attaquer comme il y a beaucoup moins.
And the essential operators to attack definitely Bana, Capital, smokes or grenades, for example Sledge.
I think in defense Kite is a good pick because almost on every side enemies have to breach something and you can wall deny them.
Border's a fun map. It's quite fast-paced. It's quite aggressive.
Après, c'est une map où il y a beaucoup de pièces et on va dire un endroit principal qu'on appelle l'atrium.
The bomb sets for Border are Armory, Tellers, Customs, and Workshop and Ventrum, yeah.
Border has 3 main access points: CCTV, East Stairs, and Archives Balcony.
En tout cas, le point déjà principal à prendre pour moi est l'Esca Est. C'est l'Esca, l'endroit qui se trouve tout à droite de la carte, qui est, on va dire, un point principal de la carte où d'ici on peut couper beaucoup de couloirs ou avoir beaucoup de tours sur la carte.
The best way to defend Border is to extend and keep lots of map control, making sure that each teammate has 2 other teammates that are close by to play trades.
Clubhouse is my favorite map. I think it's really balanced. It's 3 floors building.
The bomb sites are CCTV and Cache, Gym and Master, which are on the top floor, bar, and then the basement you have Armory and Church.
This map is really about info that will help you to take the control all over the map faster, and then you can execute properly.
Donc ce qui est fort à la défense, c'est le fait d'avoir plusieurs zones à défendre et de reculer petit à petit vers le bomb site, ce qui permet de faire perdre beaucoup de temps aux adversaires.
Essential operators, the hard breach to get like walls open, utility deny to stop thermite, and nades of course are always great.
L'agent Intel, tout ce qui est agent information, tout ce qui est Valkyrie, Solis, c'est très très fort.
So it's like a bit of chaos, but like in a good way. We have map 3 on our hands. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Analyst Medic. With me are Fresh and X-Retorica. We're here to break things down on map 2. Again, very close.
That was a banger. Genuinely.
Yes.
So many plants, post plants, not plants, whatever you wanted regarding plants, it was happening. I think, you know, the 2 CCTV rounds from Virtus Pro that went awfully wrong both times for them. A couple of plants for Wild that could have gone wrong, could have gone right. And we've ended up with a map 3. It was an enjoyable watch.
It's classic VP, isn't it? You know, they're just a journeyman team that slug through the rounds and really don't give themselves the easiest of times. We were there scratching our heads, Fresh, in a couple of those, just wondering how Wild got away with a couple of rounds that they did get away with, because this could quite easily have been a 7-3, a 7-2, if a couple of those rounds for VP were just a little bit tidier. As it stands, they did win 7-5 here over on Club, guaranteeing us a 3rd map.
You know, a few kills here and there would have really saved it. I'm looking all the way down at the board.
I know.
On the Wild side.
I know what you're going to be looking at.
It's kind of difficult to shy away from it.
It's a team game, Milos. That's all I'm going to say. But yeah, I mean, Hungry and Pack Bull going to combine, what, 1 and 19 there. Not the best. I think, you know, our MVP probably will be Jegs, I'm going to assume, based on these EPS numbers. But, you know, it's kind of the way Wild play. You're going to expect the front 3 to be getting in, especially on a map like Clubhouse. You're going to be expecting Hungry and Pack Bull to be trying to get the plants down and everything else. And it's actually going to be always that's our MVP because he was on the winning team. Big clutch Big clutch right at the end there. That 1v2 cut off by his own Goyo canisters. You know, really had to play the patience game. Did play it, did win it, because if not, we'd have been going to overtime, and who knows what would have happened in overtime.
It would have been messy, wouldn't it? You know, we could have been sat here still with a VP result. It might have just taken us another 15, 20 minutes to get there. Bit of a shame there to see Wild having a bit of a, or some of the players on Wild having a little bit of an off day in terms of their gunfights. Obviously, that's not always something that, you know, attributes to the round being lost. There are much, you know, there are far other contributions, should I say, that you can have into a game. But yeah, what, 1-19? Not the best luck.
Jack,
yes,
because you've been learning languages recently and you've been saying wallahi quite often, I would say also on top of it, there's something that we say in Arabic, you know, we're talking about overtime, saying وَمَا أَدْرَاكَ وَمَا الْأَوْفَرْتَيْم, which means, and I'm sure our wonderful Arabic casters know, which is a saying that basically is supposed to say, yes, this thing, and oh, what an incredible thing it might have been, or this thing that is so unknown that it would blow your mind. So I would say try it with me, but
there is no chance I'm ever saying
that. Overtime.
No.
There you go.
What I will say, though, is both of those teams, whichever team lost that, would have been thinking, we should have won that. Wild will be sitting here thinking, we could have and we should have won that. And VP will be thinking, we got away with one there.
Look, very quickly on Chalet. That's map 3. You know, some would liken it to more aggressive maps, like...
Sorry?
It was an aggressive laptop pull.
It's an aggressive screech across the desk there.
But for Chalet, how do we expect this to see? Because it's the complete opposite of what you'd expect versus Clubhouse or Skyscraper.
Yeah, it plays out very differently, doesn't it, Chalet, in terms of that team play. You know, we saw VP go there last week as well, had some success on it. That being said, it was against, you know, it was against Team Secret. But it does play out very differently because it forces you into more of a lurk opportunity, cutting the rotates, playing much more for gun skill rather than actually 1-2-3s of Clubhouse. So in terms of like the theorizing, it should suit Wild better, in my opinion.
It should do. Wild, my only main concern really about Wild would be that they have maybe taken the foot off the gas a little bit. They came in on board really strong, as we mentioned, and that's not necessarily Skyscraper really strong, and that's not necessarily translated too well in onto Clubhouse. Now we need to see a big shift there from the couple of players that had a quieter time on Club and a bit more contribution. We know that Chalet can be one of those tricky maps. We know that it can be a map that, you know, the simple stuff does work and you've just got to go through the motions. So VP coming off that second map win, I love to say that the team that wins the second map in a best of 3 often goes on to do it.
Who goes to the major? Wild or VP? It's simple as that.
I know you want to go to the major, Fresh. Oh, I was right, by the way.
Yeah, you was right. I was hoping this wouldn't come up, but
no, we can
right.
bring it up. Why not? Milish, you asked me who's going to win and we're going to see a map 3, and I said yes. I said I think that VP have got a map in him.
A couple of post plants go the other way, so no. That's all.
Quite simply, the result is the result, Fresh. You know, we all know this. History remembers the winners.
I'm going to stick with Wild. I think Wild can get it done.
If I'm in for a penny, I'm in for a pound. VP all the way.
Pound doesn't do much now.
Euro.
Yeah, it is actually.
In for a cent, in for euro. That's what we say in French.
Or in France.
I think there'd be more out protesting, but that's a topic for another day. Anyways, Emmy has come back to the studio, so we're ready. Fresh, Ollie, thank you so much. Map 3. Winner goes to the major. It's Chalet. It's Emin. Ace. I forget.
Thank you very much.
It is. I'm Ace.
It is. I'm Ace, and yes, I am back. Well, I mean, I'm filling in for Des, so I have to turn to a bit of a prop comic. How will this one measure up, Tim?
So smooth.
I'm just like Derry, unfortunately.
I cannot wait for this third map. I think it's going to be absolutely brilliant. We've seen a great Skyscraper. We've seen an even better Clubhouse.
Yep.
We've seen an absolute plethora of 1vx situations with sometimes the one being the winner, sometimes not. We've had plants go down. We've had unlikely diffusals. It's just been everything that you could want out of best 3 games so far. And to say that the winner comes away with a major spot, it's just... Get me into map 3.
And that's it. And we're on Chalet. We're on a great map for these two teams. We're on what is a fantastically fun battleground. We're still on what is pretty much an even split into who you lot at home and you lot in chat think is going to win this one. Who is going to win the plane tickets to wonderful Copenhagen? I don't know. I've not been, but I would assume it's quite nice.
I've seen pictures. I've never been myself either to Copenhagen, but it does look wonderful.
Yeah. And I saw Jesse J. Chick, NA analyst, complaining about the food in that he was like, I cook this myself. And then a lot of Danish people, like Alex Zeronic, like Nicholas Pengu.
Can you complain if you've cooked it yourself?
I don't know.
I'm not sure you can.
I mean, the big brains of NA.
I mean, to be fair, Nick told me that the whole country's wonderful.
Yeah.
So.
But he's a little bit biased, I think.
He didn't really tell me that. It just made me laugh. I thought, which Danish people don't know? I thought, obviously. Nick,
we know too.
I mean, I know Topcasters. It's not a big thing. But...
we go way back.
Yeah, it's not a big thing. No, genuinely, I'm really looking forward to the Copenhagen Major. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It looks great.
Solus gone. Solus removed here from Chalet. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just do it. She's so good with her little bunny ears running around, hopping about, causing mischief and drama. You think about the Intel game. You think about drones and the many tricky spots that they can get themselves hit on. Hey, that's what also gets removed. Valkyrie. It's just common sense for these bands. Yeah, the buck is...
quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fun buck stuff that you can do. You've got to think about, obviously, the bedroom side. It's 2 stories of soft. If you get into garage, you can open up all the way into bathroom.
Well, we see. I was going to say we do see quite a lot of use of those triple angles. If you get and you don't have to get very far into big garage. To be honest, you get yourself into car garage. Literally, all you need to do is just blast the wall open. If Red Light's wonderful enough to zoom downstairs, we can just have a look at it. Certainly down one more to car garage. One more to car garage.
There he is. Wrong garage.
Other garage.
Red Light. I know your Medix's protege.
If you go straight in through that left-hand soft wall that you can see there, thank you very much. Perfect, absolutely perfect and wonderfully done. You just buck straight in there, you buck up above your head, and one more floor above, and it basically stops people playing in Solarium. It makes the stairs very difficult to play on. You can just make all of this a nightmare by very quickly and easily using both.
Yeah, to get rid of him. And who's often a good other pick on this? Flores. I love Flores on this side. I usually bring him when I try and put the attacks to you because you can just remove so much. There's a lot of tricky ways and places to drive things in. There's a lot of curious angles and holds and plants and objects to hide and root and run and roam on. And it's also why it ties into banning off of a lot of the intel drive from the other side. But hey, we're in. We're on the hold on the top. They've got themselves the stretch here towards the top of blue, and they're looking. Sorry, you all right?
Sorry,
you're having a moment.
A little BTS for you.
Another cheeky little.
Another cheeky S&M BTS. Yeah. My left ear's gone again. It keeps going in and out. But I've done the sound guy a favour. I've thought that it might be a little broken wire or somewhere in the cable from my headset. It turns out that it is, and I've managed to locate it as well. So if I hold my wire in my hand exactly like I am at the minute, my left ear cup works.
Can we request some tape to set that? I have a tape measure, but unfortunately
you could measure the tape.
I could measure the tape
but
that's
not
needed.
Cut the tape because you don't.
No. Well, we'll see if that can hold on, or you'll have to hold on itself, and they'll hold on towards the take here underneath. Jegs. He's been able to get the opener here in the meantime. Dan is gone off the board, and so is about a minute 30. Here's the Flores run that I love to do. It just absolutely removes all of the territory around Piano. If you're playing it quick and clever, they've got themselves the breach onto box as well, the pressure onto the balcony too. They're looking to see if they can try and just stretch in, get the swing round, get the plant, the cover goes down, and they are tucked right close onto it. It's going to take a shoulder of damage from the destruction of the wall. Ace is offering all the cover that you could ever possibly want from the man. Packball does go down, but so does Pasha. It leaves them in what is a very dangerous situation. The single player gets caught out in a throw, and a flawless, though with a player on the ground, is the perfect way for Wild to start, because my biggest complaints of them in the previous map was that they weren't quite working as a unit. They weren't quite working as a striker 5. They weren't quite working as an ability of, you know, working together. They were struggling to piece their tactics together. They were struggling to work as a unit. There was fantastic.
It was. Aces, you know, just coming in with a really important. It was all aces, and the big problem for VP here is I feel like we're onto a map that Wild have shown us that they can play well during the first stage. And Jegs has come in after a 19-10 game and got 3 kills in the first round. And it's always one of the questions that we ask. Will the players continue in that form? Will it, you know, yes. Will they not? If Jegs is going to do that, you've got a big problem.
Yeah, I think that's it as well. And also, Ace is getting off the board with 2 kills this early. It was very late into the game from his standards of how he hit the sort of kill board on the previous one there. Wild as well, going for the plant, going for that play, going for that hold, and how things worked. It was something that we'd otherwise not really seen from the much on Clubhouse, whether it was pressure, whether it was just the map, whether it was Virtus Pro, how they played against them. It doesn't matter. It's how things came together. And here, they have come together much better, much sharper, much more aggressive, and much more with an idea of how they want to go against this. The second round comes through. Dan almost caught out there by the drone that sort of baited its way in. He was the first body dropped in the previous round, and he almost met the same fate against the same Jegs, who's, as you said, running on similar energy from the previous map.
You'll be glad to know the saga of my headset has been concluded. We have a wonderful sound engineer who's just been in
thank you.
With a replacement for me. I will feed back details as to what I discovered about the problem with the last one.
I mean,
after the game, but yeah, all done.
It was perfect. That's professionalism. From your end and from production's end, you worked out a problem, production solved the problem.
Wonderful teamwork.
Didn't miss a second of siege.
Wonderful teamwork, just like we see in the server here. How'd you like that one? Jegs gets himself into mezzanine. Going to be attacking onto kitchen and dining this time, so it's all about the top floor clearance to begin with. Starts moving through, conscious of bathroom, drawn ahead of him. But Virtus Pro aren't going to mind this too much. They've got the master walls reinforced off at the minute. They're playing back into master, so there's still going to be a bit of work to actually clear these players out. Jegs is going to have to sort of take a little bit of a leap of faith as he comes out of office and tries to push forward onto master door.
The hold is curious to me, because usually it's a big fight to get that, and look at this. Pack ball, they have the vertical. They can just move in and plant, and, well, there's hard walls in a swing with a player watching it. That's a bit of free territory. The Echo drone does stop the plant, but you've still got to try and bite and fight your way in, and there's still a lot of ways to cover it. The Echo can only cover so much. They lose 2 up top, but then bite back with another, and Joystick's retaken the vertical on the second story. Shepard has done the distance inside as well, and I mean, they've somehow pieced it together here. They really took a gamble and handed a room over and went with the idea of we can retake from a single door. They lost the body in the engagement, but they won it out on the second, and Virtus Pro claim that round from a sort of idea of going, well, we can retake it.
I tell you now, this last map is just going to be an absolute slugfest, I think, between these two teams. You know, they both want to go to bed tonight knowing that they are locked into the major. The loser, it is not to say will be out of the major. They have another opportunity when they play the loser of the third match, which will be played after this one.
Yep.
So there is another sort of second bite at the cherry for whichever team loses here, but you just want to get it done. You just want to get it done and know that you guaranteed that spot, and both of them are fighting so hard for it. Shepard played beautifully. He cooked them up a treat here from kitchen. Just look at this. Absolutely beautiful on the Echo. It's this next one for me, though. I think the replay goes on. Just as he's, just that one. Absolutely beautiful. He's getting peppered from his right, and he doesn't, and that was an unintended kitchen pun.
It was beautifully played.
Gets peppered from the right and finds the man in main lobby. It was just really well played from Virtus Pro. 1-1, and there's very little to separate these two now.
It's just blow for blow, and it's fantastic. I'm curious about the hold there. We came up with first on the flawless, and I really thought that, you know, the Echo drone was the first bat, a surprise, but then they had to get so aggressive on the retake to the point where they literally just had to throw players in on a single door up top from the bedroom side because the wall was fully locked. They had to win that engagement. If they didn't, I think it still would have potentially turned into a Wilds round. The Echo had to wide swing. Virtus.pro's plan works, but I'm still in the camp of I don't think it was a great plan. Here's something a bit more traditional. They have the stretch. They have the watch towards the fight. Dan could escape if he wants to. At a point, they're just going to try and burn as much time as possible is the idea on that top hatch.
It always comes down to those 3 positions. Dan, Joystick, and always Joystick has the flexibility to move out to library stairs if he needs to. But as soon as one of them falls, the others need to think about their exits because it becomes very difficult to hold on. Always is going to pick up a big opener onto Aces, though, taking down the Iana, a couple of nades as well. I think one of them had been used, but one of them not, maybe. So it's a good start from Virtus.pro.
I saw Aces droning out the loose player. It was around Kitchen that he wanted to try and find the engagement, but he was last seen on Fireplace door, so I think someone else just put the pressure onto him instead. Teb, they're going to start the burn, and the break of the bolt happens right underneath the window, so you can't move. And I said he wants to waste time and utility, and they have done fantastically here for it. Puts a couple of shots over the top. That one will go out. There's the flash. And finally, the player has to move. He's caught. Well done by Jegs. Ready and waiting. But still, how much was thrown at that single problem now, and how much do they still have to do?
I would expect Wild now to be able to think about getting library control. Jegs manages to get another onto Pasha, and that should be the top floor of theirs. Takes down Always as well. 4 versus 2, and all of a sudden, with a minute left, you're wondering, have they got enough time? And 10 seconds later, you're thinking they've got more than enough time as they manage to get themselves a 2-person advantage here. Shepard's going to be trying to hold on to that library hatch and also the double window jumping at the same time, but Joystick ultimately is forced away and back onto site. So it's now down to Wild to posture and to position themselves into a spot where they can get this diffuser down if they need to.
I mean, they did very well there. They forced the players. There was a couple of sort of gamble fights that Virtus.pro took and led into. Joystick with the rotate back up the stairs. Wants to try and retake some of this territory here and just swings around. Misses the engagement onto the Flores, but that's the go sign for the players inside the site. Shepard gets the lockdown on the back end. 10 seconds, and they've got to try and drop and rock the hatch itself. They go for the fight onto the supply line. Caught by the crossfire set up there. There's the close swing. And out of what was a 4 versus 2 with 30 seconds, Virtus.pro with barely any wiggle room take the round.
And this, you look at that situation and the first thing in my mind is, how are Virtus.pro doing this? How are they doing this? But then you look at the players that were left.
Yep.
You've got Shepard, you've got Joystick. As you've said already, 2 massively experienced players. They've played on the biggest stages. Not only have they played on the biggest stages, they've performed on the biggest stages. And they are not going to be rattled by a 2v4. You know, they know that they've got it in their locker to do it, and they've just come out and played that wonderfully.
I mean, you look at the round just before. You look at that Kitchen round as well. It was Joystick retaking the top. It was Shepard swinging with, you know, the guns and playing the Echo, and it's just that sort of change of face. It's something where if you need players to pop off, it's the perfect time. Jegs is still phenomenal. Aces has stepped up a little bit better than he did at the start of it, but you're still, you know, not quite having that multifaceted thing from Wild yet.
The thing with Shepard is, like, we've seen him do that so many times.
Oh, yeah.
And a bit of me knows there's a good chance that he's probably sat there with his foot up on his chair, just like totally chill.
A slight smile.
Yeah, just like, yeah, that happened, and on we go.
I mean, more than happy to. Wild, you know, that you could see how they reacted as soon as the shots were hit onto the Flores. They used that as their opportunity to go. They used that as their idea.
It was on plan.
I am wondering if maybe it was the same thing on Kitchen, where they saw an opportunity, tried to take it, and they just didn't expect Virtus.pro to be able to fight off the position. You have to make sure that I think you still pay some of that direct respect towards what they can do in man down and clutch situations, and sometimes situations that might be impossible for other teams. Virtus.pro can make those moves happen, and it's twice in a row that Wild sort of bit at an opportunity and had it bite back much harder.
Just Pasha there watching onto the game's window, wanting to prevent any potential ingress coming in from there. We're up to the top floor once again. It's going to be Master Bedroom. We saw this back in round 1. It was Wild's attacking win. Chalet, historically, we would say favours the attackers. Not always the case. We do see that sort of switching up a little bit more recently. But we would expect, I think, Wild really need to be looking for a 3-3 half here as a minimum before pushing forward. It wouldn't surprise me, that's what we've seen both in map 1 and map 2 was a very even exchange to begin with before one team was able to get a hold of it. But right now, Virtus Pro playing a very sort of, I won't go as far as turtle defence because I think they've got 1 or 2 players downstairs, so they are looking for some vertical as well. But they are they're in a very small confined area, very close to each other to be able to impact on any potential deaths.
Teb rolling the Flores through. I complimented the use of this ability in Operator before, and Wild's round, I complimented that as well. It was tight. It was very well put together here, and Virtus Pro are well aware of it. They haven't handed over an early fight. They haven't given an early engagement to GX, and he's going to still try and find it, where it's Dan, who was that victim, makes one of Packpull on the back end. Asus, he's going to tuck back in, try and get that kit. It was the swing angle, and he's going to go for the sneaky plant under the cover of the smokes and the cover of Hungry, but it's Pasha that finds Teb. It's a suffer of Hungry and a suffer of the kit planter as well from what was a flawless opener for Wild here last time we were on this site. Is slowly teetering to a flawless close here from Virtus Pro. 30 seconds. 2 versus 5. The kit isolated and obviously being watched from being dropped in that position twice. This bounce, the pull of the pin won't go any further than the close swing. 20 seconds, and Virtus Pro, they're not overextending. In fact, they're still just watching that kit. They've got it all on lock. There's one handed to Jags. There's one picked back up. Virtus Pro, 3 in a row.
Virtus Pro looking really good so far, especially over the last couple of rounds. Really starting to stretch their legs, extending the manner in which they won that one, to be fair. Able to pick that one up near flawless, as you said. So much so that Wild are going to call that tactical timeout. They need that minute to try and just level out exactly what is going on here. But Virtus Pro, they just, I think, again, it comes to that experience. They're a team that once they get sort of on top of you on the scoreboard, they're not going to relent. They're not going to let up. They know when the opportunity is there, and they're going to become more and more difficult to play as this goes on. As they get each round closer, it's not going to be a case of them, struggling to close it out or not, I don't think. So for me, the time is now for Wild. They need to be getting onto this and getting a couple of rounds back.
It's the perfect time for a timeout, as you said.
I agree, I think so.
They need to stop this flow. They need the 3-3 half, and it's the first time that they'll be the ones trying to piece it back together from being on that back foot. And it's, unfortunately, some of the looser play that we've seen from them. They're seeing opportunities. They know what they're capable of. And for the many questions that we asked, best of 3, the length of play, how many times? It's been a long day. It's been a lot of rounds, and high-intensity rounds as well. Both the first 2 maps were everything thrown at the wall, everything given, and that has a limit. That has a limit for everybody. And, you're trying to do your best plays. You're trying to play your best siege for the chance at playing the best siege there is, but you're trying to do it for 3 hours.
This is it. It's, it is a different environment, and it's one that does take adapting to. I look at this and do I think that WoW can turn this around? Absolutely, 100%. I think they just need to get started sooner rather than later. I think, if it's a 5-1 half, that's a mountain to climb. That is, you're in very dangerous territory. So I think, like I say, now is the time. This for me is kind of a pivotal round now. As soon as Virtus Pro maybe have that guarantee of a 4-2 if they get this round, it starts getting very, very tough. I like this from Teb. Just, you can open multiple windows all at the same time. Just get your powder pellets on all of them, and it can just create a little bit of confusion as to maybe exactly where you're coming from.
It's good as well because, you can see them ready to counter it. You pick up the pace. The comments about a Habana are they're slow. The pellets are very easy to trick, very easy to stop if you're in a position to. However, they aren't really noisy until you let them. You can leave them. You don't have to sort of insta-deploy as you do on Selmas, as you sort of do on other gadgetry. So it's a good usage, and a bit of restructuring that comes through. Late Castle and another pair of X-Kairos to remove it.
I think we all remember the last round of Kitchen and how it ended. Shepard with a huge triple to keep Virtus.pro in it. Are they going to have to rely on those sort of numbers from him again? They will be hoping not. They're still holding on to the top floor as it stands. And look at the, the operators that will be labelled architects by Ubisoft in there. We've got the Azami, we've got the castle, we've got, so many obstacles for Wild to work around. We've got Teb just working in from piano there. Hungry's going to open up the site wall, actually. I thought that was going to be the office wall or even the wall through into Master, but no, that's going to be the site wall directly in. So that gives access for that diffuser to potentially go down. Packbull is in place as well on the Ossa. Maybe going to try and play in behind those Talon shields.
I was going to say, that's the sort of change here that we've got. Obviously, they've slightly opted for the swing round onto the Thermite. Instead, it's in the pockets of Hungry. That Echo drone is just watching everything from above. We talked about utility and its importance, and that's the sort of thread through. Joystick finds Teb. He was being watched on the rotate. Now Jags has to be a little bit more cautious of what's coming, but he has no idea that he's still being watched. There's still a camera directly above him, getting all the pings, all the calls on the intel. That grenade was never going to connect. The second has made its way down. It's ready to bait the play. The C4 is going to get ripped and does take out the Echo drone. I'm assuming hit the Talon shield as well, and the Ossa almost gets caught from the swing, but Aces gets one, Joysticks gets Jags. Vertical has fallen back into the favor here of Virtus.pro. They're back above, and they're causing some problems. 20 seconds. Uh-oh. How do you retake this now from the side of Wild? You have to try and break your way through. They're putting Danger above. You don't really have a lot of territory for your name. You've got either a fight above that has to happen in the next 5 seconds at the same time. There it is. Aces is able to take Joystick, but now you've got to see if you can get the plant down. Is there still any danger? Is there still an Echo drone? There is still always. And well, with that, a tied out round, and Virtus.pro, they keep themselves driving.
Virtus.pro had all the utility that they needed in that situation. You just saw it perfectly. 10 seconds left to go. Packbull's deploying the Talon shield. If there's nothing on side to clear that shield out, there's a good chance that diffuser goes down, because how do they impact onto it? But you just see the Nitro sailing over the top, and that is it. When that shield can't stay in position, Packbull's low health, it's likely to fall apart from there, because it's going to put the diffuser down inside a site, and VP just need to wait for people to filter their way in then. 4-1 to VP. Solid defense so far. If Wild can grab around here, then they start thinking towards the defense themselves. As I said, we do generally see the attackers have at least a reasonable time of it on Chalet, but maybe it's one of those days the defense will come through in the second half as well.
I think that round there, Wild were piecing together opportunity better than what we saw in a couple of previous rounds.
Yes, I'd agree.
And just dash towards it. They got unlucky with a couple of engagements, and there was, as you said, a lot in the pockets here. An IQ would have been fantastic to
especially after losing out, because you didn't completely lose out because of the Echo drones, but the Echo drones had an impact last time around.
I just think there's never a bad time to bring an IQ on this map specifically.
At the minute, yeah.
But in a great gun, the utility's fantastic. It's got the range, and the sort of clear. That I'm not going to say that there's free territory, but territory you usually fight over is something you can get a handle on a bit better. They're obviously playing the game of knowing. They're obviously playing a game of, no, you can have this, and you got to be suspicious and say, but why?
Absolutely. MNM Gaming is going to be our site once again. This time the Nomad brought along. That's just going to prevent a little bit of movement. Could be smart, to be fair. Prevent a little bit of movement in and around Library from the defenders. I'm not sure how aware Joystick is of the positions of those air jabs, but without the player for Virtus.pro up in the corner of the Library, which they had last time, it's going to make it difficult for him to be able to move through there. Always continues. That's 4 kills in a row if you count the 3 at the end of the last round, but Aces is there to get one of his own onto Pasha, leaving us 4 versus 4. We had some smoke utility deployed inside a site. That has now dissipated and is not going to see any action coming through that utility.
I mean, whether they try to bring all the focus round onto the sort of attempt on the plant on the back end or sneak their way in under the site, always was watching, ever present on the top, and Hungry once again, unfortunately, leaves a round without being able to have an impact against an opposing player. They lose the next, and it's one of the ones that have been a big impact, and there goes both. Suddenly, Teb and Packbull, who have only been able to get a single kill between the pair of them, across all the rounds up to this point. Now they got to see if they can try and find the remaining 4. Teb, a bit of a scrap and a scrape on the back end. A lot more damage done to him than his opponent. They know fully where he is. Worst of all, they know where the kit is too. 5-1-1/2 here. The biggest deficit we've seen between these two teams.
The difference that we're seeing in Virtus.pro at the minute, right now, versus, and it's going to be particularly important moving forward from this point. Virtus.pro right now versus Virtus.pro in the first 3 rounds of Skyscraper. It's like 2 different teams at the minute. You know, they've just really taken it, I'd say, up a gear. They've taken it up a couple of gears, you know, realistically. And they're just on a different level. The important thing now is Virtus.pro are on the attack, and we know that's where Virtus.pro struggle sometimes. As Fresh, you know, points out quite a lot, they like to play that full clear. They burn a lot of time. They'll go through. They haven't done as much of that today. So interested to see. They're going straight down to the basement here, Wild, so there is an opportunity to try and hold on to the whole map, to try and burn as much time as you can for Virtus.pro. We see it, you know, so often now. They'll have 1 or 2 roamers up on the top floor that drop down, back to site, and just burn time as they go, and we'll see how Virtus.pro handle that.
Pressure's on. Wild, unfortunately, and you're on a side that doesn't always bring the biggest success, but success can still be made. It's this game. It is a game of 2 halves, regardless of map statistics, regardless of every other number that we like to run through our heads building into the sort of strategizing of how this might go. How it goes is only down to the players inside the game itself, and they have a chance to start that sort of crawl back here. Will be the opener. It's an important first round. The breach will go right against the Bandit, and they'll hear that and sort of turn around and go, well, it's failed, let's go elsewhere.
Or the beauty of Bandit tricking. I do appreciate a nice clean one like that. Packbolt able to take down the exothermic charge. And the importance of that is that it just keeps that front side closed. And I talk about this quite often. If you can open rear and you can open front, it just makes it very difficult for the defenders inside a site, because there's no safety. It's that phantom pressure. It just keeps them spinning on their heel. Spinning straight out of the round is Dan, as Jegs manages to find a headshot onto him. And that is a great start. It's exactly what Wild needed. It's the Jackal that's gone down. So any roamers, any players out in the map have just found themselves a little bit more freedom to stay potentially a little bit longer.
Wild, they get that early, they get that body, they also get the wall, and that's an important part because it becomes quite awkward to push this structure on the follow-through. You've only really got 1 more of those charges to break through, and, well, do you see if you can double down onto Snowmo, or is that now going to stay as a breach, and instead you go for the West Main? It seems like they're a little bit stuck on what to do, and it's going to start with the tear across the top. There's a couple of players loose on the far end there, keeping themselves a bit safe and pretty, ready for the rotate down the Solarium stairs if need be, but all this is doing is wasting Virtus.pro time, and that is not a resource that they've been fantastic at in some showdowns.
Ace is just holding that long angle through to Mezzanine, hoping that somebody strays across. Ace is, as I said, taking full advantage. Doesn't quite get the view through onto Joystick as he moves down the main stairs. But Ace is, as I say, taking full advantage of that opportunity to stay out on the roam with the Jackal being killed. Packbull with a beautiful Nitro to take down the man inside of main lobby. And that leaves us 45 seconds left to go. Virtus.pro have managed to get the main breach open, but there's not going to be a lot of pressure around the rear side. Teb's ready for the backstab push coming in from Pasha. This could be a flawless round, and what a way to start their defences it could be for Wild. Teb is the only one with any damage here always. He's going to have to dip himself away. 25 seconds left to go, and it looks like he might just try and keep himself in some safety for the rest of the round.
I think this is a lot here about both teams throughout the whole game. I think this is less Wild overperforming and more Virtus.pro underperforming here on their first attack. It was cautious, it was a bit slow, it was a bit second-guessy, and it was a bit awry from what's been run. Wild have been playing a good game throughout this whole map, throughout this whole series. Wild have generally been playing a good game. It's just not quite been able to find its feet against Virtus.pro, who are just playing a better game on the opening half. This is what happens if they play a worse game. Wild's pace can still continue. They can still bite and fight these rounds. It's just you cannot always rely on your opponents making mistakes. You just have to opt to be able to make opportunities out of them. Bedroom is where we'll go next, and the more rounds Wild get before Virtus.pro get their match point won, is the big song right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Wild just need to now double down on that energy that they've just got out of that round and push forward, get themselves round 3, round 4. All of a sudden, you're back in touching distance. And the thing is, there's the mental game then. Virtus.pro are sat there thinking, well, maybe it's just the defence that's doing it. You know, they know that they struggle on the attack. They know that that's where their sort of worst performances have come generally, when they've struggled to get rounds won over the entire stage. It's been on the attack. And so really, you want to put that into their mind as much as you can. You want to, you know, sort of play into those demons almost. So Wild are going to take us up to the top floor. They're going to be looking for their 3rd round on the board. It's going to be a slightly different defence here. They were able, as I suggested, they might to lean into the roaming game. They were able to burn that time for Virtus.pro. They picked up kills along the way. It was perfectly executed. It's not going to be necessarily quite the same here. You know, yes, you can play players underneath, but it's just a little bit of a different mentality needed for that top floor hold.
Virtus.pro, can they match some of the pace they had earlier on? The canister popped just on the side of the Solarium window. Joystick's going to see if he can stress and pressure on the opposite end. There's going to have to be a bit of a burning, and then there's going to be a break and some fire on the back. But that bounced drone, always love to do it, gets itself in a very solid tucked position and can do this all the way around onto the back end, all the way tucked onto the other side. You get the full juggle and just what's being watched, what's being monitored, and what is being held. There's that 2 stories we talked about and was expertly highlighted at the very beginning of the game by Red Like, and that's what Wild has removed. They were cautious of it because they can see quite obviously Dan likes to do that, and Dan is also a hell of a buck player.
Always just going to be deploying the air jab there into Trophy. Just conscious, Virtus.pro, of the potential for those flanks. As I said, it is possible to move around underneath the map. You're just not going to play too many players in that position throughout the game. Now then, Joystick is going to be checking Solar Stairs, just checking out what utility is there. Going to send a nade in to clear that out, which should be successful. Yes, it will. Dan manages to pick up aces. Good opener for Virtus.pro there. Jegs is the one that is playing down underneath. On the Alibi does have, doesn't have the impact nades, has brought along the shield, so has brought along utility for site itself, but maybe limited in the impact that he can have from underneath. Dan absolutely cuts down Packball Shepherd onto Teb. It's falling apart for Wild here, 5 versus 2. It is in favour of Virtus.pro now.
Jag still watching from underneath, hoping to get the swinging and a lucky catch to buy himself some time, but the Flood and most importantly the Kit is making its way in from Solarium. They're going for the flat push revealed by the bulletproof Cam, the pop of the EU1D. Hungry now, all that has to wait but not long. Joystick with the catch over the far end. It is Jegs versus the world. Oh, and it's not a nice world to live in. Virtus.pro 1 round away from booking themselves to Copenhagen.
What a performance we've seen out of them here on Shower. They've really turned up for it. I'll be honest, there was I had a feeling coming into this that this map might actually favour Wild. We saw them have a win on it during stage 1, and I just felt like they might be able to carry that momentum on Chalet through into this game. But no, Virtus.pro have turned up so far and said this is our major spot. We'll be the ones qualifying here and now. Thank you very much. And they are 1 round away from doing so. No mistakes left for Wild now, and you just wonder, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of pressure on the team at this point. Don't get me wrong, they've had a fantastic start here. They've come out, they've won all of the maps through stage 1. They've still got another opportunity to get through to the major, and then even if they don't do it, then they still go through to, further chances. But ultimately, it's got to be a lot of pressure in this situation, thinking, we've done so well so far, and this is maybe, where it's going to end for today at least. It's going to be a tough fight back here as the 4 rounds, and I'm sure they're going to desperately want to get this done 4 rounds in a row and keep themselves fighting to overtime.
Virtus.pro. We've talked a big talk about some of your players being the best in clutch situations and really that cool-headed mentality that you want. Now's the time to prove it in Wild. Try and get some of that fight back. As I said, it's not over, but you'd like to make sure that you have your best possible opportunities, especially after the long, daunting series we've had, because if that becomes what exhausts you, well, at least there's practice for the next one you might have to go through. The break underneath. The fly-through of an operator we haven't really seen in this showdown as of yet, but can be big. Bravo gets early on the take on the camera. Is going to see what else they can grab. Tucked over inside the site. The Maestro bubble just missed the first catch there.
So close, and that would have been such a big capture in terms of that site defense, but Teb's going to take a lot of damage up in Piano there. Needs to be cautious about any further fights going his way. The droning will continue, at least inside of Trophy. We've got smoke grenades going out over that side as well, and so a lot of pressure mounting up here from Virtus Pro as they try to get themselves inside of the map. Joystick manages to find Hungry, but Jegs, he's there not quite in time, but at least still manages to get the trade.
I mean, it's an important take. Joystick has gone 10-4 this map. He hasn't been the biggest player for Virtus Pro throughout their run to get here, but if he's the one that pushes them over the edge, as he has done brilliantly this map so far, I mean, it's a big piece you want to take out of the puzzle. The swing comes in. Pasher over the top there, looking for the potential box engagement. The camera's already dropped and down. They're going up to double window. Dan's on the swing here on Piano as well. A minute, and Tev did suffer quite a lot. The Jaeger. And she's going to have to slip away. Jegs, if we're talking about people that have been impacts, he is easily the one from Wild that has kept him swinging throughout this fight so far. A slow stall. A break in the action for the moment. Wild do not want to overstep, overhand and overhang over what is the overhanging arch and guillotine that is slowly getting closer and closer to them with 40 seconds left.
Pasha just searching, seeking, trying to get any angle that he can, using the destruction of that shotgun to try and find his man. Still 4 versus 4. This is going to be an explosive round, an explosive end to round 9 rather, as Jegs, he's rotating around and drops out back underneath, try and get himself back into sight. The long angle is being watched, but is safe for the time being. Pipebull turns away at the wrong time always. He's able to find the kill. Dan doubles down on it. It's now a 4 versus 2 with 10 seconds left to go. Diffuser going down.
Shepard is holding on. Pasha has the cover from the vertical. Jegs gets caught as well, and Virtus Pro are going to Copenhagen after what was a long series. And let's be honest, fans of the team, a long time without seeing them on our grandest stages of Siege after getting very used to them. Virtus Pro, you are coming home.
What a way to do it as well. You know, look at those numbers. 19 kills between Joystick and Always. What a performance out of Virtus Pro. We've got to give a hand to Wild as well. You know, they've had a great entrance into Stage 1. They certainly played the part in what was a brilliant matchup through the night. I think everybody will agree who's watched that. It's been, you know, real edge-of-the-seat tension stuff. A fantastic matchup all the way to 3 maps, but Virtus Pro, they just had that extra 5% in the end.
Map 1, it went a huge distance. Map 2, exactly the same. Map 3, less so. Is that a tale of Wild needing to get themselves a little bit more of that 3-map mentality? Is that going to be a big test of a team? A marathon is very different to a sprint. It doesn't matter how quick Usain Bolt can be in that. I don't know what his marathon time is. I guess it's something that they're going to have to go and practice.
Still better than mine, probably.
Oh, better than all of ours in this room. Either way, thank you for joining me on this desk.
A pleasure, as
always.
always.
Thank you for putting up with us, and thank you guys for watching. We'll take a quick break before we're back with the desk, and also one more map today. Ooh.
My name is Carl, my nickname is Aimao, and I play for G2 Esports.
My name is Blaz, and I play for Eric.
My name is Deepak, and I'm playing for Koi.
My name is Leon, also known as Nello, and I play for MNM Gaming.
I am Pasha, playing for Virtus Pro.
My name is Lucas Reich, known as Hungry, and I'm playing in White.
The most heated, I would say, is definitely Shaiko.
I have to say my old teammate, Citizen.
That's Benjamaster for sure. He's like legit hacking in Pro League. It's crazy. I don't know why he's not banned. Joe.
Best shooter in the Rainbow Six Siege, in my opinion, is definitely Shaiko. He's always pulling the stats up.
Shaiko or Citizen as well, like one of those, like they probably have the best aim.
Probably our ex-teammates both. Best shooter.
Like for me, it's for sure like Shaiko, because like he's the pure legend.
My biggest competition, I think, individually, I think it was Paolo back in 1 year ago, because we were basically fighting to be the best player in the world.
My competition, I would say, is Souls 1 from FaZe Clan.
I would say definitely BDS. We like to play them, they're good guys, and games are always fun.
I would rank myself in like top 20, top 10, I think. Yeah.
In EU, number 1 right now.
I'm no one now. Okay, let's chill for a bit. I have to like go through that big road and become someone again.
I don't want to be the best individual. I think I want to be the best team.
The biggest troll in Rainbow Six have to be me. Like, have to be me.
Me on that question, because like I'm the biggest troll on the team at least. So I gotta say it's me.
Kino from NA. He like troll, he scream, he's like, yeah, he's good.
Icons I look up to is like Canadian, of course.
Definitely one of the legends of Siege, if not the biggest ones, are like Canadian, Pengu, Fabian as well.
There's many guys. I can actually do this all day.
I have to admit the funniest player that I team with was definitely Doki.
Alamo is still like super fun.
I used to always watch Nesk streams and I would just laugh myself. I would copy Nesk.
The best celebration I would say is definitely Canadian.
Probably iconic thing. I think the way he celebrates every round.
Best celebration after winning a game is probably the Sui from Ronaldo.
They've done it. I can't believe it. Virtus Pro making through to phase 2 of the Copenhagen Major. Let's have a chat with our winners. Hey!
Hello!
Joystick!
Hello, Milos.
Hello. Who would have thought we'd have a chat again, and this time to celebrate your victory to go through to Copenhagen? How are you feeling?
Insane. I don't know. We skip for a long time so many tournaments. We are waiting for it. We are watching it from home, and we were really hoping that we can come back and make it to the next major or the next tournament. So we are so hyped up and we are preparing so much. We're I don't know. I have really a lot of feelings inside me right now, but I can't describe it. It's really, I don't know, insane. We're screaming so hard after the win. So that's it.
I can't wait for the video to be posted on Twitter in the next 15 or so minutes. But congratulations again. I want to talk to you about the map picks in general, because Skyscraper seems to be something out of your comfort zone. And in a best of 3, you have to play something out of your comfort zone, right?
Yes, but right now it's 9 maps, so we need to play at least 7 maps, on the medium or maybe higher level. So we know that we need to play other maps, and we're trying to prepare it on our screens. So that was our plan, to make our worst maps better, and that's all. We're just trying to fix our mistakes, try to watch how other teams playing, what's working on these maps. So I think we are on the right way to play. We like to do some stupid mistakes on Skyscraper as well, and Jack's really playing so well on Solis. He won really so many rounds by this operator, and we really throw a lot of our rounds because of this. And I don't know, this guy is insane on this operator.
Well, you go through Clubhouse, and that's a more of a comfortable space for you. But like Jack highlighted in the pre-game, you still had some issues on Clubhouse recently.
Yeah, I think we were 3-0 or something like that in the start of the map, and we again were, I guess, a little bit shaky, or maybe, I don't know, don't have a lot of good communications because there's a lot of spam in TeamSpeak. Sometimes it's happened because, it's a really hard match. It's an important match. You need to go through it to go to the major. So sometimes it's happened, but we know that we need to fix it. We have stop guys. We need to focus. We need to get less spam in TeamSpeak. We need more good information instead of just spamming, and it works. And again, I thought it Jax. He do a lot of work on Clubhouse and Skyscraper as well. Yeah, really. I don't know.
An incredible rookie, right? I completely agree with you. You go to Chalet, though. Do you think this is where you could really take this, what you're talking about now, which is, hey, we need to make sure our comms are clear, we're communicating properly, all of our comms are, very distinct, we don't need to cloud our communication. Was this what happened in Chalet?
Yeah, we know that we were playing Chalet versus them because we watched their official games, and we were prepared for everything, and I think it was good choose between Cafe and Chalet because we were struggling a little bit last time on Cafe and on scrims as well. So I don't think it's our best map right now, but we thought that Chalet would be better. So we pick it, and it works good. We know what to do. We know that we just need, again, just clear communication. They can play aggressive, some C4, spawn picks, and that's it.
Joystick, look, one more candid question. There's a lot of people out there that would say Virtus.pro and the way they play is very predictable, and teams should be able to beat them just way more regularly. You shouldn't be able to perform as well as you do, and yet somehow you do, even though it's very easy to spot, at least from our point of view. These are the things that Virtus.pro always do. Why does it always end in a VP win?
I can agree with you that we are so predictable team, but in my opinion, if you do one round 1,000 times, you can predict everything that can be in this round. So we just played. We always were a predictable team. We always do the same, and it's working because I think we have a lot of these rounds during scrims, during practice, during, I don't know, everything. We fix our mistakes, and that's, I guess, why we are struggling when the new meta is coming, because we need to a lot of time to prepare again for, I don't know, for some new strats or some change. I think, in my opinion, that's why we're struggling when the new meta is coming, in my opinion.
All right. Well, you know what? Now you'll have some time to get things fixed up. Of course, you still have to play the final matchup of the playoffs bracket, but this is kind of an extra layer on top of the fact that you already qualified. That's the main thing for you. So, yeah. Who do you expect to play after, G2 or MNM?
I don't know. I think really MNM is a really good team, but I want to play versus G2 because there is Doki. We need to beat him again. We need to prove that we are better than them. So
Doki's afraid of you, though. He was saying in the interview before, VP. I don't like playing VP. I don't know how to play against them. He's afraid. He's afraid of the machine, the cyborg.
I hope it will be a good game, but if MNM go forward, it will be really a pleasure to play versus them because they're a really good team as well. So actually, we don't care, but we will see.
Fair enough. So, Joystick, at the end of this, you know the drill. You like to say anything to the fans?
Of course, guys. Thank you for the support, everyone. We all love you. Thank you for the positive comments, and we just, I don't know what to say. You are really supporting us so hard. We have a lot of messages everywhere, so love you guys. Mwah.
Oh, there
you
go. The classic Joysticks.
Yeah, classic one.
All right, Joystick, congratulations again, and we'll see you tomorrow. We'll see who you get to play later on, but hey, that's a thing for tomorrow to figure out. Anyways, thank you again, and have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Good night.
I'm gonna hold my hands up.
Yeah, he even said, I asked the candid question. You seem to be predictable. Everybody says you're predictable, but you still win.
Yeah, they are predictable. It absolutely, you know,
he doesn't deny
it. It does cost them. They are predictable. But what I will say is what Joystick said. That is the greatest explanation of it. Is they see every round 1,000 times. They know how to counter it. Yes, they're still having difficulties with Solace. There's still new meta things. There's Army that they've not yet brought into their pool. When maps change, it takes a long time to bring them in. But they're getting much better at it. And I think, you know, pretty much they seem to have an answer to everything. Certainly they seem to have an answer for the Wild and the way Wild wanted to attack and play Chalet. Wild wanted to take very high-paced Chalet on their attacks, try those plants, and VP seemed ready for absolutely everything today.
It's a really good mentality, and I think that Joystick explained it exceptionally well there. I've never really heard it explained like that, and we've talked about it so many times, but it's good to get the player perspective on it because they do see all the permutations.
Yeah.
They've seen this film before. They know how it ends.
Would you rather be predictable but know every answer, or be unpredictable and catch people off but then get caught off yourself sometimes?
I do want to take a moment to talk about our MVP and then another topic, actually, because who is our MVP for the matchup here?
The whole match.
I believe the final
last map.
Yes, there it is. So the map is Joystick, 140 EPS. The man still keeps doing it. It's incredible.
He does. He had a very slow start to the stage, and he's really grown into it as well. And I think that's probably the same, you know, story with VP. These guys are growing into absolutely everything they're doing. They're learning, and they're getting better and better. And, you know, rightfully so, phase 2 of the major. And Joystick will be at the helm, back on LAN.
This is the first time since SI22 in Sweden that the majority of the VP roster will have made it to a major. That in itself is incredible. That hiatus of over a year to take out of attending competitive events, attending the top level of Siege, to now make it back there again, just shows how much of a journeyman team this is.
I'm going to ask the host questions here. I'm going to stand over by Milosh.
Oh, goodness.
SI22, what result did they get?
They got second.
So they played the grand final?
They played the grand final.
And they went to a major before that, about 6 months before that, didn't they? So the previous one before that?
Mexico.
Where did they get there?
Second.
That's 2 majors. They got to the grand final.
It's a terrifying track record if you look at it.
We know they get better on LAN as well. That's all I'm going to say.
I still have... I played BDS right in the semis.
Yeah.
And then that game was incredible. I will never forget. One of genuinely... Go back and rewatch the series with, I guess there were Team Empire back then, no? Yes. Yeah, Team Empire versus BDS semifinal of the Mexico Major in 2021. It was like ages ago now.
It was.
I don't remember if Kix was casting that game also. I don't remember that. Possibly there were only so many of them anyways. But that was an incredible game. Definitely one of the best matches we've ever had in Siege, ranking up in the top 5. But it's incredible. Second at SI, and I'm going to do a Des here. They've had a shit year in 22.
Yeah.
No way around it.
They basically...
They were 2 different teams, and then they had to finally merge together, and all the turbulence that had to happen after that major in Mexico and through 22 to here.
Yeah, and that's what I will say. As much as there's questions maybe around game style and meta and that type of stuff, these guys are, you know, part of Siege's fabric.
Yeah.
To see them back at a LAN, see them going to, you know, Copenhagen is going to be incredible.
I do want to give a quick shout out to their opponents, Wild, because honestly, nobody at the start of this stage would have ever expected Wild to, first of all, show up the way they did in their group, and then 2, rock up here and honestly give Virtus.pro a run for their money. Because, I mean, Chalet, you can say, yeah, it's a best of 3. It's a team that's still inexperienced versus the experience that you have on VP's side, and they still pushed them to the edge. That was incredible. Most people were putting Wild on top anyways in this matchup. But in the end, Wild take an L, they still have a shot at phase 1 of the major.
I think there's a lot of people that would have said that Wild would win the whole thing.
Yeah.
I might not actually be too far away from somebody that did actually say that, Fresh. But jokes aside, Wild came in and you could see with... You keep him up. You could see with...
He was the whole thing.
Right?
I'll just be apologising. Go on.
Well,
your prediction was right. Go on.
You could see with how they came into Skyscraper, it wasn't like they were treating it like a best of 1, but they brought a lot of pace and they brought a lot of energy, and that very quickly dissipated. We know that best of 3s can be very difficult. We know that they can be long, drawn-out affairs, and you can't afford to use all of your gas in that first map.
Did you say they sprinted didn't. Marathon.
I'd say they sprinted a little bit. No, I mean, we've done that one to death.
A few hurdles along the way.
But it is true. I'm not sure that they've got that best of 3 performance in them yet against someone that's done it so many times like VP, because they know what it takes in this best of 3. They can lose map 1 and they know that they can mentally hit that reset.
And that's the whole thing, right? Is Wild, brand new team.
Yeah.
Like, we've got to give them the credit, but we've also got to set realistic expectations as well. They rinsed through the best of 1s and groups. They've come up to their best of 3. They got the first map and then they've fallen short. That will be a massive learning experience for the players on this team. They don't have long before they've got to back it up. They do get a shot tomorrow, but they do have to play a best of 3 tomorrow against the loser of G2 and MNM. So they've got to sort it out pretty quickly.
And no matter what, it will be a tough game, no matter who they go up to, either G2 or MNM. And should they win, and whoever wins that game will qualify to the major in phase 1, but still an important victory regardless. But it was genuinely a wonderful match to witness in our second one here, and I'm so glad that we were here to really see every detail of it. Thanks so much, Extra Troika and Fresh, and of course, commentators for taking us through it. But you hear that? That's the train saying, we are not done just yet. Yes, trains are running on time. Who would have thought? In France, in Paris, specifically. Incredible. Anyways, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, it's a prime time slot. G2 versus MNM.
feeling confident. We are ready to go.
Every team wants to win.
I can't wait.
We are ready, but you are not ready.
We're going to try to start it off with a bang.
We're definitely an up-and-coming team.
No team knows how we play or how we perfect it.
It's already decided, it's done.
We got these guys. Let's go.
There's no doubt in my mind.
We're going to take it all the way.
We're the best team.
We do everything for the win.
We've won before.
Be careful, guys. The one pack is coming for you.
I don't think there is other teams that can beat us.
We have the gun skill and also the brain for it.
Mark your calendars with all the wild games because you're not going to want to miss them.
It's all about Team BTS.
It's all koi, baby.
Team MNM are taking home that trophy. GT9, we are gonna win!
Welcome back, everybody. Already 2 best of 3s down in our play day, and still 1 more to go. Some would say best for last, but honestly, I don't really know how we can top already our second series that just happened between Virtus Pro and their opponents of Wild, the new kids on the block. Spoilers.
Is it a spoiler?
I try to be respectful.
Okay.
You know how I am. Virtus Pro make it to the Copenhagen Major, and they're directly into Phase 2. Incredible feat from the team that we talked about just now, and nobody's expecting them. Nobody's seen them really since SI22. See how they perform in Copenhagen. But now, another qualification match. MNM versus G2. Well, let's talk about G2. I mean, everybody knows who they are. Jack, you know who they are.
I do.
Can you tell everybody else?
I can tell everybody. If you don't already know who G2 Esports are and their team of absolute superstars, let me tell you, they're the current world champions. They play probably the meta-defining siege of this current meta. I think there's still a lot of teams that haven't even caught on. I think Doki says it in one of the interviews. Teams don't know how we play. Teams will learn how they play. G2 are defining the meta right now. They're playing well. I think they had a fairly poor group stage. If I'm being brutally honest, they've said so themselves. But best of 3s is when it counts.
G2, we know that they can perform in a best of 3. There's no doubt in our minds about their ability to perform here. And, you know, you just look at the team. You know, we know what this team is capable of. You say that they've had a little bit of a slow start maybe in the stage, particularly to the beginning. There's potential for that to happen.
Yeah,
obviously, there is some sort of mental change that goes on within a team after they win something so big. And after you win something like SI, your mindset is going to shift, and it is going to get difficult to get hungry again and to start that process all over again. They've eased into the stage quite nicely now, and I think at this point they're probably fancying themselves here tonight.
Yeah, with Bonja Master 4K also on the squad. I mean, you never know what you get, though. Their opponents on the other side, MNM Gaming, they took the earlier stages of SI23 by storm and actually caused quite a few surprises here in our first stage of 2023.
I feel like I could never criticize them when the screen comes up because Usus is looking pretty scary there.
Fierce photo,
He's looking very fierce.
What'd you say?
Oh, fierce. Throwback. One thing that I will say is that MNM, very similar to G2 actually, I think had a pretty rough group stage by their own standards despite the fact they made it out. But that best of 3 last week, very convincing. We know this team's got really, really talented players, especially their front line of Tyrant, Usus and Solotov. Backline of Nello and Nafe being able to put up decent-ish numbers for a backline as well, but a lot of experience, a lot of ideas. A really exciting roster. When everything strings together, this team can beat anybody on the planet, even the current world champions.
You say decent-ish numbers. There's nothing really separating Nello, Nafe and Tyrant there in and around the lower end of the kills. They've all got 46, 48 kills over the course of the stage. So there's nothing really separating them. And I think that's one of the things that you see in a team like MNM is we see that quality top through bottom. And they've got it there. There's no real player that's lagging behind. There's no one that you're looking at like, God, they need to show up today because they haven't been doing. Everyone has that ability to perform. It's an org that I love. I always sit on the desk and, you know, say it's a pleasure to watch them because they're just such an enjoyable team to watch. And I think facing off against G2 tonight, honestly, I couldn't ask for much more in a fixture.
We're expecting some good stuff here.
We've been sat with, I'll be honest, you know, the first day was the seeding match, the second day was Wild against VP, but the third game of the day was like the one we've been winning.
That's the one.
G2 MNM.
Some would say the only thing that separates the MNM players is ping. So we'll see now if they'll have to worry about that, though, when we get into our map bans. 3 of them in a best of 3. That's how it works. 9 map pool, 6 are out, 3 are left. And which ones will they be? First pick goes for MNM Gaming. They take us to Cafe Dostoevsky, where they start on the attacking side. Of course, you pick the map, but then your opponents get to pick the starting side. Second, on Border. And that'll be for G2. They start off on the attack. Finally, G2 will have the last say, eliminating Villa, taking us to Oregon, where they start an attack for the decider. Jack, overall thoughts?
So both teams getting rid of their perm ban in the first 2 ban phases. But MNM getting rid of ban. Don't play it, never will, don't like it. If they don't have to play it, they won't. G2 don't really like Clubhouse, they will play it if they have to. Both of them gone. Now, both teams then have an 8-map pool after their permaban. The curious one here is MNM have picked one of their favourite maps in Cafe, which for the longest time was a G2 perm ban, but G2 liked it during 6th Invitational. With Border, G2 picking Border, this was their 8th map in terms of preference. They've not played Border since stage 3 of last year, where they lost it emphatically to Rogue. So even during 6th Invitational, they were not wanting to play it if they could. So as much as they do have an 8-map pool, Border is their least preference of the 8. So picking it screams, we've been saving this map.
It just goes to show how much you can see that G2 want this. They've been baiting out on the timeline like, oh, Fabian's messed up the bans again. It just doesn't happen, does it? It doesn't happen at all. I think that Cafe is really the dark horse there in terms of a map. You know, we know it's a map that MNM like. We know it's a map that on paper you could see that G2 don't favour it, but they are very good at it. They brought it out at 6th Invitational and they showed us some good stuff on it. So I think that G2 are going into this with their eyes wide open and recognising just how much of an advantage it is to go into Major at Phase 2. You can show anything you want here because it's so important to go into that Phase 2 spot.
Yep.
All right, Fresh. Ollie, thank you very much. Let's actually now start talking about the game with our casters. Habanam are ready to take us through the highlight game.
Thank you very much, Milos, with your wide arms and your excitable smile. I'm that's how.
How wide are the arms? Like,
you went like that?
It's like T-posing on us.
And he went like, Milos!
Look. Hey.
Hi, we're here at GT versus MNM. It's a good showdown. It's a good match. I hope it's a good match. We've had great matches today so far.
We've had, yes. We had one that went to a 2-mapper. We had one that went to a 3-mapper.
Will this go to a 4-mapper?
We just go to a 4-mapper instead.
It cannot.
Can we not?
No.
Really? Can we not just say, you know what, play 4th map just for fun?
G2, I mean, they've done a 5-mapper. They've done the possibility of it. Now it's a different time, but this is an exciting game because this is 2 teams that have been frequent in terms of getting to majors. They've been frequent in terms of having a good year last year, I would say. Obviously, one of them
better than the other.
One of them arguably had a better one because they won not only one of them, but the biggest one. But it's
the granddaddy of them all. 6th Invitational.
It's always a risk to try and read what Turkey types. I am assuming that's Croatian.
I would assume so as well.
I guess we might have medics observing and he.
Oh.
Yeah, I won't repeat the translation, but you at home can Google Translate things.
You can.
I'm not Google. Don't Google.
Don't Google.
Medics
Don't Google.
As Grace Speaker saying, don't Google. Yeah, Thatcher gone, Nook gone. We're on Cafe Dostoevsky. What do you think?
Well, I'm first of all going over the other bands as well as they come through. The Cade band as well. Usually for hatches, of course, quite important. Sometimes it's annoying on that double wall and the Valkyrie to be removed in the end. Now, talking about Cafe. Valkyrie, first of all, great operator to use any map, but Cafe has a lot of hiding spots as well, which will no longer be used. Cade, often used on those hatches, which will make that job a little bit easier for both these teams. The Nook is truly going to be, you know, stylistic choice. Like you don't want to go up against someone who sneaks by all those cameras, and you know G2 has a couple of players that would like to fancy the Nook every now and then if they have the opportunity to. And the Thatcher, he's kind of like, I don't want to say brainless ban, but it's often like if you don't know what to ban in rank, for example, everybody bans Thatcher, right? Just go after it because it's just such a powerful gadget. You toss the softball and everything in the radius suddenly doesn't work anymore.
It's the very fun thing because I found myself explaining it. My friends who have gotten into Siege, I know I've told a few stories to my gold tier friends. They're getting better. They're getting better.
What rank are you all on now?
Well, I'm in Emerald.
Okay.
There's a couple of them in Plat. It's great.
Okay,
a couple of them in Gold, and there's a couple of them that Silver and Bronze.
Okay.
We're getting there. We're getting there. But one of the things that they always ask us about Thatcher removals is why do it, and it's because it limits a whole aspect of play. It's exactly the same reason for my money, but on a smaller scale you would ban Nook. you think about what Nook works against, and it's a dependency. It's cameras. It's a style of play. You have to have an awareness that changes based on a sole operator's appearance. You can still have people sneak. You can still have people play, but you can't have somebody play in the same way that the Nook does. And that's the swing there, and that's why it's an easier removal, because it's less about them and more about you in some regards. Not entirely, but...
I mean, if you don't use the Nook yourself that much, then, you know, you don't have to worry about her either. It can be said for a lot of those bans, but especially the ones that have such a, you know, basically impact that there's no replacement for. Now, as we get going, the first minute has passed, almost. MNM is looking to be attacking from multiple angles right here. It's being tossed in to get rid of some castle barricades. Candelas are being caught up by discs, and that means that we are in that utility part of the game where stuff just gets wasted. We just start throwing things in, see what sticks, see what doesn't. And Solotov looking to go for the first pick as well.
Oh, the Kiva barricade just over the top. The swing Avenger onto users. They're buying themselves some time and pressure. The extended hold here. They've obviously got the castle to offer some support towards the hold around Cigar. They've got the pressure onto the windows. The Kiva barricade still rebuilding. Doki caught out by Tyrant underneath. Tyrant gets a second. They went for the attempt on the revenge there, but that middle floor control is all in the favor of Tyrant as of this moment in time. And, well, now he's going to see if he can try and hold on to it. The fun statistic about Tyrant, actually, Grunt Triple on Twitter made a great scattergraph of plant appearances based on players.
I've seen it, yes.
He was one of the lowest plants based on players. I think it was he plants every 0.06 rounds or something like that Tyrant plays. Hacked bulletproof from Nate.
Yeah, so that's going to be giving away some information. I don't think the EMP stun is going to be as useful, but it's especially going to be good for trying to figure out if there is someone going to be up on this side of the map. Now pings are starting to come through, so they will have that confirmation. Even rep pings as well. The bulletproof camera is, of course, bulletproof, so it's going to be very difficult to take care of for G2 here. So, you know, that's just a piece of utility and a state of that utility they need to live with now. No way around it. There's still a wait. Holding tight. 35 seconds. MNM, they have that man advantage due to the skirmish we had down onto the second floor. I believe that the repellins are coming very soon. Candela's popping off. Blur spots out one. Is going to go aggressive right here to take Tyrant down, and that means they can now only focus onto the players repelling into the site.
Wow, look at that. G2, they flooded the kill board. Nafe was seeing if he could just sneak the plant on the far side, but Benja gets the end, and from what was that lead in there from MNM, from the couple of bodies brought back in the middle, they just could not find the way to shimmy and shake themselves towards the end of that sticking. I mean, as long as Benja's alive, there's a problem. Blur hasn't been as problematic this recent split. He was sort of coming in this on one of the lower ratings I think we have in a UL, but at the same time, is that because of the heights that the rest of the players have reached? You can only kill as many as the others leave you, and if you kill at the right time, like there, like we've seen, it's the impact that matters.
Yeah, Blur had a 0.92 rating before we went in here, so it's not going to be positive out there. But good round from G2, and just quickly breaking that down from the MNM side of things, they had the two-man entry, but only Tyrant was in the building. Tyrant was there, he was coming up the white stairs, but it was being covered. There was no real pressure coming down from other MNM players to a potential player out there. He loses his life, we're back in a 3-on-3, and the rest is just repelling in. Like, I mean, it's a very vulnerable position to be in, and as Tiga taken down, I think that kind of proved itself. And that problem you wouldn't have if you would have attacked through the red side, if you would have gone through Cigar. You might have not had all the kills, but at least you were all inside the building and able to instantly go for refrags on one another.
I don't want to go and saying they have a habit of it, but MNM do try some particular takes. They do try some takes, and I think that's a credit. I think that's obviously, you know, a major change on the behind-the-scenes
casting. Of course, yes.
Casting stuff? No, that's us. On the management, on the coaching staff. It will bring new ideas. It will bring fresh ideas. They've tried those. Some of them, they try and pull away from the molds that EU set, but as Fresh sort of highlighted on the desk, G2 are defining a mold right now. They're setting a pace for this game, and there's going to be no one more awkward to try out new things than the people who are sort of evaluating and defining new things.
And as well as G2, right? They've had that rough period, and Benja joined, and suddenly the team just clicks all together, and everything just works, like, even when it's not supposed to work. And I mean, I say that like in kind of like a weird way, maybe, but it's like sometimes they're behind and they still manage to clutch themselves back into the round due to mistakes being made and them punishing it so well. So something you have to keep in mind here, and you know, MNM losing out the player on below and not having any pressure to go for the refrag instantly afterwards, those kind of things is just what G2 needs to get themselves back into a round.
So, how will they try and bite at this first round? We've had a bit of control over the top. The smashing can start to break its way down now that they've got a bit more of the control here, and it creates an awkward pocket of space underneath. G2 themselves, they've pulled out of sight. This is how teams will hold it if they're holding on the ground floor. They will give some of the aerial, some of the visual, and try and bite back when they go for the plant, when they go for the execute, because they've still got to get themselves into sight, and you know that you can sort of surround it in this big, dangerous C shape that goes all the way around the sort of core on the mudroom and the red corridor being the back line of this, and they're sat there waiting. They're letting MNM sort of use utility, burn gadgets, burn through things, and mainly burn time.
Failing to actually get the flashbangs through the serial laser gate there, and that means that that will stay closed for now, so someone else will have to deal with that just momentarily. If coming down the red staircase there is going to be heard and instantly replied to. Doki is still going to be on the side, but he's just waiting for the actual drop to happen before he uses those keeper barriers. Blur holding off from VIPs. Always a crucial position if you want to go for a hatch drop like this. That flashbang is not going to be doing too much here. Doki might be blinded, but there's no way they can instantly fight back on him. 30 seconds, they need to go for a drop now.
There's another catch on a disc. There's pressure coming down the back end of White Stairs. Tyrant goes for the hop round the side. He wants to see if he can hit the DMR fight, but they're inside and looking for the hop over to Sync. Nafe does get Alamau, but with that keeper barricade still up and with only 19 seconds, they really do not have much of an option. And Doki, he's going to see if he can absolutely firing line. They're not even in yet. He hears the break. He sees the swing, gets 1.5, but he should get the second there. Rotates round and, well, caught from above, but at that point, uses, he's going to try and drive the site. 3 players left from G2, and it was perfectly set up. They, as I said, gave the ground, said this is what you're getting, but you're not getting any more. We don't need to suffer the vertical from above because, well, you've got to still take it yourself.
And that's it, right? Look, they're just waiting it out. I realize how little time is actually left for MNM to make happen what they need to make happen. And if you have Blur in VIP uncontested, he can just hold the hatch drop. He will not call for any rotation to come through until those smoke grenades from the attackers come out to block his line of sight. And that's when all the cogs on G2 started moving as soon as that happened, because there was no other way around it. So G2, they waited it out. They were rewarded for it as well and find themselves at 2-0. And MNM are looking to find an attack on the tertiary side, which is going to be reading and dining.
All right, MNM. 2 false starts there, but you know, you can build yourselves into a game as of this point. It's sort of come down to the problem of the execute. You can see the cogs wearing. You can see the ideas for MNM sort of coming together, piecing up what they want to take down and putting the stress on here, but G2, they've just been that little step ahead, and whether it's down to the resolve of the hold or the hold itself, either way, it's success, and success is the one that tells the story. If this one goes away, we might see an MNM conversation. I mean, it's not the most outlandish to sort of have yourself even footing on Cafe.
3-3 is definitely not something that is often unheard of. Taking care of the top 4 is going to be hard, though, because we've seen them struggle in the first round with those keeper barriers around on the piano, which are, of course, a pretty basic thing to play if a zombie's up. Usually that is where those keeper barriers will go. But it does mean a lot of utility will have to be used by the sides of MNM if they want to get rid of that player. Now, the clutch drone, I believe, has hacked a default camera out on that bottom floor. It's going to be allowing them to hold the hallway, making sure there's no runouts or no swings coming in from the garage, which will make them feel a bit safer going up for that rappel on the side.
Let's see if they can put the pressure here onto Benja that's tacked up. He's happy, and that gets barricaded off, and rotten timing. He's got to smash through it. Doesn't want to get swung on the back of it, but in the meantime, Benja, he's pulled himself a little bit safer. Whether he was cautious of some pressure coming around behind him, I think he reads how much pressure is coming towards the pixel corner and doesn't want to be on the wrong end of it. The Solace is hunting. Clutch drone is going to just slip on by. Benja's pulled himself even further back, and will it be able to get itself all the way in on site? No, says Virtue.
Got to the side, managed to get a hack down onto a piece of utility, but after that, nothing more than that. So, nothing really to worry about. Repels are coming in again. They're trying to put up some extra pressure. Nate is definitely going to be aware of the fact that he just got something open up to his side as Doki finds the kill onto Solotov. Takes a lot of damage, but still has a shield to hide behind, so really no reason to worry for him.
I mean, the gun of Solotov and the gun of Users is two that you need to try and keep at bay for as long as possible, and there it is. The second of my sentence is punctuated by Doki with an extreme swing up to the skylight and the head of Users' prize. 50 seconds and a 3 versus 5 here, and all they've really been able to do is cause some trouble and some pressure around them, but the players themselves haven't been caught out. They're still happy to sit in these positions. Nath caught by Blow was just
hiding.
Crouch wait. They do finally get the end of Doki from his ex-teammate once upon a time. However, there's still a lot left to remove.
Not a lot of time, 30 seconds on the clock. Tyrant is up on the repel on the actual site, but doesn't have the diffuser, so all he can do for now is just hold off until his teammate arrives. But even if Plant most likely not going to be going down, Benja will be taken out by Tyrant. A beautiful shot from him as he just repels through, probably unexpected with the amount of time that was left on the clock. Nella will find another, suddenly it's a 2-on-2 situation, but then Virtue finds a response and finds the second as well from the SMG-11 up to the pump shotgun. Locks it off for G2, finds themselves with a 3rd round on the board.
It's a bit worrying right now if you're up against this G2 team because it feels like all of them are playing. And it's not something that we've had throughout this first split. I know Ollie sort of highlighted it as once you've won the biggest prize, you've got to re-find your motivation. You've got to sort of convince yourself, you know, we can still do this again. We've got to keep fighting. We've got to keep pushing and pressuring. And that's hard to do when you're holding on to the trophy.
It's going to be the we got to go again, right?
We got to go again.
Got to go back to back.
One more time. Back to back. And we haven't had the full dedication, I think, of the 5. However, this game so far, and obviously Alamat hasn't quite been able to take a kill on the box, but look at the motions that they're making. It's supporting the route. He's playing the Solace rolls. He's playing the drive. It feels like that sort of world-beating G2 from but a month ago.
I mean, if you look at it, right, 4-3, 4-4, and an LMAO not on any kills, but didn't really have to because his team is just stepping up to that point. There's a lot of reasons to be afraid of this team. And as we head to Bar, it is going to be the question, MNM, with that timeout. Have you seen something in those last 3 rounds you can change right now, on this very moment, to find yourselves that success now? Because you mentioned it before, an even split, not unheard of. But if G2 keep on playing like the way they currently are, it's not going to be an even split, I can tell you.
Yeah, I think that's the thing here. There's some good motions, some good ideas from MNM, but I think they've been caught a little bit less hot into this showdown. The G2, they've got the benefit of starting on their defense. MNM has to drive the opening momentum on a best of 3, and that's not easy because you know you're playing a long game. Both these teams are well aware of how a long game and a long series can go, but also you're the ones that have to come in and start the proceeds. The person who's, you know, first on the defense doesn't have that pressure. They've just got to match what you match and then try and better it themselves afterwards.
They're just playing like a builder game, right? Like they set everything up and then they just hold the angles and you have to figure out what the solution is to the puzzle they made.
And the pace of a game in a series will always improve as it goes on. It'll always get faster and faster as the players get warmed up. MNM, they've had a conversation now. They've had 3 rounds of warm-up. Can they try and drive themselves together? Set right ideas, but
the execution is a bit lacking for now. Yeah. But MNM is also a team that can grow into games. We've seen them do it. I mean, they've been able to you know, attend majors, attend the 6 Invitational, get out there. Yeah, that's a bit unlucky. We'll get it on the 2nd attempt, so didn't gain anything more than it already had.
Yeah, Doki removes that, and there's some reveals of what's quite on the board. The air jab waiting on the door itself. They can try and put the pressure onto that. They can cause some dangerous maneuvers later, depending on how safe they feel they are. Ha!
That must have been the trade kill he got somehow. I'm not quite sure where it happened from.
I think it's always going to happen. If Doki kills Nath, I mean, you have to remember both those players actually had an impact in the SI final from Dining Window. In the SI final, Doki called out Nath in all chat on the big screen, said, "Hey Nath," in the audience. So
yeah, a lot of these players are also friends of one another, and they're playing together during the ranky sessions, you know. And right now they're enemies. They're up against one another. So it's really proving about who's better here. That's gonna be Solotov with a free kill just to come through. Virtua had no ID. Doki strikes back though, finds Tyrant, but he has to come back up the stairs now, and that means that this mirror window has fallen into the hands of Solotov.
Blur, he's able to get users as well, and Nello just takes the drop on the balcony, but Benja on the back end gets one. Solotov suffers Benja. I mean, look at the hype there from G2. They want to dominate this game here, and so far they've been matching that pace. They've been putting it down. They know how competitive MNM can be, and they're making sure that they cannot get warmed up into this MNM's map pick. Doki has some good plays. Doki has some good motions.
I love the alt chat just going around.
I mean, if Doki's in a game, the alt chat will light up.
Even if he isn't.
Doki's in a game with people he's teamed with or played with or mates with, the alt chat will light up even more. And yeah, so... it's good. There's a rivalry between these two teams. As I said, they're two frequent teams we have at majors. They're two...
Yeah.
Sort of sets of players, and you know they've had changes, they've had maneuverings of players and transfers, but still they're big representatives of our region. They have to stay competitive. They have to stay competitive with each other, and that translates to games like this.
It's funny because they've both been at majors, they've both been at SI, but the only two times they've met was in the European League last year, stage 1, 2, and 3, and two of them went to G2, one of them went to MNM. So they're looking to make this a 2-2, MNM, but for now, G2 is really running away with this one. So they need to step it up. But if you then start looking at the games, what exactly, if we have to put our fingers on it, what exactly is going wrong? Because G2, they're playing it well. They're realizing what MNM is doing. They're playing right into that game and being able to find answers for it.
It's the awkward thing, the kill game has entirely slipped away here from MNM. Obviously, you're looking at the split of G2. They have 2 players 5-1, a player 4-1, and a player 6-3. They are dominating that sort of spread of just putting those gunfights in. They're confident, they're happy, they're swinging, and there's a unity there and a quick responsiveness that is dangerous. Here, they're going to see if they can try and just pull a bit of a smoke glass play. They want to put the pressure onto the wall, cover it with smoke so it can't entirely get shut out. And there's the reveal of the smoke. There's the break on the wall. The glass is going to go in and get caught by just Benja. Watching on the far end. And, well, that's the one problematic response to a glass going full gung-ho. There's Nello. He's talking up the same mantle. He swings his way all the way around onto small. He's going to lose the kit in the chaos, but he does take the room. That's the important bit. Now as the break comes through onto Bakery Wall, they're going to just see if they can try and smash and grab the back end. The Keeper Barricade will give him a little bit more wiggle room on there on the back end, and the calls come through, but it's a stall and it's a stem. It's a bit of damage to Virtue. He's still tucked and a bit safe. What are you going to try and do here? Usus, he gets Virtue on the back end. They're getting hyper aggressive here on the swings either side. They're looking for the fight, and they're not giving Doki much room to work with. They see the reveal, but they can't quite get the angle. Nello finally finds the tail end of it. They've been able to pull the body balance into their favor for the first time this showdown, but it just feels like there's an engagement on every single corner. The C4 misses the man. The man's driven himself through, but gets caught by Alamau on the cross side of 3 apiece, and more damage. Blur is ticking away, almost removed. Tyrant, does he know? No, he doesn't. Blur gets the pick up there on the opposite end. 50 seconds. Nello and Nafe and Benja and Blur all damaged and wounded. Alamau, in the safety of the coat check, is the only one who hasn't taken any health damage, but has been in 1 engagement so far. It's going to be such a narrow eke through. They don't have the gadgetry to try and cover their motions. It was all on a default cam this whole time as well. All of it revealed. 30 seconds. MNM, what do you do?
There's not much they can do. They need to get together right now and try and force themselves through, find themselves an opening, and it's exactly what Nave tries to do here, but he misses the opportunity. Ben just swings in from the long side of things. Nello now on 1 HP, swings across, but Elamau finds him. And Doki just hops up out of excitement because they're 5-0 right now. They're looking to go for that flawless half. And where MNM, they had the plan. They thought, okay, let's go quick. Let's try it. Let's bring that glass and take Bakery under control. The one thing that counters that whole strategy was just watching down the hallway. The Warden with the glasses on shuts it all down. Great adaptation, though. Rotating around, quickly taking control that way. but it's like that damage already done. Just pure chaos afterwards.
There was a lot of right place, right time there. I think
from both sides.
Exactly, and you could see obviously where Benja was. He had the cover on the smoke. Usually, as I sort of say it, you put the smokes down to cover, putting explosives on the wall. Whether that was he was prepped for or not, either way, the glass was the gift that they maybe expected a swing from. Right place, right time there for Benja. He wouldn't have expected, I think, to find that engagement specifically. Then you obviously have Nello in the right place to put the pressure immediately on the other side, which draws Doki over. Virtue was already there to make sure Nello couldn't get any deeper. Right time, right place. It's a lot of that threaded that round. It's two teams slugging against each other.
It was just is the tug of war, is that kind of where you pull the rope? Both, it's going back and forth the entire time. Like, both were getting the advantage, then giving it away again until that very end where it was that 2v3 push coming in and not finding that success. That's painful. Both default cams up outside, not being taken care of. It's really something MNM needs to be having down at this point. Having been at so many majors, having been at the 6 Invitational, we cannot really give away that free information to G2.
Oh, look at that. Just on the other side of the window, Alamau, he's feeling the pressure, hoping Claymores don't get placed, but now he'll have to read that one is the impact. And the run out just misses the engagement. They drop to the floor and pull themselves back there. Now, Claymores are pretty much instant that as soon as they're placed, they're active. So if you want to do that fight, you have to get there whilst the animation is going down. Either way, escapes with their life and escapes with a bit of knowledge and impact wasted and a minute.
It's definitely a bit of a panic moment coming down onto MNM, though. As soon as that wall opens up, you're like, I just put out a Claymore. It's not active as of yet, or will activate any second. Either way, MNM escape as well and headed up towards the white stairs now, looking to see what they can take into control. They're going to get very close to taking a fight here, but the Batwire will be giving away the game because they need to destroy that first. So, you see Nello just holding off. No moving in as of yet, but Elamau's roaming on the bottom down below, finds that first kill, finds Tyrant, and then pulls back. This is what we like to see from these teams. You get that kill, you pull back. You don't need to stick around. You don't need to go for more.
Solotov sprays through, Doki sprays right back, and there's Benja. And it's just this kill game I was talking about. There's always another G2 player and a problem. Doki does get taken down by Nafe. Across the long firefight here on the top. Remember where the site is. It's down below, but you still need this control. There's a couple of players up here, and Benja's showing that presence now. Nello suddenly all that's left was hitting a procs around pillar stairs. He's going to pull off and rotate, so he has a little bit more option to work with. But they knew G2 with a flawless half.
I really wish we had player comms right now. But
I can translate. I can lip read. That was a lot of let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Probably woo.
The round before from Doki was holy bleep. Let's bleeping go. He's feeling it, and he wants to, because you know, you play with these people before. You've played against these people before. You want to beat them, and you want a ticket to Copenhagen. Because if you're the reigning champions,
you want to be attending.
You need a seat at the table. How many times have we seen reigning champions of one show not make the next?
Many times in the last couple of years.
Exactly. G2, this
They're looking to lift the curse.
I don't want to call it... I don't want to use one of those bad words.
Don't use the D word.
I'm not going to use the D word. I'm not even going to use the E word that's 3 letters long and also includes an R and an A. I'm not going to use that either.
But like, the E word is
that's why that's why I spelled it out. I'm not going to use that word either.
No. We don't use any of them.
However,
not yet.
There is a curse that needs to be broken on that side of reigning champions not making the next major in general.
Or not performing well.
Right
after.
I think it's generally not making it, and with this, G2 could punch their ticket.
They're looking to break that curse, of course, and if they manage to win one more round here and in one of the next 2 maps, they will have broken that curse. And that's now what they're looking for. There's no reason to worry as a G2 fan currently, because there has been no signs of any panic or any problems so far.
Oh, they're cozy.
But they're headed up towards the attack right now. So things have changed slightly. They are no longer the designers of the puzzle that needs to be solved. They are now the solvers. They have to go and give it a go against whatever MNM has cooked up for them.
Well, what have they cooked up? Because it's Gotta be spicy. As I said, the comparative idea of the sort of gun game, it's a 6-0 half. A couple of those rounds had biting moments, and you think that the game MNM are playing against a couple of other teams would have been a lot more successful. It would have, but you're up against G2, and you're up against G2 that's playing like the team that won SI, which is scary. Here, with only one round separating them from absolutely rocking the world of MNM and taking their map before we angle up towards the second and potentially the third. They're just piecing the puzzle together. They know it's this ground floor hold, and we talked about what was taken and what was left standing. It seems like they want to pay some focus and attention towards what was a big part of their hold against MNM's attack.
Nave very close to being picked up here. I'm not sure if he fully understands. Now you see the window opening, some pre-fires are happening as well. He gives away his position and falls back to right below the staircase. Means that right now G2 have a bit of freedom to start exploring that first floor, so Virtue can start opening up with the sledgehammer, make these verticals happen, force these players out of the actual side. Solotov, you were so close to an entry kill right there. Again, as he swaps off, you just see Benja coming around the corner right here. Now both will just fall off, not wanting to stick around.
Through the Candelas, down the bottom of Brown, just to cause a bit of panic, but rotates off. They're putting pressure on the side. A small bake window as well, and another missed opportunity here.
3 times in a row now.
And everybody is inches away from a fight that they're not quite expecting here. The continued smash against the top of the boards. 30 seconds, all the players still standing. The Candelas roll out, the damage and destruction. Nello partially blinded. There'll be a little bit more. He's still not confident enough to take the drop, and Usus does get the first. Doki dropped. Removed from the board and the pressure. Benja hops in, but isn't given a fight down the stairs at first. Does find the end of Solotov, but 20 seconds. They still got to make some motion here behind the back. Virtue finds Nate. They're looking for the pressure on site. Usus goes down behind Smallbake, but Nello still claws on. It's only Nello left to try and keep his team in this, their map, their engagement. G2's take. And a 7-0, and more of the same words from Doki's mouth. But what a performance from our reigning champions.
They are really showing why they are the reigning champions. They are really showing that they are here to make it to that major and maybe even go for another deep run down, because, you know, if they get this, mind you, they're already at that final phase. They don't have to go through the first part. They don't have to go through the Swiss part. No, they're already at the final 8 at that point. 16. Sorry. But yeah, with that, great performance from G2. That's only at 1. We still have 1 more, maybe even 2 more to go, depending on how the night develops.
I mean, 2 more is a big ask.
It's a big ask.
At this point, it's not just a factor of what MNM need to do. MNM were playing a good game. They had points where against other teams, as I said, they would have taken it. But G2 are playing world champion, #1 team of Siege at the minute, defining the meta. Good game. And that is terrifying because they need to underperform against anybody. They need to loosen the wheels a little bit, and I have a feeling, I have a strong feeling they're not going to want to.
I believe there's also a Swede in the opposite side that will not allow that to happen.
Fabian will not allow that.
Fabian will not allow that.
From being on our desk in this studio and chastising them, the fact he's been so successful, I mean, it irritates me.
It irritates me as well because he's like, just get me on and I'll make you a world championship team again. And he did it. But either way, before we get too much into that, let's head to a quick break before the analysts break it down further.
What?
Where is that?
Oh, come on.
Ooh, that's ridiculous, by the way. That's ridiculous. Hi, my name is Jack Doki Robertson.
Hi, my name is Mark Steinman. My gamer tag is Doom.
I'm Tyrant, also known as Luke.
My name is Noah, and my in-game name is Noah Urs.
So I'm Bibu.
I'm Leon Giddens, also known as Leon Gids.
I'm ready to play the game, and guess where the drone are?
I actually don't know. I'm going to say bank the drone hole into server.
That's, I think, a drone hole, or is that a microwave?
I've seen that microwave many times in my lifetime. Many maps, but I'm certain this is the bank one.
And there's like a microwave on every single map, so I'm just going to go with cafe.
Oh, it's the microwave. If someone gets that right, that's like no-life material.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you play this game too much. You know what microwaves look like.
It's a constant microwave. I would have never guessed that anyway.
If it's anything like that, I may have lost this whole game.
I was actually so ready for this game. I thought it was going to be easy.
These modes are actually hard. I'm gonna guess a villa in study.
Like a bathroomy floor, bathroom stalls and border.
I can't think of a white carpet anywhere. I think it might be geisha room.
It's like a Asian carpet, like in geisha maybe.
I'm gonna go skyscraper.
One of the MNM players is going to get this one right. I know that for sure.
Let's go, 2 points.
Every time I drone geisha, I just see that in the corner of my eye, and I'm like, why is that even there?
Oh, it's the rug.
That's not fair. I'm going to say that for everyone I get wrong, that it's not fair.
Oh, that's villa on top main stairs.
On villa, let's just say I put my drone in plant pots too many times.
Oh, and we got it.
There's so many people that put their drones up there in the UL, and if they didn't guess it right, that's terrible.
What? Oh, it's that late.
So you give me a really easy one, and now you give me a really difficult one.
I think theme park, maybe somewhere in lobby.
I'm gonna say this one's on consulate as well, but only room I can think of is Visa.
I'm gonna go border break room.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Ooh, it is consulate, but it's Visa.
We're meant to be world champions, you know, but apparently we know nothing about the game that we play.
Oh, this is easy. This is games inside the foosball table.
If it's not there, I'm gonna retire from Siege. I'm never gonna play again.
Yeah, let's go.
Easy peasy. But everyone's gonna get that. No, man. I should have got that consulate one.
If anyone is gonna beat me, I think it'll be Doki.
What's that, 3 points out of a possible 10?
I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm gonna be in that top 2 definitely first, I reckon. No one else has got this right.
Hey, our break was longer than the game, so welcome back to the Analyst Desk. 7-0 G2 versus MNM. Jack?
Mm-hmm. Well, I watched one cat video, heard a meow meow, and the game was over.
That's not what you said.
That's not what I said.
Do it.
No.
Meow, 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 meow. That's what he wanted to do. But he's too much of a wuss to actually say
It's
it.
a meow meow. I mean, look, G2.
That's a meow, meow and a half.
G2 presented MNM with a lot of problems. When MNM tried to solve those problems on the defense, G2 had 4 different answers and further problems that MNM could not then solve. Their entry game was on point. Their team play was on point. They had every solution ready for it, and they were playing it literally as a team. You was never getting G2 basically in a one-on-one fight. You was playing G2 as a team that were performing. Everything just got real for G2 today.
Somewhere that we've criticised G2 in the course of the stage has been that entry. They haven't always been great at getting that opening kill, but they've been fantastic at fighting from behind. Now, they weren't by far and away the leaders here on entry. They got 4, and of course, we have MNM with 3, as we only saw 7 rounds. But it was the fashion in which they were able to present these mini-games, present these problems, and it just goes to show that G2 are playing a different caliber of Siege at the moment. And speaking of different calibers, look at Benja. 10-2 there over the course of the game. Not much was getting in his way tonight, Jack.
Yeah, I think for Benja, you know, he started off very first round. He will be the MVP once he does come up on the screen, but let's just talk about him. Very first round, he started it off, big kill, all the way into round 1, and it didn't stop. Like, the guy in a 7-0 has got 10-2 on the scoreline. And like I say, he's not off playing solo. He's not hard carrying. He wasn't like Jegs did on, you know, on Wild in the last couple of maps that we've just seen. He's playing as part of a functioning unit that's playing as a team and still having so much success. I know he gets upset at me because I call him nicknames, but he is absolutely incredible, you know. And this addition to G2 won them the World Championship. Also looks like it's going to send them on the way to Copenhagen.
It's not too far away from where Benja is, right? He's Danish.
True.
And he's overshadowing another Dane.
True.
Oof. Aye, aye, aye.
Oof. Well,
but I mean, Pengu is being overshadowed by Benja, and he was already being overshadowed by Fabian, who won a 3rd invitational. So I'm not saying Nick should unretire himself and come back and play and win again, but I'm just saying.
I wouldn't mind seeing him back in the ring. Throwing
Actually
some punches.
punching?
Yeah, why not?
You know what? Nick would play dirty if needed. I think if you corner him, you're just excited to beat people up. What's up, Jack?
We just want this charity
It
boxing
keeps coming
match
down to this talent boxing match, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I can't wait to see XR Troika versus literally anybody with a one-shot knockout. The only person,
can you take an uppercut and not be knocked?
the only person who would last against you is our talent manager from SI, Mark.
You've got me wrong. You've got me all wrong. I'm not a fighter.
Me neither, but if you're put in the situation...
Yeah, maybe.
See? Anyways, our next map, the lobby's almost ready, so let's talk about it. We'll see how quick our next map will be. Honestly, all the pressure is on MNM. There's no two ways around it. Can we put the map bands up again? Just for me?
Imagine if production just said
We're
no.
friends?
What do you use your memory, Milosh?
I know what it is.
I'm old.
It's the map we've all been talking about.
The one.
There it is.
The one.
Border.
Border.
It's the one we were talking about. Border. All right, Mr. XR Troika Ollie.
I think
Ollie
on the face
Hacken.
of it tonight,
Yeah.
there was always going to be a blowout map. We're playing 3 best of 3s.
Yeah.
There's a lot of maps there, so you've got to, one of them is going to be fairly convincing. We've seen that now. Now let's not see it again.
Would you rather be blown out on map 1 or what?
Well, I would rather that we go to all 3 here, and I'd like to think that MNM have got it in them to take a map. But with the way that they played on Cafe, I'm not too sure.
I love that we build this up as like the game of the night. The two
This
teams
is
that
the
we're
upsetting
expecting
thing,
so
isn't
much
it?
from, and then we've seen the 7-0. But what I will say for Border, G2 historically, low preference.
Yeah.
It's a permaban that they've brought out, so in theory they should be good on it. Interestingly, I just noted there, MNM have chosen to start defense, which MNM do have a high preference for defense. They have been known to be defense merchants at times, so I understand why they would go for defense. But given G2 what is considered the favorable side on Border, I do wonder if this is going to start to snowball for G2.
You could look at the side choice and you could think that that's got something to play into it. Certainly had something to play into it on Cafe.
Yeah.
Will it translate into Border? I mean, for Eminem's sake, I hope so. I hope that they're able to pull something out here because I really don't want to see this go down so quickly.
Thank you very much, Ollie and Jack. Let's toss it back to our casters. Happen. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And yes, will we get more than 7 rounds this time? That is going to be the big question. Is MNM going to be able to maybe push us even to a 3rd map? You said it before, it might be a tall ask to see that 3rd map, but it's Border. The map is paper thin. Everything can happen. We've had it earlier today. It was just a slaughterhouse.
It's dangerous because one of the things that Border plays itself very well on is people that are having a good gun day. That's
Yes, that is a factor that indeed plays in.
yeah.
If you know how to gun.
If you know how to gun in Border, it works very well. If you know how to gun together, it works even better. And that's what something G2 were doing very well. It wasn't just that they were winning all their engagements, but the responsiveness to what MNM were bringing, how they were getting control of the map, of the gunfights, of the team itself, was all as a unit, was all as a 5-fingered punch.
Will we see a plant this map? Just a question. Do you think it will get the plant this map? We haven't had one last map.
No.
Surprisingly.
Yeah. It all went by very quickly.
Yep.
You blunk and you missed it.
As Fresh said, he watched one cat video and the game was over.
Yeah, and then he meowed.
You meowed. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. Your meows are way better than mine.
Thank you. I practice.
Do you now?
Yeah, when I see cats and
you start meowing to them.
Yeah.
Have you taken a language course in
I'm learning.
Like any language app? What does that mean?
I can't tell you.
can't
It's
tell
very complimentary.
Okay.
It's not. I'm whispering into the mic. You can't hear this either. I'm whispering to the audience in production.
So happy you were talking in a complimentary way of me with cat.
Duolingo.
Or any other app available.
Azami removed by MNM against G2, yeah. I mean, it's dangerous. It's worrying. It was a nightmare in the hands of Benjamaster. It's something that Doki enjoys playing as well. They've said it before. Sure, you can only really limit a player like Benjamaster so much, but anything that's a positive in their arsenal that can be banned, because Azami is still a good ban regardless, but it was just... You was seeing someone who'd not mastered the tool, but was very happy to demonstrate courses in it.
Yeah, for sure. Like G2, especially with that Azami. I mean, it's not surprising considering it's their new R6 skin.
Yeah.
The Azami G2 one. I really love the video they made for it, by the way. Oh, available in the store now. How coincidental.
Wow.
The G2 Esports bundle.
The
share.
timing.
Directly supports G2 Esports. You know what else directly supports G2 Esports?
Well, tell me what else.
The Smoke Championship skin.
It does. It does. Yeah, and you can find that all.
Yeah.
In the
Esports tab.
Esports tab. MNM have a skin as well.
They do have skins. Also very beautiful.
Very beautiful.
I love the card background especially.
Look at us.
Look at us just selling out slightly.
As if it's our job. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait.
Barbed wire there. Ready for the awareness on anyone that might get a bit too dangerously close. There's always the risk of jump outs. There's always the risk of someone trying to meet your fight with a fight. And here, the fight itself is slow boiling and building. They're going for an approach here, generally spread out over everywhere. Tyrant, he's got himself the swing round on the third wall. He's making sure that he can put pressure onto east stairs and above. You just keep things hot. As we said with Border, it's very delicate. It's a balance of as soon as a first fight will come together, usually there's someone only a few paces away from matching you from anywhere else on the map.
I mean, you literally only have to open the door and fire like 3 more extra bullets and you're already going to find yourself on the opposite side of the map. But a direct line of sight, Nello just runs out. Hello, finds the kill into Benjamin and shuts him down.
Perfect start. MNM, as I said, you can see them sort of propped up and ready to find fights. The external barbed wire, the opening there onto the top of East. They're trying to make sure they have a lead through. They wanted to bait some utility there. They were hoping to see if they could get a catch on a C4. They've entirely got themselves stacked behind this, the Oster on the far end. But Nafe, with those glasses that can see through the idea of a smoke, is going to be the bait in the play. They've burnt it. They've got themselves back. Tyrant could drop the hatch and go underneath if they tried to sneak a plant on anything that wasn't the concrete as well. It's not the easiest run through, especially with how much of a build-up there's been here towards the actual plant and the take itself.
Not just that, but as soon as they start the actual plant, he can see that it's happening. A grenade comes through, but he needs to be careful because flashbangs are about to make his way in as well. Now, the Osa shield has been placed inside the side. There isn't a safe opportunity to go for a plan now as Doki finds something as well. The shield gets taken down by the C4, but basically no damage done towards the planting player. A 3-on-3 in a post-plant situation now. We already have that first plant underway.
I mean, sneaking that in and getting one out the door as well. The Oster shield saved the life. Alamau has the cover, and Tyrant, he's now all that's left. Virtue takes half damage. They've got one tucked up on one side. The Oster shield on the back end is going to make watching it deadly. Has to bait a bit of motion and movement. The pings on the player rotating up. He holds the first fight, but G2 hold the rest. And what was a very aggressive introduction to their Border turns into G2 pulling the round out.
For a second, I was very afraid there because they had the Warden on the long angle near the armory. They were going to have the Solace that was playing in Fountain. So they were always going to have knowledge on when the plant will be going down. When the C4 then came up from the actual hatch, but dealt no damage to Osa, but took care of that shield, there was a slight window there where they could have actually stopped that plant from happening, but not responding quick enough. And G2, they find themselves with that first round, instantly with a plant on the board as well, and shown that they're here to play. Now, as we head towards the next site, it is going to be a rerun, a reattempt from MNM. Realized what they just have fallen prey to and might have made some adjustments on the way out. Because, you know, you got to make sure that such a plan does not happen again. Not that G2 is going to be attempting it again. I doubt they're going to try and go for the exact same thing. But you know that you now need to be paying attention to such plans coming down.
Yeah, they sort of read how they need to do that as well. I called it when G2, if you're going for that Oster shield plant and you don't have
to see very early on as well, yeah.
Yeah, and it's sort of read very early on. The only place that you can finish that is on the concrete, because if they're still underneath it and you don't have control of it, it's very easy to get under there. It just takes a shotgun by the door. It just takes a well-placed C4. The C4 didn't quite get the catch, but it wasn't needed by the end of it either way. They'd eked themselves out. There's the external barbed wire. Curious where Alamau is going to find himself. There's a couple of sneaky positions you can drive in quite quickly, and the Oster seems like they might try and route over the opposite end instead.
Quickly using the Impact EMP there to take care of any form of utility that might be out there in terms of like a mute gemmer or maybe anything else that could be located in that position, because it was a mute gemmer, just so the drone can go through and maybe get some information as Doki gets the very first, saw the second right underneath the default camera, but actually fell back instantly afterwards.
Jesus, he is so ready for an engagement here as well. He needs to swing at the right time. They just caught the side of Doki and they had the second to put the end to it. Very important follow-up there from the side of Nafe. There's the shoot and the double hit prep. I learned that from Leon Gid's YouTube channel.
Yeah, I've seen people do it every now and then, and you start using that again yourself. Because I was such a big fan of the one-hit fault, for example. You can no longer do that, sadly. Do that actually with a couple shots. Either way, as we continue on,
Memories.
Benji comes through, gets a nice little pre-fire due to the yellow ping, and will secure out that one player down below. Nello now removed off the actual board. Hey, look at that. That's the Ossa just returning to phase when the C4 flies over. It's not actually going to get the kill. Nave will find Elm out. The plan now is going to be attempted, but they do have control of right below, so there's not going to be a shotgun to stop this from happening.
There's the second C4, but it does get the kit down. It's a 2 versus 3, and well, with Virtue hopped out the window, they know of that position. Can they try and formulate on the other? The Sledge is going for the rotate. They're tucked on one side. They're watching for Benja on the rotate round. It's an important fight for Virtue. He gets one. He gets dropped. There's Nafe with the second. Then MNM, they claw the second round back. The second C4 was able to get the player and get them the body balance to take the engagement. One apiece. MNM find their first round on map 2, round 2 in this series.
And now they need to find more, because they've chosen defense here for a reason. Right? They want to get at least 3 rounds, I dare to say. Maybe even 4 if they want to find themselves in a comfortable spot later on. Nave types in the chat, that's one, baby. Doki's helping him with the cheers. And with that, MNM, they're on the board. Let's see if they can get more. Ooh. There's a bit of a flame coming out to a different team. Catching strays, TT9.
Catching strays.
Catching the strays. And round 3 is going to be taking place 1 floor down below. We quickly saw it in play in that last round where they used it for verticality to support the Ossa plant. This time not on the concrete, but on the actual planks, which means it would have been very vulnerable for a C4 or a shotgun down below, but with that control would of course not happen. Get the plan down, unable to eventually hold on to it. Now verticality is going to play a big role as well, but from the opposite side of things.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, how much of the stretch comes against it here. It's always the toss-up, I find, on team second sites nowadays. You see a lot go towards bathroom. You see that take a bit of preference here. And, you know, whether it's because of shield drives, whether it's because of just tucking yourselves in or getting the smoke cover, either way, it's something that's grown in. There's a bit of growth out of mount. Being caught and pulsed through the wall, just a read on the player, following them step by step. Wants to see if they go above, as having all that information fed towards the player that's hopped up ready for this engagement. Usus, he's waiting, he's cautious, he's got the pings on the player. There's only so much that you can offer them though, as they just opt to not take that encircling danger.
Yeah, wants to stay alive rather than take the risk and take that fight, as it was presenting itself for him. Doki now trying to enter from the opposite side. Solotov is being, well, basically given away due to the phone that's ringing, and players like G2 being aware of that, getting themselves ready. Valkyrie cameras are out there to support as Doki takes a little bit of damage, dealt a bit to Solotov as well, but nothing too detrimental for either yet, so they stay in their position. Solotov now pushing his attention over towards the archives.
Oh, who's going to get the first taste of somebody? There's so many narrow near moments where people are just passing by. There's still a lot of C4s in the pocket of MNM. That's the utility that might come to cost in a moment. They have the pulse giving reads as well as these pings. That camera is getting a great bout of info, but it's Blur that goes off first to the gunner Solotov. Gets caught on the far end as they've still peeled themselves closer and closer towards the site. They wasted a huge amount of time up top, letting the calls ring out and then choosing to rotate means they still have to be force checked rather than giving that read away. The breaks, the play, the holds and the angle. G2, the man disadvantage is made a little bit worse by Solotov winning that precious engagement over the hatch itself.
Actually didn't blow up the C4 that was out there. Doki will find a response towards Solotov, going more aggressive as well, knowing that there is going to be remaining players in the actual side he needs to find, and well, he needs to be quick, but that one player in detention, Nello, that seemingly has gone unspotted, could be the difference maker here later on as Doki continues on the push. He's going to get swung on. Now, he has been known. Nello comes out of his corner, actually doesn't quite connect the shot as Doki still lives. Now, transitioning to the next, will not find the kill onto users as he gets shut down. It's only up to Virtue now in a 1v3 situation with 30 seconds left on that clock.
Does he know about the pulse? He slinks on by. You assume a swing will come. There it is. And Tyrant gets the end of there. MNM, good hold. They read all the information of that approach, and you could see how they moved behind it. The fact that the Pulse was able to drive some of that, it was caution. But caution paid with the respect of we still got to waste time. We cannot just give G2 ground to move and maneuver. We have to make everything dangerous. And then around the 2-minute mark, around the minute 30 mark, that's when we can drop back, win a couple of engagements in the trade away and the fade away. And at that point, throughout that whole thing, there was never truly any real pressure in towards G2 breaking their way into site itself. So very well played by MNM. Can Bathroom, the other generally seen vertical site, be the same?
Yeah, vertical in a bit of a different sense, because of course if you look at ventilation and workshop, everything can be destroyed up from above. Bathroom not really as much. Well, you know, there's a lot of that's actually part of the staircase and the balcony outside that you cannot really get full control of. There's some concrete parts as well in the office that, you know, are going to be unspotted. But the way that this usually does get played is with long angles out there, right? There is going to be opportunities to hold from workshop if you want. There is often going to be a heavy emphasis onto that top floor that defenders will try and hold on to with their dear lives. Solos have actually got healed up after running through some walls, I believe. Thanks, Doc. Thanks, Doc. There's one stim pistol gone. Not quite sure if it is because he wanted to go for a spawn peek attempt elsewhere, or if that's just to make sure he's on 100 HP and, you know, you don't have any of those what if we were full HP questions. Blur, a quick breakthrough onto the close wall makes things a bit more dangerous towards this. The court tucked in player on the far end of detention. They've got the breach open, so his rotate will be caught. Will he see the drone? No. There's the answer. Nello, an early bite there for Doki, who moves his way in, gets the catch on the far end, and suddenly, G2, they've been able to get that foot advantage here very early. The grenade gets the second. Solotov was watching and waiting for somebody to try and open that vertical, but the other side was that more dangerous section. Nafe, he's in a bit of a danger spot here, holding onto the catwalk and seeing what comes next, but you can see the drones of G2 are still whirring and whizzing away with the two-buddy advantage, all to play for. But that's the thing, they have that two-buddy advantage right now. Are you going to be going for that top floor clear? Because there's still 2 or 3 players out there, or are you just going to be ignoring it, trying to see where you can like actually reach on a horizontal level? Because Nafe, he's still creeping around out there. He's still hoping he can go for at least a bit of control. They also see that there's verticalities, or at least lines of sight being opened by the remaining defenders, and as Nafe loses his life, well, that's only 2 players left now on the actual site. One spotted out inside the fountain, struggling to take care of that drone. And that means that they might just as well go for the site control now, but Tyrant dropped down. He finds that first.
Yeah, Alamau wasn't quite in a position to get the swing covered there, and they lose Doki, who opened up the round of Plum. But can they try and just wiggle their way through onto the site? Look at where the hit is. There's the heavy hitting rifle. There's almost the second victim, but it's Blur from the top rope. On the back end, gets the drop on the player. The call came through, missed the rotate, but made it matter just after 2 apiece. This game hasn't run away from anybody yet. It has been traded out.
Again, though, overall, Border has been basically hailed as a attacking-sided map. And overall, we had a 36% defensive win rate. So MNM already having 2 rounds on their defense is already a good sign of things that might be to come as soon as they go over to their attack. If they manage to get a 3rd round in this half as well, well, they are definitely going to be finding themselves in that good spot. Now they're again going to be running it back. They've just lost out on the bathroom, and they decided that it's time to retry that, because if you really start thinking about where it went wrong, it wasn't strategy. It was just the ping on the poles with the pre-fire coming through, the instant grenade afterwards to take control of CCTV, and you basically lost everything you had already at that point. If those 2 go the other way, or if those 2 just don't happen at all, you have a completely different round in your hands, and that's what MNM is banking on for this one.
G2 back on the drive, on Bathroom, back on the place that, as you said, they're sort of playing against MNM's gamble here, and we think about what was lost quite early was a bit of a misplacement and a misdrawn catch there. Instead, a very solid hold. The route turns into a maze with those castles down the corridor.
Yeah, and it's always a bit difficult to navigate. Of course, there's Sledge, you know, Bender, he can just smash himself away through by taking care of those castle barricades, but you never really know what's on the other side because you cannot really see through it unless you use one of those drones, and even then, it might just change instantly afterwards. Instantly on the ground level, some pressure coming down though. Benja moving through. Spilling some of these rotates, already fully in control of customs. And Nello just sees someone walk by on very close range right there. He's going to try and go for the fight. What a beautiful shot. Takes down Benja and a drone right as the phone calls go off. And E1D will be giving away some of the information as well, but are unable to connect it right away. G2 unable to trade.
Beautiful camera and combo placement there. As I said, they've changed things up because he got punished early last time, and he makes sure he is the punisher on the second follow around. How do they work now without that body advantage onto this site and without the sledge that we talked about, those castles being problematic? They're even worse now. You've got 2 of those soft breaches in the pockets of Doki, and otherwise just a lot of punches to come through, but you kind of wanted those for the verticality. You kind of wanted those for the angles. You've really limited now what is a lot of softs.
There might be a mute gemmer right underneath that that window on the side. No, there's not. Okay, for a second there I thought there might have been a mute gemmer that stopped it from happening because I thought it was a click. I'm just hallucinating at that point. Doki's going to be trying to move in. I believe there's already someone on the side in terms of Nello, so he's going to try his best. Nello gets shut down right after he gets the kill, but the site is under control of G2, so can he do something with that as Alamau takes down yet another player?
I mean, he just saw the opportunity on the window, takes down 2. They're above the hatch now itself. They're rotating towards these stairs. The kit's been able to find its way around here, and MNM, they've sort of been caught a little bit by surprise. They've got to try and rebuild. Blur going for the plant, the swing down, and a great take onto the first. They're looking for the planter who's tucked himself safe inside Sandwich. The swing through of Alamau on the second, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Solotov versus Alamau, 2 big players that have been able to find even hands, but it's MNM that win it out. Solotov takes the header for the player, got the planter down first. And what a huge moment there for MNM to bite back on that deficit.
I'm not quite sure what the call was to go off the plant there, as they were attempting it in a relative safe spot because it was between the 2 metal shells out there. So it wouldn't have been shot as the bangs were attempted. Then took the fight, lost his life, left Alamau in that 1v1. If he stuck the plant, it would have been that 1v2 with the time ticking down. You can literally just wait until he pushes onwards. But again, I'm not sure what the call was. Maybe it was a drone that called it out. Maybe it was, you know, the factor of he might just actually push me whilst Alamau was fighting with that other player. Either way, MNM able to capitalize on that, finds themselves that 3rd round they've been looking for. And now they have the opportunity to go for that 4th. If they do, Border is looking very bright for them.
All right, 4-2 MNM. Can you keep this pressure up? I said it at the sort of turn of the half, but I think anyone on the back of a 7-0 map would, that we need to see a new MNM. We need to see an MNM that's more confident in their gun swings, and they're showing up, and we're starting to get that from some of these players. And G2, they haven't quite been able to get themselves as cool, calm, commanding, and in control. However, I think Alamau getting his breakthrough there onto the site still shows some warning signs that MNM have to have awareness of.
Yeah, that could have really ended badly there for the side of MNM if Alamau was able to convert that with the rest of his team to an eventual round win, because they got very close in doing that. Instantly pressure coming around here in the passport control, opening up these barricades, putting up some rounds through the soft walls as well. It's taking care of some default chems, all the basics that you usually expect from a team. Users being droned out. Or either hot droned in for Doki. There's no instant control coming out right afterwards, but Doki's just running right past.
Yeah, do they know that they've gotten past users here? Users strikes onto one, runs out for the next. No one's there. They're coming up east. They're on the window as well. He almost wins out the next engagement. They're not quite sure just how to stop the player, but Alamau is on the bottom rope there. Gets the breakthrough onto Passport. They've been able to retake the fight, but that was a great bit of play. They punished again. This game of just punishing mistakes is back and forth. Benja gets Nello. The breach on the wall. They're hoping to get the player as they try and rotate around the impact. I'm not sure if it got the full catch.
Strider ahead, almost being sniped off from Virtue there from the player. Square area, Solotov actually taking care from below. Got stuck in the rotate and Benja just makes full use out of it. And MNM suddenly they find themselves in a 2-on-4 situation after being given a free kill onto Doki. The EDD will take care of Blur before Benja almost falls as well. Quickly takes them out.
Yeah.
But the diffuser now dropped. And that's the painful part for G2 here.
That's it, the kit stuck on the back end. Naif puts his goggles on and goes to a slightly different position. They'll call that the kit is isolated here. They still have some wiggle room to work around it. They know the objective has to be played. If you question if will the kit go down this map, this might be a round where we're probably not going to see that answered if MNM can keep a keen hold and eye on it, force it into a gun game. Although they have a man disadvantage, they were gifted one more here.
Turn going down below. It's going to be using the Solace to, if a plan does go down in the end, he has the opportunity to try and cancel that. But G2 should be aware of the fact there is a Solace on the board, and if they do find Naif, the call should be coming through for a safe plant there. That's the first to come through, drops down the hatch, but he's not gifted with his life. Benja now, right on the door of the actual objective. I believe the rotation came through from Tyron already. He's quite close. He's actually in Fountain, looking to go for a strike onto the kit. Is he going to be able to get one? No, he's not. Elamau finds him in time, and we're finding ourselves with a 3-3 split.
He came off at the worst possible time. One more step, holding down his ADS, and it would have at least been more of an even fight there. But G2, they get themselves that even half. They keep us locked across the pace here. It is still a good map for attackers. It is still, you know, MNM have a good bit of drive. They have a much better performance, obviously, than last time. But last time, well, attack wasn't really their thing.
No. Last time they weren't quite as successful. Just quickly going back to see Cafe. Zero rounds in total.
I don't think you need to look. I don't think we need to go back through the archives for this one. It was 0 rounds, and it's still something as a mentality thing where, yeah, it's a very different map. It's a very different play space, but at the same time, winning one of these might have more impact than winning the 3 defenses that they've just got.
For sure, mentally. As they weren't able to win one before, and they're up against that championship winning team. World Championship winning team. And they've shown to be absolutely on pace to be making it towards their next major, to try and continue their story. But the same goes for MNM, that they want to be making it as well. They have shown they have these skills required to do that. Of course, a 7-0 in the books will happen sometimes.
Hey, Blitz.
Yeah, it's not often we see that. I'm just trying to figure out where they're going to be using Blitz.
I don't know if it was Dark Zero recently that were playing a bit of Blitz.
I mean, there's a little team that, you know, just bring it every now and then, but I think
there was
actually
I remember
Dark
seeing
Zero,
an NA team recently, and their prerequisite
they've seen each other right now.
Yeah, the awareness of each other. They have pings and emotion. Another rare one there, Vigil from the pockets of Alamau. You really don't see a lot of Vigil play.
Not anymore, no. I believe it was played earlier today. It's Heroic that actually brought it out for their 54th different operator they've played this stage so far. And there goes Tyrant, in he goes with that blitz. He's found himself some open space near CCTVs, looking to make himself over towards 90. And, you know, he's pretty stealthy for a big honky shield because he's gifted with a free kill onto Alamau somehow.
Yeah, the stealthiest operator in the game, Blitz. Makes his way around onto Vigil. Obviously the loudest and easiest squad operator. 3 apiece. Benja gets Nello after Nello got one of his own. They've lost Doki, they've lost Alamau, they've lost bits of utility there on the pockets, but they still have 2 C4s and they still have Warden and a lot of eyes and the limitations that can come against it. The Blitz, how is that going to factor in? That's always the thing. When you have an operator like that, you know, we know Zero, we know Dockerby, we know how they can work on a push. Blitz, when you've got a minute 10 left in the round, is a surprise. Because you can play Blitz, but usually Blitz is gone in the opening 30 seconds.
Usually that's indeed for like a bit of a blitzkrieg going through, right? Like you're going in quickly, you're going to try and make some impact. Now you have it for those final minute. So what they're probably going to be doing is trying to use Blitz as a pressure piece. Like start just rushing down a hallway, making the players scared on the opposite side. Or, if you really want to go for it, an reverse plant possibly to block off any bullets that come through. Buy yourself an extra bit of seconds. It's going to be the pressure piece, that's for sure. Tyron already in very deep here.
Oh, the C4 gets the side of Naif, and suddenly they're isolated. Wins the second fight.
Oh, Benja!
Benja! Kills Blur. Tyrant doesn't know. Gets the bot on the next.
Blue on blue!
Wow. Whoops.
Yeah, that's a whoops. I don't know. It's probably just like I got the door. He calls out there's a player on the door, but kills himself afterwards with the C4 that went through. But well, it is a round for G2. They found themselves in the lead again for the first time after round 1. Haven't been in there. The blitz didn't really work out as intended. Somehow got a very stealthy kill, which is still surprising me because
Stealth blitz.
Stealth blitz is not something I would think I would have said at the start of this night.
No. Killing Vigil.
Killing Vigil,
especially.
The operator down.
Imagine just the phrase blitz snuck up on Vigil.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure, you know, so we have community members that make these kinds of like stories about it. That will be a very good one. Blitz sneaking up on people.
It's terrifying. I remember 4-speed blitz. Do you remember 4-speed blitz from the test server?
Was it test server? I think it actually went through to the actual server for like a bit.
I definitely remember it on test server where they accidentally overtuned blitz and he was 4-speed.
Like he's now quicker when he's running. It's like how much quicker? The answer is yes.
And there's shield changes coming.
There is a shield change coming. I'm not sure how I feel about it yet because I mean I don't like playing against shields, but I assume that a lot of the shield players are not going to be a big fan of this current change that's coming in.
We'll see. I like that they can turn their heads.
Yeah, basically like the Observer do as they're going over someone that's countered a few.
Yeah, I think UB saw that.
And they're like, what if we put this on shields? It's a genius idea, really.
Wow. Quick rehost, if you didn't read the old chat there. There's just a bug, so we'll be getting ourselves back and sorted and in the game uno momento. And yeah, we see there, MNM, they had an idea, they had a lead in, they put a lot of early pressure. I think they, you know, as we sort of highlighted, they wanted to go for a play. The play didn't work, and then you try and piece things together. And it's like MacGyvering anything. When you're trying to pull a round back,
these are the tools we have.
This is what we have, how do we make it work? When you have an object like Blitz's shield in that, it's awkward. It's awkward to try and make work, especially when it's on Tyrant, who is a fantastic lead-in gunner. And sure, they have an operator that can be a good lead-in, but not the gun that you probably want at that moment.
You definitely take the attention to you as soon as you do run in. All guns will be aimed at you. If you cannot fire back. What?
Brava can destroy mirror, OMG. It wasn't a mirror.
So
we have trivia, apparently.
Yeah, so apparently Alamar thought the Bravo drone took care of the mirror. Either way.
Round 7 was the first time Blizz has been played in EU this stage. Wow, that's fun.
That's a fun
fact. That's a fun fact.
A fun stat.
Yeah. I definitely saw it in NA. I'm pretty sure. There's a lot of siege that goes on.
Would have been surprised if it happened by a Cyclops game as well, you know. But there's definitely a lot of siege going on. So it's basically on 24/7 nowadays.
So much siege. You're all spoiled.
With all the new regions we have.
Everybody's spoiled for siege.
So I'm very excited, by the way, for the major format.
Yeah.
Especially because we're going to have a MENA team coming in. I think that's, you know, they've been wanting to be part of it for a long time. And now
I've heard a lot of terrifying things about those teams. The MENA teams are
a menace.
Like, yeah, they're like absolutely tearing people up in scrims and in performance. So I too am very excited to see the MENA region.
Imagine MENA wins it first try.
Imagine that after APAC's been trying for how many years?
for a lot of years.
MENA just shows up and wins it. This is ours now.
Oh, the scenes will be there. But first, we are trying to establish who's going to be making it to those majors. And the winner of this game will be going as well. Will be booking their tickets over to Copenhagen. Now, for some, they don't have to travel as far as Doki almost finds himself a kill onto, I believe that was Tyrant. He's now afraid because, you know, the wall next to him has been opened up as well, so he doesn't really have a lot of room to play with here.
There is so much pressure circling Doki at this moment in time, and you have to make a decision. What way do you go? That wasn't the right way, but he knows he's going to be under a fight. He knows someone's going to swing into him, so he may as well try and take the lead in. Benja gets some support. Solotov instantly gets one back on the swing side, and Benja, he's being called out. He can hear the flashes over the shoulder. He takes the hatch drop because he's not going to sit around and find out what happens, but Usus caught by a frost map. Blur gets the lock-in, swings his way back around, and as the break happens over the top of Armory. It's just these little trades, these little moments. Is what I talked about on this map, is you can go from thinking you're entirely safe to somebody popping up and being in an engagement with you. It's just border.
It's just how thin that map is, right? Like, again, I said it, like 2 bullets, so you can already see the opposite side of the map going through. Well, Solotov actually has a good drone onto Blur there, but he's just fallen back. Of course, the site is down below in ventilation and workshop, so they don't actually need to take the fight up to the top floor for as long as they already have. So they're fallen back. They have some C4s out there, quickly recovering them with the Super Shorty going through, the ITA-12S rather, making sure that they can reutilize that elsewhere later on. Because there's 40 seconds left on the clock. And if you then look at what MNM currently has under control, the answer is just Fountain for now. The rest is still outside.
They swing in. They get themselves in onto Sandwich. They're eyeing up directly underneath as well. There's obviously still one more Frost map, but surely that's a fool me once, shame on you situation. Blur swings his way closer and closer towards main door in the bottom of metal stairs. He's safe-ish, but it's going to be the big point of pressure here as 15 seconds starts the count. They drop directly down and they're holding onto main door. They watch the player go up. Nafe goes, picks it back up and removes. The hatch is the danger point. They're watching for the cover. The C4 gets Nello in the meantime. Benja gets one more. And G2 look out 2 rounds in a row and get themselves a bit of distance in a game that has been claw for claw.
It definitely has been a very back and forward game in that first half. Now G2 walking away with it just slightly. And I believe that's a tech timeout to be called by MNM. They need to take the time now to discuss before it's too late. And yes, we are not dealing with like overtime situations or half points because we're in a knockout phase. So they could have waited a round, but why wait that round if this gives you that extra buffer to fight back later on? So 5-3. MNM, on your attacks, you haven't been able to get one the last map. You haven't been able to get one just yet. You got very close to the first one, but not close enough. Now you headed to the tertiary site of G2, which I think is going to be Bathroom Tellers, but it could just as well be Customs. Have to wait until that's going to be locked in. And as you see the timer run out, so does the time to talk.
All right, MNM. It's been blow for blow, and obviously the hanging, daunting idea of what this map is defined by what the first was, which was, as I said at the time, at the start of this, all your attacks falling away from G2. And here, that's the first 2 that are gone. It's going to be big. Being able to get this, it has to be this. It's the tertiary site. This has to be the one that connects, even if it's a little bit shakier after that on the site immediately after. This is the most important one, weirdly, over the next 2 to win.
Yes, if they don't get this one, then a full rotation has been achieved by G2, and who's there to say that they are not going to be able to win any of those sites again? Because then they would still have 3 rounds to win an extra round. So if MNM doesn't win this, it doesn't bode well for them, as you just mentioned. And it's not just in terms of rounds, but it's also the confidence. If you cannot win against them on any of these sides, then like how is that going to be spelling out your confidence for you afterwards? Of course, these are all professionals, and they're always giving their 100%, but morale is always still a thing that you have to take into account.
MNM, what's the team talk and what's the decision? Seems like a bit of fast focus here towards the top. They want to see if they can try and get some control. There's been, I'm not going to say a problem with trade games this map. We've seen a lot of kills instantly follow after, but it seems like slightly different lead-ins.
It's going to be a blitz again. I just saw blitz prone somewhere, so I was wondering what they're going to be doing with them later.
It's Nafe on blitz this time.
It's Nafe on blitz, yes. So Tyrant actually has a gun to play with.
I mean, a gun that a lot of good gunners favor.
It's definitely a fun gun to play. There's a lot of drones he can just take out there. Solace. There's also no one there to put some pressure on. There's 2 players being spotted outside. What are you going to do about it, Benja? Open it up from above. And now Solotov is like, okay, so they're aware that we're out here. What's our solution? Well,
sneaky blitz.
It could be sneaky blitz. Just trying to stealth himself away in and then see if we can take down Benja from above. Who knows? You know, Solace, who has the opportunity to see if any drones have any information on them, should be all-knowing in terms of information being gathered upon themselves. But no, it's Sneaky Blitz.
No Sneaky Blitz!
Why does this happen?
The calls came out that covered the audio. Nella tried to get the cover on the plant. They do lose one player, and amongst it, Doki goes for the drop. The C4 threaded over the top, but it won't quite catch the player. A post plant. And suddenly Alamau bites one back on the far end, but there's still a blitz, and he's sneaking his way down the bottom of East Stairs. The C4 over the top, the ping and the reveal on the player. He can't take this in a one-on-one engagement. The blitz, they're not able to win it out. The spray comes against it. Tyrant, all that's left, the rotate round on the back end, drops the bulletproof, and Blur smashes his way through right towards the kit. The cover is coming through by the Valk behind. They win it out. And G2 pull off the rotation of 3. It's a let's go from Doki. It's a one more left to go from me. And I cannot believe we've had 2 Sneaky Blitz kills.
I was going to say, what Sneaky Blitz happen again?
I cannot believe two Sneaky Blitz kills. We said they are defining a meta in this game. MNM are trying to define their own meta. Jeez, Blitz is a stealth up.
So there is some connection problems. It might have been actually Benja. I'm not 100% sure, but I thought that as soon as Blitz moved on, I saw him like walk in place, so that could have been something. Either way, Sneaky Blitz. What a story! What a story! We should definitely be changing Blitz's operator description from like frontline to like sneaky.
Those descriptions, I disagree with some of those.
I mean, I disagree with some of them as well.
And I also disagree. It should be sneaky. You're right.
Yeah, it should be Sneaky Blitz.
Nook and Blitz, 2 of the same operators. Imagine, so the lore of the game where they all have like the separate things. Ghost Eyes, new recruit Blitz, and they're like,
Blitz has been transferred to Ghost Eyes.
Wait a second. Something feels amiss.
Make it happen. The transfer to Ghost Eyes. The Rainbow Six squad's transfer season has now officially opened.
Yeah. Pick up Blitz. All right, we're back in. We're rolling around. The player with the connection problems is back in, and G2 are back on their first site. The rotation is complete. The game and the series is almost done after the pace of the 7-0 opening first map. G2, they're looking primed and ready to send themselves to Copenhagen and send MNM into a showdown versus Wild to find out who gets that last guaranteed spot.
It's definitely not a fight that MNM is going to be looking forward to here, because Wild has been a formidable team as well. It's been in their grips. Right away. MNM, you still have these opportunities. It's still not over. You just need to get 3 rounds in a row. It sounds like a lot considering we have played quite a lot of rounds. We've only had 3 so far, but you are capable of doing it. We've seen them do it before. And they just need to channel that in again. It's just that they're up against the world champions. That makes it a little bit harder, I would dare to say.
Yeah.
Because G2, they've shown that they are hungry for another title. They do not just, you know, they are not just content with what they already have.
Smashing their way towards the hold on the back end. That one rolled much further than I think Benja expected it to. They maybe thought it would hit the castle close by, but instead suddenly his 90s become way open. Doki finds Nello though. The first kill is his. The calls are coming out, and he's rotating his way through. There's a body on top of break door. The fight is against Solotov on the rafters. MNM are circling, trying to find a pinch on a player who they caught out quite quickly last time he was in this sort of situation, but is a very different operator with a very different hold tucked in around the pings. The motion on the players, the hop round, the cold kit will get recollected and covered. The C4 is a bit late to Benja, already getting the blows, and the rotate comes round. Solotov hasn't been able to catch either of those 2 players. This Tyrant does at least find Virtue. The hop up back to the site. Tyrant with a double. This is why you want him on a gun.
Yeah, not on a shield, not on the Sneaky Blitz. Wouldn't have been able to do that with the pistol either way. Back in a 3-on-3 we go. The players of G2 finding themselves close again, but Doki very low on HP. Just a single bullet through this soft wall should be the end of him. And he's about to be going for a bit of a swing right here. Finds the kill onto Tyrant. Instantly rotates around, takes 90 into control before he gets shut down by Solotov. A 2-on-2, 40 seconds, MNM. Everything depends on this. Otherwise, you're going down up against Wild as Alamau able to get the kill, but he gets injured himself, so it's an effective one-on-one. But Nave does not know that. He's unaware of this. So he knows someone is in armory. He knows someone is around the other side as well, and that's going to be the swing, and he finds the kill. MNM able to survive another round.
Ooh, dangerous, but doing just enough. The swing on the Falcam, the sort of delayed idea of when can I take this fight, when's the call, when's the angle. Yeah, just enough time there for Nave to transfer from one angle in pretty much the opposite direction towards the fight that it needed to be, with not a huge amount of time left as well. Army Locks and Archives, they're going to double it down. There was a different idea, and to be honest, that started as G2's round. They had the pressure, they had the two bodies, the kit was cold as well around Office, and then they took the rotate without getting caught. It was the big work of Tyrant during that chaos, upstairs inside the site, that just went, I need to get bodies, and got two.
Tyrant really kept them in that. You're completely right. Like, just able to enter, find two, bring it back to that 3-3. Suddenly everybody has to hurry back towards the site rather than, you know, take a bit more time than they might have wanted to. And MNM able to clutch that one out. For the first out of those 3 rounds, they need to win in a row to find themselves in an overtime situation and the opportunity to fight for a map 3.
It's their first attack today.
Their first attack as well today,
First attack today.
Out of how many attempts is it? Is it 10 attempts right now? Yeah, 10 attempts, 1 attack win. Doesn't bode well percentually wise.
No. But
stats be damned.
Stats be damned.
Yes.
Sometimes you got to throw stats to the wind and see if you can try and pull it back. And G2, they're going to keep their stats and double down on this site. They're going to make sure that it's something that they can hold. And to be fair, if it's their strongest site, they're free to play it as many times. MNM are well aware of this. They might have to dance 3 times on a tough site, and Tyrant is the first tough removal. Alamau. He wasn't quite the biggest gunner on the previous maps, but this time he is enough to draw the...
He's definitely feeling border, let's put it like that. He's in a good one here, playing on the arcs as well. Very mobile operator on a paper-thin map like this. You can just pop it wherever you want. Aware of the camera out there, don't think they can actually do anything from outside of the window. Drone gets taken care of. Alamau already back up towards the top floor, so G2 basically fully turtling down right now, giving MNM that ground floor under control, but there's not much they can do from there anyway, except for throwing up those grenades. They have 2 in pocket with users. They need to count. If it's for Solotov, picking up Benjamaster.
Yeah, it gets Benja on the back end. Users moving behind the calls, but nobody is currently home. Obviously, the Oryx has that ability to hop up and rock out of any dangerous situation he wants to. The drop on the camera is much earlier, and without the fire and the Furor behind it, they pull themselves further away with 1:30 left on. Ticking steadily. What's one going to be? What's an idea? Yeah, that's the idea. When you've got it in the pockets of an Ossa on sandwich window, you're sort of trying to work out, are they just doing that to get a hold and a catch and then rotate it off, or I'm going to go for something exceptionally dangerous. There's a trade out. There's one more. 3 versus 2 body balance. And, well, you look at what's been removed. They still have the kit. They still have some grenades underneath. It won't quite catch anybody as they pull themselves off. And they're all back to the site with a minute on.
Yeah, the rotation came through, so the nades have been cancelled. They're going to be keeping them in pocket for later on. 60 seconds, and Nella will find Blur as he just walks by. Brings it back to a 2-on-2. We've seen this one before. Virtue. Use is still down below, having 2 of those grenades in pocket. So all Nella really needs to be doing is getting the information out here to use them.
It's either that or they'll go for a plant behind the Ossa shield, but when the danger is obviously the C4, well, you've got to sort of trade that out. You need the cover. Doesn't matter if you stop them rotating underneath, if you can't stop the kill coming through directly onto them itself. They're watching, waiting, and hoping to catch the rotate. The smoke will go through. The rip of the C4 is ready. There's the throw over the top. They're trying to bait the utility, and there it goes a bit early. They're going to swing behind it. There's the shield deployed. They'll keep that solid as they go for the plant and the cover through on the opposite side. They have to wait for the smoke to dissipate, and they're able to take the first kill. It's all down to Nello now. He swings round onto 1, but it's the second stack that gets it. G2. The second team, we are sending to the major from our ranks today. MNM, we are sending down to a brawl with Wild to see the third.
Beautifully played by those 2 players from G2 afterwards. Like, the first kill onto the window, and afterwards just the bait. Like, take the fight, fall back, make him come into your double stack at that point. Worked out wonders. Alamau beautifully played that last map. And G2 going to Copenhagen. They break the curse. They have shown that even if you are world champions, it is possible to attend the very next event. Someone should have told NIP into
It's sometimes recommended to try and get to the next event, and it's something where G2 can hold their heads up here. They put in a fantastic first map performance, and the second just showed their defensive sort of skills. MNM only being able to take one attack even.
One attack.
Across a map and a half, pretty much.
It's very painful. I mean, was it really a map and a half?
I would say
they got 6 rounds.
I would say 7 rounds is half a map.
Yeah, but I mean, they played the full 6 rounds on the attack, so it's like
that's still half a map.
Either way, we're not discussing this any further. It is time to throw it over to a quick break before our analyst will break it down as G2 have qualified for Copenhagen.
Hey guys, my name is Backbull.
I'm Leon Gids.
My name is Deepak.
I'm Bibu.
So my name is Noah.
I am Tyrant.
My name is Nilo.
My name's Mark Steinman.
A hard support at an IGL basically means that I'm playing all the hard breach operators. I'm joining in my team, making sure the job's done. I think the reason I'm so good at this role is because I'm very vocal as a player. I've got a deep understanding in the game.
I am an entry, but I'm also the person that can just go anywhere on the map. I'm kind of like that wildcard player.
And I enter the map like as fast as possible, obviously, and take the map control, which is pretty important.
In the team, I'm best known for helping people that are roaming from site with echo drones or file camps.
Like a backbone of the team. I'm playing anything that's needed for the team.
As hard breach, if you die early on in the round, you're just putting your team at a massive disadvantage. So something I always try to do is make sure that I'm as close to the back as I can and let my entries do most of the work. That's their job.
I think what I like about entry the most is I kind of get to use my teammates to just get me in the building and do what I love.
It's a pretty aggressive role, I think, and I'm pretty confident on it. You need to be confident actually on that role. Like you are normally the first person inside the building taking the first gunfight.
What I like about my role the most is probably I have so much control over the round. If something isn't going right, it's on my shoulders to correct it.
The best part about my role is that I get to sit back, just join my teammates in and let them do the work for me.
Something I would suggest to anyone looking to go pro or at least get better at either IGL or hard support roles would just be to study VOD of either yourself or other experienced players on that role.
Make sure you're stern and you're confident in what you're calling, so your teammates know and they can trust you and understand what they're doing.
Communication, you need to have a clear communication, be calm.
Try to get your teammate involved to pre-place a camp for you that he can hold in the beginning of a round if you want to take map control fast.
Your mechanics, so like your aim or your positioning.
By watching other players, you can of course just see what they're doing and implement their tips and tricks into your own gameplay.
For me, I feel like you just got to have a lot of game knowledge and then self-confidence as well.
Just be confident. I think that's actually a very big part.
You have to be feeling like you're going to win every single one of your gunfights as soon as you go into them.
I'm very comfortable in my role. I think I'm definitely one of the best people to do what I do. I don't want to say too much, but probably top 5.
I can keep a level head in these intense situations.
My game knowledge is like, I feel like it's above like everyone else's in UL, to be honest.
I can adapt really well.
I can just go in any side of the map without even needing a drone half the time because I know that people are not going to be there.
I think I'm pretty confident to become the best. I think I'm extremely hungry for it.
I can always be working to improve, you know. If something goes wrong, I can always learn from that situation and do better next time.
It's been my dream like all my life, and now I've been given the chance to do it.
That was a much better map too, and here we are though back. G2, the world champions, are now at the tippity top of Europe. Still, not sure if they'll be number 1 or 2, but qualified to the major they are. It'll be a quick trip for at least one person in the team, at Fabian, but otherwise he'll probably actually have the longest trip going to Copenhagen, knowing where he is. But for the rest, it'll be a quick and easy trip to Copenhagen because now G2 are in phase 2 of the major. Imagine, the year is 2023. I was thinking about the year for a moment. It's 2023. Virtus.pro and G2 are at the top. Virtus.pro, Team Empire, whatever you want to call it. This is 2019 all back again. EU on top, 3 events won in a row. Balance has been restored.
The more things change, the more they stay the same, Milos.
It's a cyclical meta. That's what Kix said all the time.
Yep. Doesn't change. G2,
Here we are.
G2 were excellent today. Genuinely were. They're going to be a little bit disappointed. They lost a couple of attacks, but apart from that, genuinely excellent. Like, coach's dream, excellent. They recovered rounds. They played well. They won the gunfights. They played as a team. Genuinely very impressed with them today.
I'll be back to you in a second because their interview is ready. Let's go. Hey, Jack. How are you doing?
I don't
the
think
other
I'm
Jack.
the interview.
The other one. Yeah, this one. He's actually won a world championship, unlike this guy here. Hey, Doki, what's up? Congrats on the win. How you feeling?
Thank you very much. I'm good. How are you?
Hey, all right. That was quick game 1. Map 1.
Yeah.
You're going into
Yeah.
the seconds, bit of a speed run.
Yeah.
How do you feel? Like, overall, it was good day?
I feel that was probably one of the best games we've played. Like, as a team, we played so good. Like,
You're
the
screaming your
preparation
lungs
for the
off.
match. Yeah, I was so hyped. But yeah, we played so good as a team. Like, everyone really put in so much effort for this game. Like, I tweeted out saying Fabian trolled the map ban. He didn't. It was completely perfect. So we got every map we wanted. Like, even if the third map, it would have been absolutely perfect. And we just pretty much countered the living daylights out of them. So yeah.
Anything you say, I will consider the absolute opposite of it to be true. When you say, "Oh, fucking
it's a-
trolled the map ends," come on.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Hey, maybe to you he trolled it, but in the end, like you're saying, it worked out wonderfully for you. And now you go up against Virtus Pro, and I was just mentioning it to the lads that G2 and VP, the lads, are the top 2 teams of Europe. EU has won the past 3 events. We're back in the heyday. This is 2019 all over again.
G2 and the old Team Empire roster back at the top, as always. So yeah, it's going to be a good game tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
Joystick was very excited to get to play against you. I know you guys are also good friends of both teams in general, but he was genuinely very excited in the interview of the possibility of playing G2 because a game between G2 and VP is it's legendary here in the EU.
Yeah. I mean,
he wants to beat
I
you
really
again.
good friends. Yeah, like I'm really good friends with them all. And I haven't seen them in like a year because they've had some roster problems and not been able to go to the events and stuff. So I'm actually looking forward to see my boys again, my Russian friends. Looking forward to it. So yeah.
Yeah, I remember everybody hanging out at SI22. That was actually a lot of fun. Getting to see everybody and just hanging out in that way. But yes, in the end, you are victorious. I want you to tell me, you're going into the game and you're playing out of your mind today. You go into map 2 and things get a bit more complicated. What was happening there?
I don't think they got complicated at all. I think Border is one of the most defender-sided maps in the game right now. It's insanely defender-sided. So getting 3 attacks, I think, is really good.
Can you pull the stats on that, Jack? There you go.
I mean, listen. I'm maybe not talking stats, but the way the map plays out and like the plays that you need to make on attack to be a successful round is so much more than other maps. I feel like you need to be really tight and secure. So 3 attacks, I think, is really good. Like, yeah.
Is it because the attack has to kind of distract and stack up at the same time?
I think it's just like Border. Like, I don't know if Fresh has already mentioned it, but that was the first time we played Border as a team. We've been permabanning it like every single matchup until now. So it was a big kind of learning experience for us also this game. But the way that we think Border plays is like you need to control every part of the map.
Yeah.
Like CCTV, office, you also need below control. It's a really hard map to control, and that's why the defense is like, in my opinion, stronger because you can bunker in these areas easier than the attack can like take them,
The biggest question of them all, though, Doki, is Fabian happy?
I think he's happy, yeah. We're going to his favourite country, Denmark, so we can't wait to go there.
You've been waiting for that.
Yeah. And you know what? We did it for Benja. We couldn't miss an event. Southern Sweden, yeah. we couldn't miss an event in Benja's home country. Like, that would be very rude of us, so yeah.
Well, now, because you're already qualified to Phase 2, maybe the trek to Phase 3, the live audience space is going to be a bit easier. Is there any team you kind of fear going up against? Internationally, even? Because I know Alama tweeted about MENA teams.
Nope, we're the best team in the world. We'll win the event again. No problem.
All right, look, as long as EU wins it, I don't care. bring it home.
I care.
Well,
and
too bad, because I don't.
I purposely need to gatekeep the Virtus Pro roster because they've came second too many times. It would be very rude of me to give them a first place. So, yeah.
Well, Joystick was very eager to beat you again in a full best of 3. So anything you'd like to say to him?
I don't think I've played Joystick in a best of 3, to be honest, since apart from like outside of a LAN event. So, or maybe it was a long time ago. I'm trying to think. I don't think I have. But yeah, good luck to them. Let's see how their map pool comes up versus us. I'm terrified.
Okay.
Oh, me.
Good.
Oh, me. Yeah. It'll probably be a 4v5, but I'm that confident in our map pool and in my teammates, it doesn't matter. So it's whatever.
Okay, just trying to get it out of the way, though. Doki, anything you'd like to say to fans out there?
No, thank you for all the support, and I'm sure I'll see lots of you in Copenhagen. I hope you all come to support us with the new G2 jerseys, which you can get in the shops. I'm not trying to sell out here, but on the topic of selling out, we also, guys, have 2 new skins in the in-game store. We have one for Azami, which is amazing, and one for Smoke for the SI Championship bundle. And if you buy them both, like I said last week, it probably makes you a bit better at the game. So make sure you get them and tweet out at us, put us on Instagram. We'll repost. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thanks, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
There you go. Pay for Doki's steak addiction right here, right now.
And my steak addiction, yeah.
There you go. Thank you very much, Doki, again for the interview. Congratulations. Tomorrow, G2 and Doki, of course, will be facing, maybe not Doki, but they'll be facing off against Virtus Pro, and we'll see how that goes. Good luck tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, guys.
There it is. I thought we were interviewing you for a second, Jack.
Do you remember when Fabian was in his heyday, when G2 Penta were in the Dynasty and he gave some of those answers? Doki's getting a little bit Fabian-like. Yeah, we're going to win the tournament. But yeah, we're going to gatekeep them.
I'll be honest, as the person who interviewed Fabian a lot of times in the day, he was a bit of an ass.
Yeah, at least Doki's likable.
He's just fun.
Yeah. True.
There's an edge about Doki, isn't there? There's that lovable edge where you just think, you know what?
It's a rounded edge.
Good for you. Like, you're confident. And we like to see that, don't we? We like to
he's confident unless he's against Joystick.
Unless he's against Joystick in a best of 3, where he thinks he might bottle it a little bit. But he plays with the camera well, doesn't he? You know, he knows that he's going to be, deep down, I think he will have a bit of confidence in that. And it's going to be a banging fixture, let's be honest.
Oh, yeah. I am very excited for it. But already to recap our final map here, it was a 2-0. And MNM took G2 here to border. And I get the point that Doki's trying to say of attacking side, you know, taking a bit more effort to get it done. It's, in general, easier for defense to play Rainbow Six Siege when you're supposed to defend and you have time on your hands. But, you know,
I just think Doki's trying to throw people off so that they go to border. That
everything he says, you believe the absolute opposite.
Yeah, probably. He said Fabian told them up bans. I don't know. I think G2 make this game look very easy, to be honest, with the way that they played, especially today, the way they played through 6 Invitational. I think especially once you get them in best of 3s and you get them off of these mundane best of 1 maps, they know how to control rounds, they know how to control situations. It's all going very well for them once they get outside of the best of 1 arena.
And I think you look about the style that G2 play with at the moment, and you think it can be a difficult attacking map if you're playing in that sort of a style, because they play a style of Siege that is entirely different to everybody else. I don't think we saw a single occasion tonight, regardless of which team had the advantage, where G2 looked pressured. They always have a solution to a problem, and it looks like there's nothing that's rushing them along. The clock's ticking, but it doesn't matter, because they have that peace of mind and that ability to almost take themselves out, see that bigger picture, and understand a little bit more what's going on and come up with a solution.
I've said this time and time again, actually, the thing that inspired me through G2's Invitational run, and probably inspired me a little bit in this, particularly in Border, is how they've always got control of their own destiny in that sense, in terms of the situation management. Even if things are not looking good, they have a plan, they have the teamwork, they have the communication to make it happen and make it work. We saw multiple times, even in this Border, where they needed to do that. It wasn't plain sailing, thank you very much. In Border, lost the word there completely. Wasn't plain sailing. They had to work for it and get a 7-4 victory. And I believe the MVP will be Alamau when the MVP screen does come up. And that's what I want to talk about, is this has all happened since Alamau's taken over the IGLing. Since Citizen left and Alamo took over the IGLing, G2 have had this transformation alongside Fabian working with the team, alongside the introduction of Titan as well. Let's not forget about everything. But he is the guy that had to come in, grow up a little bit, and actually lead this team, and he's done a fine job. You know, he's got the MVP here. He played even situationally well. There was a 2v1 that he was in where they were trying to bait out Tyrant on the diffuser on the counter. played it to like split-second perfection, did Alamar, and I thought, very good performance again today.
A couple of rounds on Oryx as well. You think about some rotations that were made using Oryx's ability to dash up from below to above through the hatch and stuff like that. Some of the calls that were clearly coming from Alamar to run and get out of the way. We've won that part of the map. We need to try and back ourselves up a little bit elsewhere. All of it, you can almost see the communication sort of leaking through there into the way that they're playing at the moment.
I have to say, it puts a massive smile on my face to just talking about the same points we said about G2 over 5 years ago in 2018, back in Pro League, and you can extend it a bit earlier than that in 2017, actually, even more, 6 years ago. We were saying the same thing about this roster. If you're following all the way back to Penta days with Fabian, Pengu, etc., even now with things being completely different, we still say it's not over until the round is actually over, until the game, the map is actually over. They always have some way of coming back until it's actually set in stone, something that Fabian did when he was a player, that he keeps on doing as a coach, no matter who's under him. I have to say, we didn't doubt G2 last year. We held them at a certain standard that we expect them to play at, and they expect to be playing at. And now, and I hate to be blunt about it also, Citizen being off the team seems to have absolutely revived their entire nature and liveliness, and have allowed them to achieve so much over the past few months.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they are the standard now, and that's the thing is, G2, in 2022, G2 were below their standard, not even, the top standard of Siege. G2 currently are the pinnacle of Siege. They won the World Championship, but they're also playing, they've qualified for Stage 2 of the Major. They'll qualify for Stage 3. They'll be on the crowd days. So, if you are a G2 fan, make sure you get yourselves there first and foremost and support them. But yeah, they are the standard. And it's good to see because, they did have a up and down year last year.
I think a lot of people will be looking to them now as that new standard as well. It's easy to look at a previous SI winner and go, they're the team to beat. They're the ones that we want to keep on top of. But we've not really seen an SI winner over the past couple that have then gone on to do exceptionally well in the stage immediately after. You look at NIP.
Yeah.
Didn't do particularly well.
Actually, they've broken that record, right? If you look at there was a whole train of people who didn't go to the major.
Exactly, they've gone to the first major after the SI win. And if we look back historically, that hasn't really been a trend that we've seen for a very long time. Teams do tend to fall off a little bit.
Yeah,
so
SSG, NIP,
TSM.
G2
have maintained
BDS.
that form now. So you look at it and you go,
Rogue
probably not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Dark Zero
didn't go to
Charlotte,
Berlin.
Didn't go to Berlin.
Damn.
They've broken the mold, Milosh. They've broken the mold of the winner's curse.
And isn't that something that G2 has been well known from doing for many, many years now? Though from there, I'd like us to recap our play day. So first up, here's how our matches look like. There's 3 best of 3s. And here's what we got. Team Secret defeating Heroic 2-0. A tight game, but still, Team Secret go to the LCQ bracket as well as Heroic with at least a seeding advantage. We'll talk about that in a second, and we'll show that entire bracket for next week. 2-1 Virtus Pro against the Wild, where unfortunately Wild's energy could not keep up on map 3, and the experience of VP won it out for them. Virtus Pro, our first team qualified from Europe to the Copenhagen Major. And to join them very swiftly right after was G2 defeating MNM 2-0. We'll be seeing Doki and the rest of the squad at the Major. They'll be in Phase 2, of course, with Virtus Pro, so they'll have a leg up on at least half, if not more, of the teams that are already attending the event and have to play through Phase 1. From then on, our bracket for the playoffs. What does it look like? It's actually pretty simple. Because you snooze, you lose in here. Team Secret, of course, defeating Heroic 2-0 like we talked about. But for our losing teams, Wild and MNM, it's not over. Because both Wild and MNM have a shot at the Major. All they have to do is win this best of 3 tomorrow. And the winner of that game qualifies to the Copenhagen Major to play starting Phase 1. They'll have the entire gauntlet to run, but still, you get a guaranteed spot at the Major. But even then, the loser of said game is not out yet. They'll be dropped into the last chance qualifier bracket next week, where they'll be playing against Wolves and Koi and BDS and Secret and Heroic. And of course, our teams that made it from Open Qualis and Challenger League last year, which actually, we have a bracket for that. Let's put up our LCQ bracket on the screen. Here's what it looked like. Our 4th place EU League team will play against 10 Star. That is, of course, the loser of the MNM versus Wild game. Unlimited versus BDS go up against one another. Heroic v Wolves. Now Secret versus Koi. Single elimination, like Jack talked about in the beginning of our show today in the pre-show. And then there's only one spot. You see all of these 8 teams in front of you. There's some great names and great potential in all these squads. And only one can make it through to be the 4th and final team to represent Europe at the Copenhagen Major. Our next play day, what does it look like? It's actually tomorrow. I'm monologuing like hell here. Here we are. Wild versus MNM, Virtus.pro versus G2. Best of 3 games. VP and G2 already qualified to the majors. More of a seeding game. I suppose there's a bit of extra cash in it. Not bad. Wild versus MNM.
Points.
And SI have SI points.
Yeah, whoever wins that that game for first seed gets the first seed, but also 20 extra SI points.
Whoa.
And between MNM and Wild, whoever loses that might not get any SI points because they go down to the last chance qualifiers in which only the top 5 are going to get points.
So they'll have to progress to the next level.
Which, now I'm looking at it, how do we determine the top 5?
I don't know, man. Is there?
Yep, because there's different layers of SI points for each.
Yeah, I was going to say, because you have like different SI points for 1, 2, 3rd, 4th, and 5th for it. So it's like going to be a lot of seeding matches.
I could be wrong, but according to Wikipedia, there are a couple of seeding matches.
It's the only way to figure out who's going to be 5th team, right? Out of the ones that drop out.
Because it's also different between 3rd and 4th. So there should be a 3rd and 4th place seeding.
Hey,
numbers. Keep talking. No, I'm. Hey.
Hey.
You right?
Meow.
How do you feel today?
Meow, meow, meow.
I genuinely
Meow, meow.
missed you two.
Meow, meow, meow.
Well, that's good.
I always miss having. To be
do you
very
say
honest.
the same to Des and Tim?
Yes.
Who do you miss more?
I do. Don't say that.
Who's your favorite?
You have to choose now.
Is it because Des isn't here? Is that because he's your least favorite? And you decided this?
Des is the only one that wasn't here today.
Yeah.
But I was wondering why I was enjoying today so much.
The day I run EUL. It's not a day you ever. No, it's not a day. I'll probably fire myself first. I'll be very honest.
They
with you.
shouldn't put you in charge then. That's just bad management.
You fire yourself. It's like,
Did you
I'm making a budget cut.
Did you just
buy me?
That'll be a blink on the radar, my friend. Anyways, thank you for emigating that. As we're used to designating normally here, but it feels.
You don't want Emmy.
Honestly, what I do miss is having everybody on all together at the same time.
Yeah.
Everyone everywhere all together at the same time.
Yeah, we don't.
Everything everywhere all at once.
Yeah, we used to all be in the same room in the same hotel, and we would have fun.
Oh, when we watched movies together, also movie night was
Like
really fun. RRR is for any Indian and Pakistani fans out there.
That was the movie with the
British stuff.
And none of it's in English.
I loved it. There is.
There
What
is
are you
English.
Did you watch it? It's 3.5 hours.
It was about 4 hours long, Milos. I fell asleep.
It's the best 3.5
British
hours of my
people
life.
in there.
Yeah.
Sorry?
There was British people in there.
There was, yeah.
They were the bad guys.
Oh, he wasn't there.
They were the
Yeah, I don't think
he
you
doesn't
were.
watch movies.
Have you seen RRR?
There's only one film that you should watch that's that long. And it's the extended edition.
Have you seen RRR?
That's true, but if you're gonna
No,
watch
that's
one, you might as well watch
I'll
all.
show you one scene after we're done with
I know exactly which scene you're on.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, for those out there that would like to dabble in, I guess, Indian movie making, RRR is what we recommend. Thank you very much. I mean, other movies do
alright.
exist.
What was the first question you asked me before we moved away? What you was on about Siege?
Yeah. Actually,
Do you remember?
Since we had the LCQ graphic up,
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you.
Okay.
Is there any team that really springs to mind as this is the one that will? Okay.
You can put the graphic back up if you like.
Just a suggestion.
All of those teams on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, really, like bring them up.
I'm gonna say all of them.
It's coming.
Every team.
I mean, it doesn't have favorites.
There you go.
Okay, now I don't play favorites, but 4th place Europe League, I think, in the top left is the one.
It's a very unique name.
But who would it be?
Okay,
M&M?
I mean, I don't know. I
or-
think this is the thing about obviously how we've got this bracket pulled together. There's a lot of danger, especially in that lower half. Now that Heroic they've slipped their way down there as well. They're going to have to battle through Wolves that started to look a little bit more dangerous. Koi, I think, have started to look a lot more dangerous. Their performance throughout to get to where they are now in this bracket, their performance in the recent qualifiers, that Fresh was one of the voices and faces of watching them on his stream. It's a night and day from what we saw, and it's different opponents, but still the team needed a confidence boost and needed time to work together, and I think they've had it now. BDS as well. I mean, BDS are just BDS. It's going to be a BDS Koi final, I think.
Early prediction from me is BDS are going to run away with this bracket.
Yeah.
The way that they looked, not just in the open quals, but also in the last couple of group stage games, very, very good. I think they've gotten over whatever hurdle they had, and they probably would be my pick to get out of this bracket.
Go for X10
Honestly, very impressive though. You know, they took BDS close, they took Koi close. Considering all the players that they've lost to EU League teams, you know, Leader, Jegs, Savage, YZN. There's got to be more. Can't think of any more.
It's your job.
They've lost like 5 or 6 different players over the past year to
lost
EU
the full
League.
team in a bit.
Yeah. And they're still competing with the top teams. It's good from them.
It's like how we used to call MNM an academy team because they would just get poached all the time.
Now they have an academy
Until they got an academy team.
Then they got an academy team, and then 10-star.
A 10-star were already there.
X-10-star.
X-10-star.
looking
Apologies.
for representation.
X-10-star. They're looking for a rep. Go watch them. Maybe on Fresh's stream. I don't know.
Plus rep.
Thanks for the double plug there, Remy.
All right.
Actually, who is co-streaming? Because I know I want to take a second. Like here, big thanks to everybody that was co-streaming and actually putting forward the games over the qualifiers that were happening for the past few weeks, and especially last weekend. It was very nice. I know you were one of said people. I know Jerry was also one of them.
Yeah, there was a big army of people. The French scene, particularly with the Observer side of things, and the French always had broadcasts of every game on as well.
The French are always very, very happy to bring community
very good,
casts.
Yeah.
Same for the Spanish. I'm not sure if that was the same this time around because there was no real Spanish team.
There was a couple of other languages, but it was predominantly the English and French broadcasts. But we got it out there. When I had the Spanish and the Italians in my stream, that was fun. When Koi played Makers, but they were all very nice.
Cool.
You think?
You're bringing the people together.
Don't speak Spanish or Italian.
You've got so much unity.
Yeah.
Milos, what are you doing to bring the people together?
Nothing. Absolutely.
Make food.
Food does bring people together, and to be honest, I find that food genuinely is the best thing to bring people together.
Like
right after Rainbow Six Siege
or burnt lasagna.
That's not good.
Oh no.
Hey, okay, let's just...
That's an internal reference.
We've derailed, I think, a little bit.
You're not used to this, Bosha.
No, I am.
This is just generally how we are when we're sitting in the green room anyways.
It is. It's just a live representation
with
of that.
less swearing.
I'm just waiting for the music.
I like burnt lasagna.
It gets crispy on the edge.
Make a song about burnt lasagna.
It's a bit too much effort. It's okay.
Emmy, you're very much known for putting in a lot of effort in certain things.
Yeah, but I've just casted 6 hours of Siege, Milos.
Yeah, when does that
I don't
ever
need to make
stop
the
you?
song now, just like in the future. Okay. Like, just like you're hinting, like the single might be coming out one day.
I'm not going to do it.
Fresh, you want to make a song about burnt lasagna instead then?
No, my songs stop at Deepak and Benja Master.
Can you meow more?
Meow, meow, meow.
Meow,
meow, meow, meow, meow.
Come on.
Can you do it on a close-up?
You know what he does? You know what he does? He drops a meow in the middle of the night in the WhatsApp group.
I do.
And he deletes it
The
a minute after.
thing is, do you know why this has come about?
Yeah, there's
Is
a reference.
in my ranked stack, when we take really bad deaths, instead of saying, oh, he's wallbanged me, and start complaining, we just meow now to allow our emotions out.
Can you demonstrate?
I should do that. I've been yelling at my laptop playing Trials.
Meow, 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 meow.
It's not a good experience.
Just take bad death, it's just meow.
Meow.
It's a very non-disruptive way of getting your energy out, isn't it?
Because you can meow angrily and people
put like quite a lot into a meow.
Can you meow, Ali?
Meow, meow.
Oh.
Meow, meow.
You got to do it fast as well.
Meow, meow.
Like the faster you do it, like the more frustration you're letting out.
The only person I haven't heard meow yet is Milos.
What do you mean? I meow all the time, randomly.
I think that's a tick.
You randomly meow.
How does it go like this? What's the emote?
I think you should do that right down the barrel of camera.
Do that right down.
Can we get a focus on Milos, please?
Come here.
Come here.
Make sure to meow.
It's a bit more real now.
Actually, here's a story. Since we're still on the post show, there's a story that Pengu would tell, and he's told multiple people at SI. When we were in Berlin and we had wrapped up the entire event, there was an after party. It was great. It was nice. We were all invited to it, which
There
was
was
nice.
a unicorn.
There was a unicorn.
Yeah, I was topless on the unicorn. Yeah. Anyways, I got on the dance
Everybody
floor.
wants to see the pictures now.
There was a unicorn, wasn't there?
There was, yeah.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, I know
We've got a
you were
picture on the unicorn.
Yeah, I was yeah.
Anyways, everybody was on the dance floor. Everybody's having fun, right? Nerds dancing. What could go wrong? And Pengu had cat ears on with cat mittens.
Must have been Coppet.
Potentially. So everybody was dancing their own thing. And then I spotted Pengu as everybody was leaving. And our eyes met in the middle of the dance floor. We got close to one another. And what happens? We look at one another in the eyes. Imagine you're Pengu. You're looking at me. Hello,
Oh my
world
God,
champion.
there's 20 seconds on the clock. What are you going to do?
Exactly. But there's 20 seconds on the clock. You're looking into the other caster's eyes, and there's music playing. You have your cat ears on and cat mittens on. What does he do? We look at one another, and we do meow on the dance floor without any prior rehearsal. We just do it.
You wouldn't catch Doa doing this.
I don't know if Janira would.
100%.
She would.
She would. Kathum is at another level.
100%. She's doing it at home right now. She's going, yeah, man.
She's going to post a video on,
Don't you
the
cuss at me,
timeline
don't
right
you
after.
dare.
What?
No, I'm just threatening production.
Oh, okay.
We should probably end the show.
Actually,
Haven't played the music yet.
Since you mentioned Doa, I would love to meet Doa one day.
Oh, Doa's.
I am a massive fan
He's
of
so
Doa's.
lovely.
I've been a fan of Doa's
Wanna
ever
do
since he was in
cat emotes
Korea.
together?
What?
You want to do cat emotes together?
Oh, I'd love to. I would love for him to teach me the secrets of how to wear a hanbok properly, which is the traditional Korean men's dress. It's fantastic with a beautiful hat.
I love Doa.
Like how they zoomed in on Negan, because I don't know what that is.
I would suppose you would be a bit
Now that
more
does
cultured.
production, they assumed this is what it is.
Yes, Hap is a
This is a
hanbok.
jumper.
Anyways,
Anyway.
on that
No.
note, this was day 2 of three playoffs.
It's Monday.
Day
Two.
2 of
Day
decider playoffs.
Day 2, yes.
Deciders.
Tomorrow is the last day of playoffs. Next week is LCQ. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow because I really am excited for G2 versus Virtus Pro. I think everybody is.
Mm-hmm.
I think we are meowing very hard for that.
Meow, meow.
Cannot wait for it. But Fresh,
Yep.
Mr. Torika, thank you very much, Ollie, for joining us
Thank you.
today. You'll be here with us over the next bit also. And Hap and M from production team. Of course, Tim.
Of course, Tim.
Of course, Tim.
Of course, Tim.
Not Big Tim
Dez,
anymore.
because he's not here.
No, not Des.
He's left us.
Yeah.
The Observers.
The Observers, of course,
Thanks,
Pietro
Medley.
and
Obviously,
Medic.
Kate Des.
Not easy.
Not easy.
He
He's in
left
NA
us.
now. He
He's
left
also left
He's
us.
also left.
Wow,
Yeah.
we keep getting left.
He actually missed his plane.
On that note, thank you very much for watching. We love you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Yeah, yeah.
The lights aren't going down. I was gonna stand.
hungry there. One. And is able to take him down to get in and close. To Copenhagen. And a 7-0 and more of the same work. That gets it, G2. The second team. We
Thank you.